Yo, what's good, Shinobi Nation? Welcome back to Just a Shinobi, the home of the craziest Naruto what-ifs. Today we're jumping into part 4 of What If Banished Naruto Azula's Bodyguard. So strap in, because things are about to get explosive. If you're new to the channel, make sure to smash that subscribe button, hit the bell so you don't miss the next chapter, and share this video with your whole ninja squad. And of course, drop your theories in the comments. Your support is what keeps this shinobi grinding. Chapter 16. To Dream and to Convict. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. They had landed on a small island in the middle of the lake. Due to his weeks on his own, Appa was had some trouble readjusting to carrying multiple people on his back. Everyone else wanted to take a break, so they agreed to land on the island. I miss you more than you'll ever know, buddy, Ing told Appa, once again hugging his forehead. Momo did the same thing. Appa just responded, licking Aang with his tongue, making him laugh. Hey, Arrowhead, called out Shia. Enough with the hug fest, we've got more important things to worry about. Shia is right, Sokka said. We should go to the Earth King and tell him our plan. We're on a mission here, and we cannot delay any longer. Akela barked in agreement. 1 good hour after weeks of trouble isn't much of a roll, Katara told him. She would barely call it a step. Sure, they got Appa back, but that was one good thing against a lot of other things. A roll is a roll, Asuma told her. You just have to build on it. Sometimes that was what a person needed to achieve victory, to keep moving. Speaking of rolls, Choji said. Does anyone have any food? Shikamaru handed him some jerky. Here, eat this. Thanks. Look, Sokka told his sister, if we want to invade the Fire Nation when the eclipse happens, we'll need the Earth King's support. That was the whole idea of coming to Ba Sing Southeast in the first place, before losing Appa and trying to get around Long Phone happened. What makes you think we'll get it? Toph asked him. I don't know if you've noticed, but things don't go that smoothly for our group. Usually, they encountered problem after problem. It does not matter if what your plan goes smoothly or not, Gaara told her. It only matters if your plan works. That was what mattered in the end, if the plan worked or not. Gaara, Long Phone is control of the city, Katara told him. His conspiracy with the Dai Li is too powerful. I think we should just keep flying and leave this horrible place behind us. I'm with Sweetness, Toph agreed. I've seen enough of Ba Sing Se. And I can't even see. She threw her hands up to emphasize her point. She felt a bop on her head for those words. Don't be a downer, Toph, Shia told her, despite getting a glare from the blind earthbender. We can turn this around. And don't worry about the Dai Li, Sokka said confidently. I've got that covered. He still had that ace. Aang joined the group once he was done getting reattached to Appa. And now that we have Appa back, there's nothing stopping us from telling the Earth King the truth. About the conspiracy and the war, he said to them all. Sokka supported what the air nomad said. It's the whole reason we came here in the first place. We have to try. If they didn't try, what was the point? Katara thought it over. Well, I guess if the Earth King knew the truth, things could change, she reasoned. Things could change for the better. I don't trust the new positive Sokka, Toph said as she stood up. Long Phone brainwashed you, didn't he? She accused, pointing a finger at the tribesman. Hey Temari, can I borrow your iron club? Shia asked the Suna Kunoichi. I think the resident rockhead needs a harder whack on the head. It's not a club, it's a fan, Temari retorted, sounding a little offended by those words. And yet you have used it as a club, Kankuro commented. He had seen her use it like it was giant club, hitting her enemies away. Do you want me to brain you? She threatened, reaching for her fan. He pointed an accusing finger at her. There? You see? That's what I'm talking about. Temari, stop threatening to brain Kankuro, Gaara told her. Kankuro, stop antagonizing Temari. Sorry, Gaara, the two said. You know what the funniest thing about this is? Ino said to her team. He's the youngest. She would have thought that the elder siblings would be pressing down on him. But instead, it was the other way around. Ino, you're not helping, Shikamaru told his teammate. Aang saw something in the water. He ran closer to the shore to get a better look and saw that it was a couple of ships. They were far away, but close enough for those on the island to see them. That's probably the Daily searching for us, Sokka said as the others joined Aang in looking at the ships. Then let's fly, Katara declared, having made her choice. And fly they did. Aang had Appa pour on the speed as they flew back towards the city. Due to the lack of a saddle, everyone had to hold on for their lives, an idea that didn't really appeal to some, but exhilarated others. Can we please buy a new saddle? Toph begged. Riding bareback is terrifying. All she could see was Appa, and at the speed they were going, it wasn't helping her. Are you kidding? This is great! Shia whooped. She had never flown on a sky bison before. She loved every single minute of it. They flew to the center of the city, heading straight for the Earth King's palace. There it is, Sokka stated, pointing at the building in the center, while also holding onto Akela, who shared Toph's opinion of riding bareback. That whole thing is the palace. The Earth King's chamber should be in the center. We have to be careful, Katara told them. Longfang's probably warned the king that we're coming. What makes you say that? Shia asked. It seems to me that we're going to fly nice and look out. She screamed the last part as a boulder almost hit them. What was that? Toph demanded. Surface to air rocks, answered Sokka as he looked down and saw earthbender teams from the Royal Guard with rocks at the ready. More incoming. As he spoke, more and more of the rocks the teams had were being thrown at them. Tamari, can you help? Gaara asked as Appa began to do evasive maneuvers to avoid the rocks coming at them. If we were flying straight and steady, yes, she answered. If they had that, she could send those rocks right back at them. But since they weren't, she couldn't. The Royal Guards kept launching SARs at the sky bison. One looked like it was about to hit Aang, but he shattered it via earthbending without even looking at it. Another came at him, this he split it in half using his staff. Seeing that another batch of the Royal Guards was waiting to attack them when they landed, he leapt from Appa and landed on the ground. As he landed, he bent the surrounding tiles to heave the soldiers up into the air as well as scattering them. It only left the captain, who was sitting in armored ostrich horse. All Appa had to do to scare him off was growl. Everyone else got off Appa and they made their way forward to the palace. On both sides of them, Royal Guards lined and bent cubes of earth at them. Aang, Toph and Gaara worked together to destroy the cubes, Aang using his staff, Toph using her earthbending and Gaara using his sand, while still moving forward. Katara and Kankuro cleaned up shop in the back. Katara used her waterbending to knock the Royal Guards down while Kankuro used chakra threads to slam Royal Guards into each other. Sorry. Katara apologized as she hit guardsmen after guardsmen. In front of them came more guardsmen. Toph took care of them by earthbending the tiles to flip over and pin them. Sorry. We just need to get through to see the Earth King. Would you stop apologizing? Demanded Shia. It's weird. They made their way to the palace. In their path was a river, with 3 bridges connecting one side to the other. The other side held the stairs leading up to the palace. While guardsmen gathered on the other side of the river to stop Team Avatar, the next level on the staircase also had royal guards. The guardsmen worked as one and bent 2 badger mole statues off the ground and hurled it at Team Avatar. Both Aang and Toph managed to block the 2 statues by earthbending the tiles to form a shell over them. The 2 statues shattered against the shell, but it held. Katara was the first to move out of the shell and towards the river. Bending the water out of her pouch, she bent it into a thin half-bridge made of ice. Using the ice bridge, she leapt over the guardsmen there while also bending water out from the river. Swinging her foot in a kicking motion, she bent the water to push the guardsmen into the river. Then she bent it into a water whip and pulled the guardsmen from the next level on the stairs into the river as well. As this occurred, the others made their way across the bridge while Aang leapt over the river and froze the water with their bending, trapping the guardsmen there. Everyone gathered but quickly turned their heads above as rocks started to rain down on them. There were also guardsmen coming down the stairs. Toph stepped forward and raised her hands, making the earth rumble. As a SR smashed beside her, she drew her hands back and bent the stairs leading up to the palace to flatten into a ramp, making all the guardsmen on the stairs to slide down. Aang and Toph then bent a chunk of the ground to lift everyone to the stair-turn ramp. They went up the ramp, they passed all the guardsmen who had been caught on the stairs and who were now sliding down to the ground. Seriously, we're actually on your guys' side, Sokka told them as they went past. but the only thing they could answer were screams of surprise and pain. Sorry, the tribesman finally said after watching this for a few minutes. Oh great, now you've got the Aishura apologizing as well, Shuya accused Katara. They reached the top of the staircase, where two groups of royal guards were waiting. Aang and Toph both reacted by pushing them away with earth bending. In there, Sokka told everyone as they charged into the palace. They soon entered a junction that had 3 other exits. More guardsmen entered but were easily defeated when Toph bent the floor to shoot up into columns and pinned the guardsmen to the ceiling. Sokka and Shikamaru paused to look around. Toph, which way to the Earth King? How should I know? She asked. You're the one who can see everything with feet, Temari told her. She had seen the blind earthbender move around without running into anything before. I agree, although I'm in favor of splitting up to cover more ground, Shikamaru insisted. Not all of us will need to go in one direction. Well, I'm still voting we leave Ba Sing Se. She continued to demolish the guardsmen that kept coming. Sokka and Shikamaru decided to check every door. They didn't have much success. Sokka opened one door and saw that it was a woman's dressing room, which already had a woman in there, dressed, thankfully. After she had fainted, Sokka closed the door and apologized. Zuko and Iroh entered their apartment, getting back from Lake Laogai. You did the right thing, letting the Avatar's bison go free, Iroh told Zuko. Zuko staggered away from the door. I don't feel right, he said. His vision of the room blurred. He tried to clear it by blinking, but that didn't help. Turning his head, he saw a familiar face, one that had died at Akawan. Shun, what are you? He collapsed to the ground, breaking a pot in the process. Zuko! Cried Iroh as he rushed over to his fallen nephew. They had managed to beat all the royal guardsmen, while also causing a bit of a mess in the process. Sokka climbed over some debris and saw a big, fancy door that was untouched. Now that's an impressive door, he declared. It's gotta have to go somewhere. He looked over at the resident earthbenders. Aang, Toph, would you mind? The two went to the door and knocked it down. They all ran into the room, which turned out to be the throne room, which was quite big. Beneath a giant badger mole statue at the other end of the room, sat the Earth King. Standing in front of the Earth King was Long Feng and a group of Dai Li agents. Everyone prepared themselves for a fight. We need to talk to you, Aang declared to the Earth King. They're here to overthrow you, Long Feng told the Earth King. No, we're not, Shuya shouted. We're on your side, Sokka said. We're here to help. You have to trust us, Katara agreed. The Earth King stood up from his throne. You invade my palace, laid waste to all my guards, break down my fancy door, and you expect me to trust you? He asked them like he couldn't believe what they had just said. He has a good point, Toph pointed out. We weren't exactly expecting a warm welcome, Choji told her. We were right too, Ino agreed. They had been expecting resistance to try and stop them. The evidence of that was right behind them. If you're on my side, the Earth King told them, then drop your weapons and stand down. Everyone shared a look when they heard those words, but they complied. Aang dropped his staff, Sokka dropped his machete, Katara bent her water back into her pouch, and Toph bent the rock she held back into the earth. Sokka, Choji, and Ino put the kunai they held away while Asuma did the same with his chakra blades. Shia lowered her fists, Kankuro put his hands down, and Temari folded up her fan. Gaara simply folded his arms. See? Aang said to him. We're friends, your earthiness. Really, Arrowhead? Asked Shia. Your earthiness? That probably one of the dumbest nicknames she had ever heard of. I guess the Avatar did not receive a lesson on how to address someone above his station, Choji commented. Aang and Katara glared at him for his comment, even though they both agreed that it was sadly true. The Earth King did nothing. Long Feng, however, did do something. He simply raised his hand, and the Dai Li agents bent their rock gloves at the group, cuffing their hands behind their backs. Long Feng gave a smug smile. Detain the assailants, he ordered. The Dai Li slid forward to the group, intent on following their orders. They were about to grab them when sand blasted out of Gaara's gourd and grabbed the Dai Li agents. If you move, the sand will crush you, he warned them. His arms and hands might be trapped, but he could still use his sand. Don't kill them, Gaara, Temari told her little brother. If you do, more might be summoned. And if that happened, they would really be in trouble. A few daily they could handle. All of them would be stretching it. Very well. The sand released the agents and flew back into the gourd. The daily rushed behind them and grabbed their shoulders. We're your allies! Sokka tried to tell the Earth King as he struggled to get out of the daily's grip. Make sure that the Avatar and his friends never see daylight again, Long Feng commanded the daily. Even though he didn't show it, he was silently smug about what just happened. The Earth King was surprised at what his man said. The Avatar? You're the Avatar? He asked Sokka. Sokka looked at Aang. No, he's the Avatar. Over here, the air nomad said, bending his arms free of the rock cuffs and raising them before putting them back into the cuffs. You could do that at any time? Shiya demanded. You could have broken us out of these things. He gave a sheepish laugh. Sorry, didn't think about it. She rolled her eyes in exasperation. You are an idiot. What does it matter, Your Highness? Long Feng asked the Earth King. They are enemies of the state. Perhaps you're right, the Earth King agreed. Meanwhile, his pet bear had padded over to Aang and licked his face, making him laugh. Though Bosco seems to like him, he idly commented. The bear sniffed the air and then turned to face Shiya. He sniffed the air again, gave a grunt of excitement, and ran into Shiya, knocking her to the ground. To the surprise of everyone, he didn't maul her. He kept nuzzling her and grunting with happiness. Get off of me, you furry lump! She shouted, trying to wiggle out from under the bear. Bosco! Shouted the Earth King. Bosco got off Shiya, allowing her to stand up. What in the name of all the spirits was that about? She shouted at the bear. Why did you suddenly try to squish me? How do you even know me? The only bears I know are that one mother bear and her. She trailed off as she looked at Bosco. No way, you couldn't be? She looked at the daily behind her. Hey, get these things off of me. She wiggled her arms. No, the agent answered. Oh, relax. I'm not going to attack you. I want to check something. Now get these things off. Let her go, the Earth King ordered. Long Feng had a small look of surprise on his face, but quickly suppressed it. The Earth King had never interfered with what he did, and he never ordered the daily before. The daily agent bent the rock cuffs off. She walked towards the bear with caution. She stretched her hand towards Bosco and laid it on his head. When he didn't react, she brought the hand to his left ear and gently turned it over, so she could see the back. On the back of the ear was a little patch of white fur shaped like a star. You brown, overgrown fur ball, was the first thing out of her mouth before she tackled him to the ground, hugging him. This is where you've been all this time. Restrain that girl. Long Feng barked out. The daily pulled her off the bear and recuffed her. The bear moaned quietly in disappointment when he saw this. You know Bosco? The Earth King asked her with genuine curiosity. Most people who met Bosco thought he was a freak of nature. But she reacted like he was an old friend. Know him? Shiya repeated. I've slept with this bear. Silence reigned in the throne room. Okay, that came out wrong, she admitted. What do you mean, slept with? Ino asked her. That needed some clarification right away. You guys remember that story? About how I spent a winter with a bear and her cub? Asked Shiya. Everyone, minus the Sand siblings, nodded. Meet the cub. She looked at Bosco, who waved a paw at them. This doesn't matter, Long Feng said. Take them away. Wait, I'll hear what they have to say, the Earth King declared. When they heard those words, the daily stopped what they were doing and waited. His advisor frowned ever so slightly. Aang stepped forward, silently volunteering to be the spokesperson. Well, sir, there's a war going on right now, he started to explain. For the past 100 years, in fact. The Dailies kept it secret from you. It's a conspiracy to control the city and to control you. A secret war? Asked the Earth King. That's crazy. Wouldn't he have been the first to know if there was a war going on? Completely. Agreed Long Feng. Long Feng didn't want us to tell you, so he stole our sky bison to blackmail us, Aang continued. And blackmail is the least of his crimes. He brainwashed our friend. The man in question turned to the king. All lies, he said. I've never even seen a sky bison, Your Majesty. Frankly, I thought they were extinct. The Earth King sat back down in his chair. Your claim is difficult to believe. Even from an avatar, he told Aang. Long Feng stepped up to the side of the throne and bent down slightly. These hooligans are part of an anarchist cell that my agents have been tracking for weeks, he whispered into the Earth King's ear. If you listen to them, you're playing right into your own destruction. The Earth King was silent for a minute, thinking over all he had just heard from everyone. I have to trust my advisor, he finally announced. Aang looked shocked as a Dai Li agent grabbed hold of him. The rest of the agents began to pull them away when Sokka made his move. Hey, can you do me a favor? He asked the Dai Li who was holding him. Reach down the front of my shirt and pull out what you find. The Dai Li did as he was asked and pulled out the Paragon medallion for the rest of the Dai Li to see. You get the point? Sokka asked. Yes, sir, the agent replied, only the faintest traces of shock and surprises evident in his voice. He certainly had not been expected to cuff one of his superiors. It went against everything he had been taught. When he quickly looked at his fellow agents, he could see they had not expected it either. Then shouldn't you be releasing us from these cuffs? He and his group were released from the rock cuffs almost immediately. Thank you? He turned to the Earth King. Your Majesty, I can prove he's lying. Long Feng said he's never seen a sky bison. Ask him to lift his robe. What? I am not disrobing, Long Feng retorted. The Earth King looked at his advisor with suspicion. It was a simple request, albeit an unusual one, and if he was innocent, why would he object? Gaara simply narrowed his eyes. The sand shot out of his gourd, flew over to Long Feng, and flipped his robe up over his head, revealing a mark on his left leg. Right there, called out Aang. Appa bit him. Never seen a sky bison, huh? Sokka asked. Akela had a wolfish grin. Long Feng pushed his robe down. That happens to be a large birthmark. Thanks for showing everyone, he told them all. Well, I suppose there's no way to prove where those marks came from, the Earth King said. Of course there is, Sokka told him. They brought Appa into the room and had him open his mouth. Aang pointed at the teeth and then at the mark on Long Feng's leg. Yep, that pretty much proves it, the Earth King said. Team Avatar, minus the shinobi, who were professionals and kept their opinions to themselves, got excited. But it doesn't prove this crazy conspiracy theory, he told them. Team Avatar, minus the shinobi, who were professionals and kept their opinions to themselves, groaned. Though, I suppose this matter's worth looking into. Long Feng just scowled and walked away, the Dai Li following him. They had to make a few adjustments, and they had to make them fast. But even as they walked, some of the agents looked briefly back at the tribesmen. Zuko lay in bed, sweating. Iroh sat by his side. You're burning up, he said as he pulled a cloth out of water. You have an intense fever. This will help cool you down. He put the cloth on his nephew's forehead. So thirsty, Zuko croaked. It felt like his throat was on fire. He tried to sit up but his uncle made him lay back down. Here's some clean water to drink. He pulled a ladle out of a bucket and held it against Zuko's mouth. Stay under the blankets and sweat this out. Zuko yanked the ladle out of Iroh's hands and gulped it down. He reached for the bucket and drank that too, spilling some of the water. When it was empty, he threw the bucket against the wall and lay back down. So this is what a train is like? The Earth King asked. I didn't realize it would be this public. He stood in the middle of the train car with royal guards behind him. His presence was shocking to the people in the train. So you've never been outside the upper ring before? Katara asked him. It was something she was having a hard time believing. I've never been outside the palace, he answered. It was a whole new experience for him. When he looked out the window, he smiled. Now that's the way to travel. He pointed to Aang riding Appa. So, may I ask where we're going? He asked them. Underneath Lake Laogai, Your Majesty. To the Dai Li's secret headquarters, Sokka answered. You're about to see where all the brainwashing and conspiring took place. They rode the monorail out to the same station as before and made their way to Lake Laogai. Once they were there, Toph brought the causeway and entrance with her earthbending, only to find it destroyed. It's gone, she said. The Dai Li must have known we were coming and destroyed the evidence, Katara stated. She couldn't believe that they had gotten there first. That seems awfully convenient, the Earth King told them, a frown on his face. If anything, this proves the conspiracy exists even more, Sokka said to him. Longfeng was right. This was a waste of time. He couldn't believe that he agreed to follow them. If you'll excuse me, I'm going back to the palace. He turned around and started to leave. Crap. We need to show him something that'll convince him, Shia told the others. If they didn't, Longfeng would win and they would be back to square one, if they were that lucky. The wall, realized Katara. They'll never be able to cover that up in time. It was too damn big for that to happen quickly. Aang leapt up into the air and landed in front of the Earth King. If you come with us to the outer wall, we can prove to you that the secret war is real, he said, pleading with all he could. No Earth King has ever been to the outer wall, the Earth King replied. I don't have any more time for this nonsense. He continued walking up the hill. If you come with us, this time you can ride on Appa, Sokka offered. It stopped the Earth King in his tracks. Well, that got his attention, Asuma commented. But he couldn't blame the man. Flying on a sky bison was an offer very few could refuse. He's going to take the offer, Gaara stated. Are you sure about that? Kankuro asked his little brother. Yes. The Earth King did indeed take the offer. His screaming could be heard throughout the agrarian zone. First time flying? Asked Toph as she held onto Appa's fur. It's both thrilling and terrifying, he answered. Yeah, I hate it too. Right now, she was holding onto the sky bison for dear life and silently praying to whatever spirits would hear her to let her live. I have to be honest with you, he told Aang once he had calmed down some and was able to think again. Part of me really hopes that what you're telling me about this war isn't true. I wish it wasn't, Aang told him. But the fact remained. The war was real, and he needed to stop it. The fever was causing Zuko to dream. In his dream, he sat in the throne room of the Fire Lord. His hair was long and held the headpiece of the Fire Lord. The left side of his face held no scar. Standing at attention in front of him were soldiers of the 41 Division. 2 dragons, one red and one blue, appeared and started to circle around him. It's getting late, the blue dragon said in Azula's voice. Are you planning to retire soon, my lord? I'm not tired, Zuko said. He felt just fine. Relax, Fire Lord Zuko. Just let go. Give in to it. Shut your eyes for a while. His eyes began to droop, until the red dragon spoke. No, Fire Lord Zuko. Do not listen to the blue dragon. You should get out of here right now. Go! Before it's too late. Sleep now, Fire Lord Zuko, the blue dragon whispered in his ear. The throne room disappeared. The soldiers collapsed, revealing to be nothing more than suits of armor. Zuko looked around but only saw darkness. Then a pair of eyes flashed in the darkness, revealing the blue dragon. Sleep, just like Mother. It lunged at him, opening its mouth wide. The blue dragon disappeared, but Zuko heard someone else. Zuko! Help me! His mother's voice cried out. But before he could do anything, the floor ate him alive. In the real world, he started to sweat again. The sun was setting when they reached the outer wall. It's still there! Aang cried out as he pointed at the drill, which blocked off by a wall as big as it. What is that? The Earth King asked, shock lacing his voice. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, he didn't even know what it was he was seeing. It's a drill, Sokka told him. A giant drill made by the Fire Nation to break through your walls. They landed on the wall and looked down at the drill. I can't believe I never knew, the Earth King said. He had been led around by the nose and he went along with it willingly. As he stared down at the drill, he felt like a fool. It is not your fault, Gaara told him. You were blinded by a rat that wanted power and control over the city and you. The Kazekage could see that the Earth King was a man who had placed too much trust in an advisor who wanted to control him. He could also see that if he was given some proper lessons and training in how to rule, he would make a decent ruler. They heard an Earth elevator coming up, revealing Long Feng and 2 Dai Li agents. I can explain this, Your Majesty, Long Feng told him. This is nothing more than a construction project. Really? Asked Katara. Then perhaps you can explain why there's a Fire Nation insignia on your little construction project? The insignia was there for everyone to see. The Earth King eyed him suspiciously, waiting to hear his reply. Well, it's imported, of course. You know you can't trust domestic machinery, his advisor replied, trying to smile the problem off. I call bull. Complete and utter bull, Xia declared. What he had just said was stupid to say. If he knew about the war, why would he say that? I'm with her, Choji agreed. Yeah, same here, Temari said. It's pretty stupid to import machinery from a country you're at war with, Kankuro said. There is no war, Long Feng told them, a small scowl on his face. You might as well stop, Gaara said. There is no way you can get yourself out of this one, Ino told him. He had cornered himself with that last explanation, and they had him on it. Surely you don't believe these children over instead of your most loyal attendant? Long Feng asked the Earth King, turning the attention back to him. The Earth King wasn't sure what to do. Seeing that his confidence was failing, Sokka spoke up. Your Majesty, if you will not take care of him, I will. Long Feng scoffed at the notion that sentence carried. You don't have that kind of power, boy, he told the tribesman. He wasn't sure what happened in the throne room, but he was certain it was a fluke. As a matter of fact, I do. Dai Li. The Earth King placed a hand on his shoulder. No, Sokka. I will take care of this. He turned to Long Feng and the Dai Li agents. Dai Li. Arrest Long Feng. I want him to stand trial for crimes against the Earth Kingdom, he commanded. Both Long Feng and Team Avatar, minus the shinobi, who were professionals and kept their opinions to themselves, and Sokka, who saw it coming, were shocked at what the Earth King had said. The two Dai Li agents shared a look and then cuffed Long Feng with metal shackles. You can't arrest me, Long Feng protested. You all need me more than you know. The Dai Li agents pulled him away. All right, cheered Xia. Long Feng is long gone. That could have been better, Ino commented. It had sounded cheesy to the Yamanaka. Hey, it was the only one I could think of, she replied, trying to defend what she had said. I probably would have said the same thing, Sokka told them. See, the I sure agrees with me. He frowned at those words. Are you ever going to stop calling me that? No, she replied with a straight face. A slow, almost mocking, clap was heard on the wall. Very impressive, Your Majesty, Naruto's voice rang out as he walked out of the nearby command post. It's nice to see you finally grow a backbone. He stopped and stood before the group, completely relaxed and confident. Who are you? The Earth King asked as the royal guardsmen moved in front of him. No need to panic, boys. I'm not going to attack him, the blonde told the guardsmen. As for who I am, pardon my rudeness. He bowed. I am the paragon of the Fire Nation and bodyguard to the Princess Azula. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. And in case you already haven't figured it out already, the war is real. I've been fighting in it for 3 years. Why are you here, Naruto? Asuma asked. His chakra blades out and ready to use. If the blonde was going to make an attempt on the Earth King, it wouldn't work. You know him? The Earth King asked, surprised by that. It was a day for him to be surprised. He used to be one of us, a shinobi, Choji explained to him. That is, until he was banished. I think you mean until I left, Naruto replied easily. The old hag never actually banished me, so technically the shinobi present could legally capture or kill me, and collect the bounty for it, although I don't know how much bounty would they place on someone like me. He looked over to where Gaara and his siblings stood. It's good to see you back among us, Gaara, he said with a somber tone. Naruto, Gaara greeted. There were no other words to say or that needed to be said. You didn't answer Asuma-sensei's question, Naruto, Ino spoke up, getting his attention. Why are you here? Oh, it's simple. I'm just getting rid of the trash. He turned to face the edge of the outer wall and walked towards it, stopping a few steps before the edge. You might want to give me a little more room. This is the first time I'm actually going to use this thing. He held out his hand and concentrated. A blue, spinning orb began to form in his hand. A Rasengan, thought the Konoha shinobi. They were surprised by the fact he could do it with a single hand, having thought that he needed a clone to help him with it. And now for the next step, he muttered. for large, white blades formed on the orb and everyone heard the very air itself being cut. Here we go. He leapt up into the air. If anyone had paid attention to his eyes, they would have noticed that they were crimson red instead of blue. Futon, raisin shuriken, wind style, spiraling shuriken. He cried out as he seemed to hover in the then he threw the jutsu down at the drill. He threw it. How can he throw something that dense with chakra? The shinobi thought to themselves. They had never seen anything like that before. The jutsu hit the drill and that was the last they ever saw of said drill. An explosion shaped like a giant sphere formed, obscuring everything within it and lashing out with violent winds. When the sphere disappeared, there was nothing left of the drill, or the low wall blocking it off. The only thing left was a very, very deep crater. Naruto landed back on the wall. Well, my work here is done. Bye. He walked away as everyone else was still looking at the crater. Everyone was too stunned by what they saw to try and stop him from leaving. They managed to regain their wits and decided to head back to the palace. By the time they regrouped in the throne room, night had fallen. I want to thank you, young heroes, for opening my eyes, the Earth King told them. They stood before the throne. Bosco lay next to Shie, who absently scratched his ear. All this time, what I thought was a great metropolis was merely a city of fools. And that makes me the king fool. He covered his eyes with his hand. We're at war, with the Fire Nation. He was still having a hard time believing it. That's why we came to Ba Sing Se, Your Highness. Because we think you can help us end the war, Sokka told him, walking forward. Akela padded forward as well and sat on his haunches. We don't have much time, he said. There's a comet coming this summer. Its energy will give the firebenders unbelievable strength. They'll be unstoppable. But there is hope, Sokka continued. Before the comet comes, we have a window of opportunity. A solar eclipse is coming. The sun will be entirely blocked out by the moon and the firebenders will be helpless. What are you suggesting, Sokka? The Earth King asked. It sounded like the tribesman had a plan, but he wasn't sure. That's the day we need to invade the Fire Nation. The day of Black Sun, he told the ruler of the Earth Kingdom. Oh, that's a good title, Shia said. Not bad, Shikamaru agreed. It was both dramatic and ominous. The Earth King thought it over. I don't know. That would require moving troops out of Ba Sing Se. We'd be completely vulnerable, he told them. Not to mention the power the Fire Nation Paragon wields could easily destroy the troops. You're already vulnerable, Sokka said to him. The Fire Nation won't stop until Ba Sing Se falls. You can either sit back and wait for that to happen or take the offensive and give yourself a fighting chance. And you also do not need to worry yourself about Naruto, Asuma said, trying to assure him. If he tries to attack us during the invasion, he'll be facing not only us, but also 2 other teams from Konoha as well as the Kazekage and his siblings. He was certain that they would be able to hold him down if they threw everyone against him. The Earth King contemplated the information he was given, staying silent. It still sounded like a risky plan to him, but they did have good points. Very well. You have my support, he announced, sending Team Avatar, minus the shinobi, who were professionals and kept their opinions to themselves, into victory cheers, and Aang going around on an air scooter. Your Majesty, a voice spoke out. An Earth Kingdom general walked in and bowed before the king. I apologize for the interruption. This is General Hao, the Earth King explained. He's the leader of the Council of 5, my highest-ranking generals. We searched Long Feng's office, General Hao said, raising his head up from the ground. I think we found something that will interest everybody. That got everyone's interest. They made their way to Long Feng's office. When they got there, a chest was presented to the Earth King. There are secret files on everyone in Ba Sing Se, including you kids, General Hao told Team Avatar. The exceptions seemed to be you 7. He looked at Team Asuma and the Sand siblings. We're not from this side of the planet, Asuma told the general. Information about us would be sketchy at best. Toph Beifong, the Earth King read one of the scrolls. He handed it to Toph, who handed it to Katara. She opened it up and read it. It's a letter from your mom, she told Toph. Your mom's here in the city. And she wants to meet you. Long Feng intercepted our letters from home? Toph asked before shaking her head. That's just sad. The man had truly been paranoid. Aang, the Earth King handed him a scroll. This scroll was attached to the horn of your bison when the Daily captured it, General Hao explained to the air nomad. Aang opened the scroll. It's from the Eastern Air Temple, he told everyone as he continued to read it. Is there a letter for me and Sokka, by any chance? Katara asked, silently hoping for one. The Earth King looked through the chest. I'm afraid not. Sokka and Katara were disappointed by that piece of news. But there is an intelligence report that might interest you, General Hao said as he handed them a scroll. A small fleet of water tribe ships. Katara read the scroll's contents. What? Sokka asked as he looked over her shoulder. That could be Dad. Protecting the mouth of Chameleon Bay, led by Hakoda, Katara continued reading. It is Dad. Way to go, you two, Shia said with genuine happiness. You know where your dad is. That reminds me. The Earth King pulled out another scroll. Shia, this is addressed to you. It seems to be from your village. He held it out for her. What? She took the scroll and opened it. It's from the village leader. He says that the village will welcome me back with open arms now. She told them. As she read, she began to tremble. That's great news. Congratulations, Shia, Katara told her. Yeah, you must be happy that your village wants you back now, Ino agreed. Shia was still trembling and hadn't said a word. Shia? Aren't you excited? Aang asked. Those spirits damned, egoistical, rockheads. She yelled, fury lacing her voice. Everyone there then realized that she wasn't trembling with happiness, she was trembling with rage. They want me back? After all this time? Arg, I hate them. She stomped over to the fire and threw the scroll into it. What's the matter, Shia? Asuma asked as the scroll burned in the fire. They only want me back because I helped the Avatar destroy the drill, she growled. They want me back because I'm famous now, not because they want me. Feeling her side being nudged, she turned and saw Bosco at her side, worry and concern shining in his eyes. She fell to her knees and hugged his head, crying freely. Why? Why can't they just want me back for me? Why do they think I'm so useless? She asked the bear. No one really knew how to answer her. You should know that this is not a natural sickness, Iroh told Zuko as he poured tea. But that shouldn't stop you from enjoying tea. He fed the tea to Zuko. What's happening? Zuko asked. Something was going on with him, and he didn't know what it was. He felt like he was changing. Your critical decision, Iroh told him. What you did beneath that lake. It was in such conflict with your image of yourself that you are now at war within your own mind and body. What's that mean? You are going through a metamorphosis, my nephew. It will not be a pleasant experience, but when you come out of it, you will be the beautiful prince you were always meant to be. He placed another cloth on Zuko's head. Team Avatar, as well as the shinobi, regrouped the next morning in Long Feng's office. Shia was sitting against Bosco's side. Akela took a nap at Sokka's side. I can't believe it, Aang said as he reread the scroll. There's a man living at the Eastern Air Temple. He says he's a guru. What's a guru? A poisonous blowfish? Asked Sokka. It sounded like it was a name for a fish. No, a spiritual expert, Aang explained. He wants to help me take the next step in the Avatar journey. He says he can teach me to control the Avatar state. He looked at the scroll again and frowned. But there's also writing here I can't read. Let me have a look at it, Shikamaru said. Aang passed him the scroll. He took one look at the writing and his eyes widened. What is it, Shikamaru? Choji asked his friend. He simply handed the scroll to Gaara. It's addressed to you, he told the Kazekage. How would someone we've never met send a letter to Gaara? Temari asked. But Shikamaru didn't have a good answer for her. Gaara read the scroll until his eyes went wide as well. This guru says that he can help quiet what remains of Shikaku. He says he can help me finally sleep, he told his siblings. What? Are you serious? Kankuro asked. Gaara handed him the scroll. Read for yourself. Well? Temari asked as she looked over her brother's shoulder, trying to see what was on the scroll. He's right. That's what this guru guy says, the puppeteer shinobi told her. That was great news for their little brother. Who's Shikaku? Shia asked, the question getting everyone's attention, minus Team Asuma, who knew who Shikaku was. Well, Temari tried to come up with a good excuse but couldn't find one. Up until recently, I had something of a different personality, Gaara explained to Shiya. If I were to fall asleep, the other personality would take control of my body. We called this other person Shikaku, and he was often insane and bloodthirsty. Whenever he took control, a bloodbath was soon to follow. Whether it was friends or enemies did not matter. Recently, there was an incident that resulted in Shikaku disappearing. But a shadow of him remains. Every time I've tried to fall asleep, he is there, torturing me with memories of we did. Why do you say we? Aang asked him. He's the one who would gladly kill a person. That is true, but people did not see it like that. They did not know of Shikaku, so they thought I was a bloodthirsty monster, he told the air nomad. They were silent for a few seconds, taking in what he had just said. I think you should go, Gaara Kankuro said. This could help you. Are you sure? Of course, Temari agreed. And we'll come with you. Gaara said nothing, he simply nodded his thanks. He was silently glad that they would be coming. Well, I can't believe we know where our dad is now, Katara said, holding the scroll that had the good news. I know what you mean, Toph said, holding her letter. My mom's in the city. And from her letter, it sounds like she finally understands me. At least, she was hoping that was the case. This is all such big news, Sokka said. Where do we even start? There were so many places to cover, and he didn't think they could all go to them. Perhaps it's best if you split up, Shikamaru suggested. Split up? Aang repeated. We just found Appa and got the family back together. Now you want us to separate? He asked the Konoha shinobi. He has a point. You and Gaara have to meet this guru, Aang, Katara told him, seeing the logic behind the suggestion. If we're going to invade the Fire Nation, you need to be ready. And Gaara should be allowed to actually sleep. She had seen him stay awake all night, even when the others had gone to sleep. He thought it over and he could see the logic as well. Well, if we're going to the Eastern Air Temple, Appa and I can drop you off at Chameleon Bay to see your dad, he offered the waterbender. Someone has to stay here with the Earth King and help him plan for the invasion, Sokka said. I can do that. Shia raised her hand. No, you're not going to stay and help the Earth King without someone watching you. Oh, come on, Aishur. You still don't trust me? She asked. Bosco threw a glare at Sokka and growled at him. Akela opened his eyes and returned the growl. There's no need to worry, Sokka, Asuma told him. We'll stay here and keep an eye on her. And I will too, Katara said, standing up. I'll stay here with the king. Sokka, I know how badly you want to help Dad. You go to Chameleon Bay. Sokka also stood up and gave Katara a big bear hug. You are the nicest sister ever, he declared with a giddy happiness. Easy there, big brother, she said, pushing him off. But you're right, I am. A servant walked into the room. The Earth King invites you to join for breakfast, he announced, before bowing and leaving the room. There's food? Shia asked, perking up. Bosco did the same thing and the two of them shared a long, silent look. I call dibs on the meat, she declared before leaping up and running for the door. Bosco grabbed her by the leg and pulled her back, letting him to run out the door. He didn't get far before Shia jumped on him and wrestled him to the ground, letting her take the lead. Everyone else was silent. I'm not the only one who saw that, right? Choji asked. Trust me, I saw it too, Ino replied. After getting breakfast, which included a food duel of sorts between Shia and Bosco, everyone gathered near Appa to say goodbye. Aang walked over to Katara, who was petting Appa. Katara, I need to tell you something, he said as he began to blush. I've been wanting to say it for a long time. What is it, Aang? She asked. Before he could tell her, Kankuro slapped him on the back. Let's hit the air already, he said, earning a scowl from both his sister and Katara. He became confused by the scowls he was getting. What? The Earth King walked down the stairs to join them. Aang, Sokka, Temari, Kankuro, and Gaara, he began. I wish you a good journey. Boss Sig owes you its thanks. We look forward to your safe return. They saluted the Earth King. Sokka began to climb aboard when a soldier walked to the king. Your Majesty. There are 3 female warriors here to see you. They're from the Isle of Kyoshi, he told the Earth King. That's Suki, Sokka said in shock, falling from Appa. You know these warriors? The Earth King asked. Oh yeah, he answered as he stood back up. The Kyoshi warriors are a skilled group of fighters, trustworthy too. They're good friends of ours. Then we shall welcome them as honored guests. Aang moved to climb aboard Appa. Wait, Aang, Katara said, making him turn around. She gave him a hug and a kiss, making him blush. I'm really going to miss you guys, Toph told them. Aang and Katara gave her a hug as well. They then gave Sokka a group hug. Noticing Shuye's downcast expression, Sokka decided to do something. Get over here, Shuye, he told her. She brightened up and gave them all a big bear hug. After the hug fest was over, the groups parted ways. Location: Zuko and Iroh. Zuko awoke from his sleep, the fever gone. He stood up and noticed that Iroh was still asleep. Making his way to the bathroom, he washed his face. Looking up into the mirror, he gave a shout of surprise and took a step back. The person in the mirror had Zuko's eyes, but had no hair, no scar, and had an arrow tattoo on his head. He looked a lot like the Avatar. Oh! He screamed as he woke up. He panted for a minute, his eyes wide. He placed 2 fingers on the scar and, for once in his life, was glad that it was there. Appa flew away from the outer wall. What did I tell ya? Sokka asked everyone on Appa as he lay on his back, absently scratching Akela's ear. A little positive thinking works wonders. We got the king on our side, we got Long Feng arrested, and when we get back, Suki's waiting for me. Yeah, girls are waiting for us, Aang agreed. Thanks, positive attitude. When did he get a girl waiting for him? Kankuro asked aloud. Temari slapped him across the head. You were the one who interrupted their moment, she chastised him. Everything's gonna work out perfectly. From now on and forever, Sokka declared. Nothing ever works out perfectly, Gaara warned the tribesmen. Be careful about what you say. Long Feng sat alone in his cell. A Daily agent came to the door. Dinner, he stated, pushing a tray of extravagant food through the bottom flap. Long Feng grabbed a piece of food. The Council of 5 and the military are loyal to the Earth King, the agent said. But the Daily remains loyal to you, Long Feng, sir. Long Feng raised an eyebrow. Is that so? Then why did that water tribe peasant order you to let them go, and you obeyed? He asked the agent. The boy thinks he had control over us, but we are loyal to you, the agent repeated before leaving. Long Feng began to eat, a sinister smile growing on his face. Toph stood in front of a house. Taking a deep breath, she knocked on the door and the door opened on the 3rd knock. Hello? She called out as she walked in. Mom? Anyone home? She kept walking until she sensed something. But before she could do anything, a metal cage dropped on her, trapping her inside. Hey! Who do you think you're dealing with? One loud-mouthed little brat who strayed too far from home, a familiar voice told her. It was Xian Fu and Master Yu. The Earth King stood on a platform. A line of royal guards stood on either side of the platform. 3 Kyoshi warriors walked up the stairs and bowed to the Earth King. In our hour of need, the Earth King began. It is with the highest honor that I welcome our esteemed allies, the Kyoshi warriors. The Kyoshi warriors raised their heads, revealing them to be Azula, Ty Lee, and Mai. We are the Earth King's humble servants, Azula said, her golden eyes looking at the Earth King. Chapter 17, To Meditate and to Separate. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. It was the start of a new day in their new apartment. Iroh was standing over the stove, cooking, as Zuko walked in. What's that smell? He asked, rubbing his eyes and yawning. It had been the smell that woke him up. It's Juke, Iroh answered as he stirred the pot. I'm sure you wouldn't like it. His nephew walked over to the pot and took a sniff. Actually, it smells delicious. I'd love a bowl, Uncle, he said, holding up said bowl. Now that your fever is gone, you seem different somehow, Iroh noted as he poured some Juke. I know, Uncle. I'm looking forward to this brand new day, Zuko replied as he walked over to the table. We've got a new apartment, new furniture, and today's the grand opening of your new tea shop. Things are looking up, uncle. Iroh was shocked at what his nephew said, but he soon smiled. It may have been a trick of the light, but for a second, he could have sworn he saw Zuko as a young boy sitting there instead of Zuko as a teenager. Location: aboard Appa. As they flew towards Chameleon Bay, Aang took a look. The area looked like a broken vase, with one cliff having two small cave entrances, giving it an appearance of a fossilized chameleon. That was how the bay itself got its name. The location is also suited for any guerrilla forces seeking to disrupt the Fire Nation's line of communications, as its waterways are often used by its navy for logistical purposes. You haven't seen your dad in over 2 years, Aang said to Sokka as he landed Appa on a nearby cliff. You must be so excited. Sokka, however, was trying not to throw up. I know I should be, he replied. But I just feel sick to my stomach. Akela gave him the "this is not that hard" look. He tried to ignore it. You do not need to worry, Gaara said. Be glad that you are able to reunite with your father. He never really had the chance to know his. The tribesman calmed down when he heard those words. I guess you're right. Thanks, Gaara. He looked at Aang. What about you? Are you nervous to meet this guru? Not at all, the air nomad answered. I'm ready to master the avatar state. I'll do whatever it takes. He looked back at Gaara. What about you, Gaara? Are you nervous? He shook his head. I just wished to put this shadow away. It had haunted him for far too long now. Sokka and Akela didn't waste time disembarking from Appa. See you in a week, Aang told them. Appa launched into the air and flew off, leaving them alone. Sokka turned to look at the tents on the beach. He felt a nudge against his side. Sorry, Akela. He took a deep breath. We might as well get moving. Both he and the wolf began to make their way to the camp. They entered the camp, getting the warriors' attention. Noticing the looks, Akela began to growl. Take it easy, Sokka told the wolf. They're friends. But he was nervous too. Would they treat him like a kid again, or as a man? They kept walking forward, until they were blocked by a warrior. However, he, as well as the other warriors, welcomed Sokka warmly. They soon parted, allowing him and Akela to head to the big tent. They entered through the flap and that a council of war was meeting. His father, Hakoda, looked at the map in front of him. Bato was by his side and had noticed that Sokka and Akela had entered. He nudged Hakoda, who looked and saw his son. Sokka, he said. Hi, Dad, Sokka replied. Hakoda walked forward and gave him a hug, which Sokka returned with equal measure. Akela did nothing. He just sat on his haunches. Location: Ba Sing Se. Look, Bosco, the Earth King said to the bear. The Kyoshi warriors are here to protect us. Aren't you excited? Bosco just yawned. It's been a difficult week for me, he told the Kyoshi warriors. My most trusted advisor, Long Foam, and his Dai Li agents tried to take control of Ba Sing Se from me. It's terrible when you can't trust the people who are closest to you, Azula replied, kneeling in her Kyoshi getup. Mai and Tai Li sat behind her, wearing the same gear. But there is good news. As we speak, the Council of Five is meeting to plan an invasion of the Fire Nation this summer, on the day of a solar eclipse, the Earth King explained with an excited voice. Really? Asked Azula, her face not showing anything. Now that sounds like a fascinating and brilliant plan. Due to the fact that General Fang's base was captured by who we now know as the Scarred Dragon, the launch point has been changed, General Hao announced as he and the other generals stood over the map. But nevertheless, in 2 months, the army and navy will invade the Fire Nation on the day of Black Sunday. He bent the Earth Kingdom pieces on the large map over to where the Fire Nation was. Momo leapt up onto the map and knocked down the pieces. Or we could send in Momo to do some damage, Katara said from where she knelt on the opposite side of the map, laughing. The generals did not laugh with her. Sorry, she finally apologized. Never make jokes in a war council, Katara, Asuma told her from where he knelt by her side. It didn't help at all. General Hao bent the pieces Momo had knocked over back up, scaring Momo, who ran back over to Katara. All we need is the Earth King's seal in order to execute the plan. He bent a piece of the table over to where Katara, Team Asuma, and Shuya knelt. Katara picked up the scroll and stood up. Everyone else followed her. I'll get these scrolls to him right away. Thank you, General Hao, she told him. They bowed and walked away. Location: aboard Appa. They approached the Eastern Air Temple, sailing through the air. Aang could see that the air temple was just as ruined as the other two he had seen. But it did nothing to hide its beauty. As they came closer, he saw that someone was meditating alone. He had Appa land on the ground beneath the meditating man. Hello? Called out Aang. Both he and Gaara got off Appa and walked up the stairs, leaving Kankuro and Temari on the sky bison. Your guru Puthik, right? The person who attached the note to Appa's horn that brought me and Gaara here. Indeed, the guru answered. I was a spiritual brother of your people and a personal friend of Monk Gyatso. The man sounded wise, as befitting his age. Aang was briefly surprised at that revelation, while Gaara kept his face emotionless. In your note, you said you could teach me to gain control of the avatar state, the avatar said as they sat down. How? You must gain balance within yourself, before you can bring balance to the world, Puthik answered. And the first step to gaining balance is this. He handed Aang and Gaara a cup each. Drink up. Aang tried to drink it but spat it back out. It tastes like onion and banana juice, he complained. That's because it is. Puthik drank his cup. Yum yum! With that sentence, he seemed to become less ancient and wise and more youthful. The change astounded the air nomad. Gaara lifted the cup to his mouth and drank it down to the last drop. How can you drink that stuff? Aang asked him, surprised that he could stomach it. I've drunk worse. He put the bowl down and looked at Puthik. Guru, he began. You know of Aang through your friendship with the air nomads and with Monk Gyatso. But how do you know of what I have been through? Why do you think you can help me? He wanted to know the answer. Puthik smiled. I've traveled all over the world, young Kazakage, he told the redhead. While it is a bit different from what she went through, I believe that the same method I helped Mito go through will work with you. Gaara's eyes widened slightly when he heard that last part. You knew the Lady Mito? He nodded. Of course, she was also a personal friend. Who is Lady Mito? Aang asked. It didn't sound like anyone he was supposed to know. Gaara explained it to him. Lady Mito Uzumaki is the grandmother of Lady Tsunade, the Godame Hokage, and the wife of Hashirama Senju, the Shodame Hokage and one of the founders of Konoha. In a way, she is distantly related to Naruto. He turned to Puthik and bowed his head, while Aang's eyes widened after he had just heard this unusual bit of information about his enemy. To meet someone who had known them is truly an honor. Puthik chuckled. Ah yes, I knew Hashirama quite well. He and Mito loved each other very much. A genuinely interesting time to be around was when Mito was pregnant. Why? Aang asked curiously. One day, she was trying to kill him. The next, she was pranking him. He answered with a full-blown laugh at the memories. It is always interesting to watch a woman of the Uzumaki clan when she's carrying a child in her womb. Location: Earth Kingdom. Master Yu and Xian Fu rode a cart that carried the metal cage holding Toph. Eventually they came to a choice between two roads. I believe we need to go right, Master Yu told Xian Fu. What are you talking? Xian Fu replied as he stopped the cart. The Beifeng estate's this way. I'm quite certain you're mistaken. Hey! Toph called out, banging on the cage. Can you two old ladies quit your bickering for a second? I got to go to the bathroom. Oh, okay, but make it quick. Master Yu took out a key and began to move towards the cage. Xian Fu grabbed his arm. What's wrong with you? He demanded. Oh, very sneaky, Toph, Master Yu said, realizing what she was trying to do. Nice try, but you can't trick me. He sat back down on the cart. Let me out of here so I can kick both your butts. Toph shouted at the two of them. Quit your banging! Xian Fu shouted back, banging the cage. You might think you're the greatest earthbender in the world, but even you can't bend metal. The cart started to move again. Toph didn't say anything. She just placed a hand on the side of the cage. Location: Ba Sing Se. Two of the Kyoshi warriors sat in front of a large mirror, cleaning off their makeup. They had been given a large, very nice place to live in Ba Sing Se for the duration of their stay. We've been presented with an extraordinary opportunity, girls, Azula said as she walked to the window. Mai finally gets to wear makeup. That's not totally depressing? Ty Lee asked with agitated sarcasm. Mai, who was remaining consistent of red makeup beneath her eyes, making the appearance of someone who was either crying with blood or had a bleeding face, looked at her friend. Ty Lee was not one to use sarcasm, much less agitated sarcasm. I'm talking about conquering the whole Earth Kingdom, Azula told them, looking out the window. For 100 years, the Fire Nation has hammered away from the outside. But now we're on the inside, and we can take it by ourselves. Gosh, you're so confident, Ty Lee said again with agitated sarcasm. Azula quirked an eyebrow but did not turn around. The key is the Dai Li. Whoever controls the Dai Li controls Boss Sing Se. Ty Lee snorted. Like it's going to be that easy. Mai turned to her friend. What's going on, Ty Lee? She asked, starting to worry about her friend. Nothing, I'm fine, the acrobat replied shortly, obviously not wanting to continue the conversation. But her friend wouldn't let up. No, you're not. What's wrong? Nothing's wrong, okay? She almost shouted the question at her. Azula turned away from the window and walked over to the mirror. Something is bugging you, Ty Lee, she told the acrobat, her tone surprisingly gentle. We're your friends, you can tell us. Ty Lee tried to stay angry but couldn't. She let her shoulders slump in defeat. Sorry, guys. Something has been bugging me. Azula sat down on a nearby chair. What is it? You guys remember the swamp and who I met? The two other girls nodded. Well, the woman who I met was wearing the Kyoshi warrior outfit. And when she had started wearing the outfit she had taken, she began to worry but tried not to show it. So? Mai asked, not seeing where she was going with this. So if that woman was me, what does that mean? Does that I'll betray you guys and end up fighting for the Earth Kingdom? Tears began to well up in her eyes. I don't want that. You guys are my only friends. I don't want to fight you too. She began to cry at the prospect of the idea. It scared her. It scared her very much. Both of her friends just sat there in silence for what felt like a couple of minutes. I could be wrong, Azula said drily, but I think Naruto would be insulted by the fact you don't consider him a friend. Besides, if what you think happens, it won't matter. Ty Lee stopped crying when she heard those words. What? Azula gave her a hug. Ty Lee, even if we end up fighting each other in this war, I will still consider you my friend. Same here, Mai said, joining the hug. Tears flowed down Ty Lee's face, but they were not ones of sadness. They were ones of happiness. They soon broke the hug and went their separate ways. I think I'm beginning to find my answer, Azula thought as she prepared to go to bed. She wasn't sure if she had all of it now, but it was a step. Location: Eastern Air Temple. Aang and Gaara stood behind Puthik as he looked down at a creek. The sun had set, and the night life of the Eastern Air Temple had started up. In order to master the Avatar state and to be at peace with yourself, you must open all the chakras, Puthik told the two of them. Aang, Gaara, tell me everything you know about chakras. What are chakras? Aang asked, rubbing his eye. He now only wore his pants and felt a little sleepy. The only time he had stayed up all night was during the whole tank train thing, which wasn't a fond memory for him. There's only one kind of chakra, Gaara told the guru. He had removed the gourd, the belts and the vest but kept the remainder of his clothes on. And unlike the air nomad, he was fully awake. This wasn't the first time he had spent the whole night awake. From a certain point of view, yes, Puthik replied. He turned to the pool of water in front of him. The water flows through this creek, much like the energy flows through your body. As you see, there are several pools where the water swirls around before flowing on. These pools are like our chakras. He stirred the water, causing the moss on the water to move around. So, chakras are pools of spiraling energy in our bodies? Aang asked for clarification. Exactly, the guru answered. If nothing else was around, this creek would flow pure and clear. However, life is messy, and things tend to fall in the creek. And then what happens? The creek can't flow? Yes. But if we open the paths between the pools, he lifted the moss at the exit. The energy flows, Aang exclaimed as the water flowed faster through the creek, taking all of the moss with it. Gaara watched the water flow through the creeks. The 8 gates, he said to himself. Yes, the chakras are similar to the 8 gates, Puthik said, catching on to what Gaara was thinking. The 8 gates, what are those? Aang asked the Suna shinobi. That was something he had never heard of before. Points in the chakra network, Gaara explained to him. If opened, they grant the person immense strength and power. But the more gates you opened, the higher the price is. What's the price? Pain, the Kazekage answered shortly. If someone would open all the gates, they would have enough power to rival a Kage or possibly even you. But they would die in return. Aang could only gulp at those words. He couldn't even think of the kind of pain someone would get for each that kind of power. Puthik took them to another part of the temple, coming to a giant cavern. It was a wide, open place and fog surrounded where they sat. There are 7 chakras that go up the body, Puthik told Aang and Gaara, who sat opposite of him. Each pool of energy has a purpose and can be blocked by a specific kind of emotional muck. Be warned, opening the chakras is an intense experience, and once you begin this process, you cannot stop until all 7 are open. His face had a serious expression that seemed to age him quite severely. Are you two ready? He asked them. Yes, Gaara replied. Aang looked away for a brief moment but faced the guru with determination in his eyes. I'll do whatever it takes, he answered. First, we will open the earth chakra, located at the base of the spine, Puthik told them. It deals with survival and is blocked by fear. What are you most afraid of? Let your fears become clear to you. Aang saw visions of the blue spirit, himself in the avatar state, Sokka being beaten by General Fong, Sozin's comet, and then finally, he saw the Fire Lord surrounded by fire, all tinted with the color red. He screamed in fright at what he saw. Gaara saw memories of himself when he had lost control, butchering people because he wanted to see their blood. Stop it, he muttered to himself as he watched the memories repeat over again, always tinted red. No more, please just stop. Aang, Gaara, your visions are not real, Puthik's voice spoke to them, breaking through what they saw. You are both concerned for your survival. But you must surrender those fears. Let your fears flow down the creek. Both Aang's and Gaara's panicked expressions faded away as they calmed down and let their fear flow away. The images of their fear faded away as they heard a sound, almost like a chime ringing. You have opened your earth chakra, Puthik announced. He led them away from the cavern to behind a waterfall. Next is the water chakra? Asked Aang. It was rather obvious because they were sitting behind a waterfall. Brilliant! Maybe one day you will be a guru too, Puthik told the air nomad cheerfully. Then he grew serious. This chakra deals with pleasure and is blocked by guilt, he told the two of them. Now look at all the guilt which burdens you so. What do you blame yourself for? Aang closed his eyes and saw orange-tinted visions of what he did. I ran away, he said as he watched the memory of him running away from the Southern Air Temple. He saw what had happened at General Fong's fortress when he was in the Avatar state. I hurt all of those people. Gaara saw his past as well, seeing it all tinted with orange. I had caused them so much pain, he said as he watched the people of Suna looking at him with scared expressions when he was a child. Another appeared before him, one where he was still a child but would kill anyone that earned his ire. I have too much blood on my hands. Accept the reality that these things happened, Puthik told the two of them. But do not let them cloud and poison your energy. If the two of you are to be positive influences on the world, you need to forgive yourselves. Both Aang and Gaara were able to do that, silently surprised by how easy it was, making them hear ringing chimes again. Location: Chameleon Bay. This bay leads directly to the outskirts of Ba Sing Se, Hakoda told Sokka. We've been using these tangle mines to stop the Fire Nation ships from getting through. He looked at the mine that he and his son were sitting in front of while Akela sat by Sokka's side. Your father invented tangle mines himself, Bato told Sokka as he filled up the mine. Once he was done, he walked away. Sokka looked over the mine. Destructive, buoyant, and he took a sniff, which made him gag. Akela was smart enough to not try and smell what was in the mine. Horrible smell, he finished. Very perceptive, Hakoda praised his son. The mines are filled with skunk fish and seaweed. He placed the top on the mine, closing it. When his ship detonates the mine, the seaweed tangles up the propeller, and the foul smell forces people to abandon the ship. He used his machete to scrap off the remaining mix. I call it the stink and sink. Sokka laughed. Good one, Dad? You're definitely your father's son, Bato said nearby, rolling his eyes. Akela nodded in agreement with the older tribesman, even though no one saw him do it. A Water Tribe warrior ran up. Hakoda, our scouts have spotted 4 Fire Nation ships, he told his chief. Hakoda stood up. Bato, get these mines loaded up. The rest of you men, prepare for battle, he ordered his warriors. They all ran off to do what they were ordered. Oh, what should I do, Dad? Sokka asked, still sitting on the beach. Even though he had been tried and tested, he still felt like a kid who wanted to be a man. Aren't you listening? His father asked back. I said the rest of you men get ready for battle. He brightened up when he heard those words, happy to hear his father treat him like a warrior. He stood up, nodded once, and ran off to prepare, Akela on his heels. Location: Ba Sing Se. Zuko and Iroh stood at the back of their new restaurant, watching customers come in. Who thought when we came to this city as refugees, that I'd end opening my own tea shop? Iroh asked his nephew. Follow your passions, Zuko, and life will reward you. Congratulations, Uncle, Zuko told him. I'm very thankful. You deserve it. The Jasmine Dragon will be the best tea shop in the city. With the way the customers were coming, that was going to be absolutely true, very soon. No, I'm thankful because you decided to share this special day with me. It means more than you know. He placed a hand on Zuko's shoulder. Zuko gave him a hug in response. Now let's make these people some tea, he declared before walking to the back. Iroh stared at him and again, he saw the young Zuko for an instant. Yes, let's make some tea, he agreed, following his nephew to the back. Location: Eastern Air Temple. Puthik, Aang and Gaara sat on a ledge, watching the sun rise. Third is the fire chakra, located in the stomach, Puthik said to the two of them. My fire chakra would like to eat something other than onion banana juice, Aang said, holding his stomach. He was hungry and that stuff wasn't really cutting it. Gaara, on the other hand, didn't say a word. Puthik chuckled. Good one, he told the air nomad. Moving on, his tone became serious. This chakra deals with willpower and is blocked by shame. What are you ashamed of? What are your biggest disappointments in yourself? Aang meditated and saw a yellow-tinted vision of when he tried to learn firebending from Zhong Zhong, and what happened due to his impatience. I'm never going to firebend again, he declared. I can't. You will never find balance if you deny this part of your life, the Guru told him. You are the Avatar and therefore, you are a firebender. Aang did indeed open the fire chakra, but it did ring out a chime. Instead, it sounded like a soft whisper. That chakra opened less like a flowing creek and more like a burping bison, Puthik noted. Aang then proceeded to burp, loudly. Tastes like onions and bananas, he said. But strangely something else, pickles? Puthik just shrugged. He turned to look at Gaara. And what are you ashamed of, young Kazekage? He asked. What Gaara saw was the villagers avoiding him, his siblings staying away from due to fear, his father giving him only looks of disappointment. I've caused them so much grief, he muttered as he looked at the yellow-tinted memories. And yet they have forgiven you for what you did. You protected them from dangers many would run from. Let your shame flow away. Gaara concentrated, letting his shame drift away. They heard ringing chimes again. That's more like it, Puthik told him with approval. Location: Ba Sing Se. Two Dai Li agents slid down on the columns, listening in on what the Kyoshi warriors were talking about. I'm tired of wearing this girly disguise, Mai said as she sat on the steps. I don't know how anyone can fight in this. Maybe that's why it was so easy to beat the Kyoshi warriors and take their clothes, Ty Lee suggested as she practiced her chi blocking. How much longer do we have to serve the Earth King? The knife wielder asked aloud. If I have to clean up one more pile of bear poop, I'm going to throw up. Princess Azula promised we would go back to the Fire Nation as soon as we capture the Avatar. We just have to be patient. The acrobat started to practice her acrobatic movements. Shush up, Mai ordered, standing up. Do you want the whole palace to know we're Fire Nation? Sorry. She instantly apologized. The two agents shared a look and began to climb back up the columns. What they didn't know was that in the shadows of the columns behind them was Azula. Good work, girls, she said. I'm sure the Daily will deliver the message. Location: Eastern Air Temple. Puthik led Aang and Gaara to a ruined building where statues of past air nomad nuns stood. The fourth chakra is located in the heart, he told the two of them. It deals with love and is blocked by grief. Lay all your grief out in front of you. Aang looked at a statue of an air nomad with sad eyes before closing them. He meditated and saw his people appear before him in a landscape tinted green. He smiled, but the smile turned into shock when they disappeared into plumes of smoke. You have indeed felt a great loss, Puthik's voice said as it echoed around him. But love is a form of energy, and it swirls all around us. The air nomads reappeared, floating in the air. The smoke lifted Aang up into the air as well. The air nomad's love for you has not left this world. It is still inside of your heart, and is reborn in the form of new love. The smoke created by the air nomads began to coalesce together to form a face. To be more specific, it formed Katara's face. Let the pain flow away. The chimes rang again and Aang opened his eyes, tears of joy flowing freely. Very good, Puthik told him. He wiped the tears away. Can I have some onion and banana juice, please? He asked. For some reason, he was slowly beginning to like the stuff. Of course, but first the guru turned to look at Gaara. You say that you have caused people grief. But what has caused you grief? What Gaara saw was his family when they were younger, along with his father and his uncle. They were afraid of me, and for good reason, the Kazekage said as he looked at his family, all tinted green. You felt that your father was disappointed in you and that your uncle tried to kill because of your mother, Puthik told him. But even if they did not care for you, your brother and sister did. And in turn, so did the people of your village. Do not let the memories of your father and uncle trouble you anymore, let them drift away. It was difficult, but he managed to do so. They did not hear the chimes when he did, but the soft whisper instead. Is that hard to let them go? Aang asked him. Despite what they did to me, they are my father and uncle. I cannot help but love and remember them, he replied. His voice was quiet as he spoke. And there is what the air chakra is about, Puthik told him. He led the two to a room that was dominated by a giant statue of an air nomad woman. The fifth in the chain is the sound chakra, located in the throat. It deals with truth and is blocked by lies. The ones we tell ourselves. Aang closed his eyes and saw a vision tinted sky blue of when Katara asked him that one question. Why didn't you tell us you were the Avatar? Because I never wanted to be, he said. He never wanted to be the Avatar. He just wanted to be another air nomad, hanging out with his friends and exploring the world. You cannot lie about your own nature, Puthik told him. You must accept that you are the Avatar. What Gaara saw was the time at the Konoha hospital, when he was about to kill Lee. Naruto and Shikamaru had stopped him. The words he said came back to him. I live solely for myself. I love only myself. I was a fool, he muttered. What he had said that day now sounded completely idiotic to him now. Only if you think so, Puthik said. But if what you thought about yourself was true, why did you stay in the village? Surely you would have left the village in order to kill more people so you could prove your existence? The fact that you had stayed shows that you had lied. But you haven't lied to yourself in a while, have you? Both Aang and Gaara closed their eyes and accepted the truth. Aang saw a vision of him standing on a mountain cliff, looking down on the land and ready to protect it. Gaara saw himself standing on top of the Kazekage building, looking at the village he swore to lead, serve and protect. Both visions were tinted with the color of a clear sky. The chimes rang again. Very good, you too, Puthik said. You have opened the chakra of truth. He led them outside the temple. They sat on a curving staircase on the side of the mountain. The sixth pool of energy is the light chakra, located in the center of the forehead, he told them. It deals with insight and is blocked by illusion. The greatest illusion of this world is the illusion of separation. Things you think are separate and different are actually one and the same. Like the four nations, Aang said. Or the elemental countries, Gaara said. Yes, Puthik acknowledged. We are all one people, but we live as if divided. We're all connected, Aang said to himself, coming to realize what he was talking about. Everything is connected. That's right. Even the separation of the four elements is an illusion. If you open your mind, you will see that all the elements are one. Four parts of the same whole. Even metal is just a part of Earth that has been purified and refined. Location: Earth Kingdom. Toph stood in the metal cage, hitting the sides and the roof so she could feel the vibrations of it. Finally, she felt the traces of Earth within the metal. She smiled and then took a deep breath. She took an earth-bending stance and struck the side of the cage. "Come on, metal," she growled. "Budge." She struck the metal again, this time causing a dent. "Woo! Toph, you rule!" She threw another punch at the side of the cage. Location: Ba Sing Se. Katara, Momo, Shie, and Team Asuma walked by the Jasmine Dragon. "What do you say, guys?" Katara asked the group. "Let's get a cup of tea before we get back to the king." They were in no hurry. "I don't think that's a good idea," Shie said. "We should probably get right back to the Earth King. The sooner they did that, the better." "She's right," Asuma agreed. "These scrolls need to be delivered ASAP. "Oh, come on, Sensei," Choji said. "It won't hurt to take a small break." "Yeah, it's just one cup of tea," Ino pitched in. "We have plenty of time." Asuma thought it over. "Fine, we can stop for a small break," he conceded. Everyone else, except for Shikamaru, who didn't care, cheered slightly at the small victory. They walked up to the entrance. "Table for 7, please," Katara told a nearby waitress. They waited nearby. As they waited, Team Asuma checked the place. It was certainly busy, if the number of customers was anything to go by. "Uncle!" called out Zuko as he walked through the tea shop, holding a tray in his hands. "I need 2 jasmines, 1 green and 1 lychee." "I'm brewing as fast as I can," Iroh replied from the back, also holding a tray. Katara just looked at the two of them with a stunned expression before bolting out of the restaurant. "Katara, wait!" Shie shouted, going after her and Momo. "What's wrong?" she asked as she caught up with the waterbender. "Those 2 men were Prince Zuko and his uncle," Katara told her. "We have to get back to the palace." Shie grabbed Katara's arm and sped up, leaving a dust trail behind them as they ran to the palace. Team Asuma watched in surprise as the 2 girls ran off. They were about to follow when a man playing Pai Sho at a nearby table spoke, getting their attention. "Oh my, did she see something that surprised her?" he asked, looking at Team Asuma. Team Asuma looked at the man. His hair may have been black, but his eyes were the kind of blue that belonged to only one person they knew. "Naruto," Asuma said. "Hello, Konoha Shinobi," he greeted them mockingly. "Did you enjoy the show?" "What are you doing here?" Ino demanded. "Why does that always seem to be the first question out of your mouths?" he asked them with slight exasperation. "Try something that's a little more original. But to answer your question, I am enjoying a cup of tea and playing a friendly game of Pai Sho." Speaking of which, he moved a piece on the board. "I win." "Another game?" asked the other person. "Sure." They began to rearrange the pieces, ready to start again. "Why are you still here?" he asked Team Asuma when he saw they were still there, looking at him. "You should go after those girls. Who knows? They just might run into a nasty surprise." Team Asuma shared a look of horror before running out of the tea shop. Location: Eastern Air Temple. Night had fallen and the stars were out in their full glory. Puthik, Aang, and Gaara sat on the roof of the temple, so they could see all the stars. "This is the last chakra, isn't it?" Aang asked. "Yes," Puthik answered. "Once you open this chakra, you will be able to go in and out of the avatar state at will, and when you are in the avatar state, you will have complete control and awareness of all your actions." "Let's do this," he declared. Gaara nodded silently. "The thought chakra is located at the crown of the head," the guru told the 2 of them. "It deals with pure cosmic energy, and is blocked by earthly attachments. Meditate on what attaches you to this world." Aang saw images of Katara while Gaara saw images of his friends, family, and his village. Both were tinted violet. "Now let all of those attachments go. Let them flow down the river, forgotten." Aang snapped out of his mediation when he heard those words. "What? Why would I let go of Katara?" he asked. "I love her." "Learn to let her go, or you cannot let the pure cosmic energy flow in from the universe," Puthik told him. Why would I choose cosmic energy over Katara? How could it be a bad thing that I feel an attachment to her? He demanded. 3 chakras ago, that was a good thing. You must learn to let go, Puthik told him sternly. They then heard the ringing chimes and saw that Gaara had opened his eyes. I have never seen someone open the 7th chakra so easily. Even Mito had difficulty with it, the guru said with slight wonder in his voice. I had once thought I existed for myself and only for myself, Gaara replied. You had wanted me to return to that same line of thinking. The only difference is that I returned with a positive look instead of a negative look. An interesting way to open it. The guru stood up from where he sat. Aang, I want you to stay here and think on your attachments. I have one last thing to teach to Gaara. He led the shinobi off the roof and into the temple. They walked through the empty halls and corridors that showed the ruined state they were in. Eventually, they came to a room that only held a large mirror on the opposite wall. Why are we here? Gaara asked as he quickly looked around. It wasn't a big room and its only defining feature was the mirror before him. We are here so you can open the 8th chakra, Puthik answered his question. But you said that there were only 7 chakras. The Kazekage remembered that part of the conversation back at the creek. Do you remember when you realized that the 7 chakras are similar to the 8 gates? Gaara nodded. That is true from a certain point of view. However, the chakras and the 8 gates are the same, the guru told him. But the 8 gates are not located where the 7 chakras are. He remembered his lessons on the location of the 8 gates. They were nowhere near where the 7 chakras were. Remember your basic lessons in chakra, Puthik reminded him. It comes from both the physical energy that is in every cell of your body and from the spiritual energy gained from exercise and experience. The location of the 8 gates is the physical side and the location of the 8 chakras is the spiritual side. The earth chakra is the gate of opening. The water chakra is the gate of healing, and so on. Are you ready? He fell silent for a moment, and then he nodded. Yes, I am ready. He sat down in front of the mirror and looked upon himself. The 8th chakra is the mirror chakra, known to shinobi as the gate of death, located in the eyes, Puthik began. It deals with acceptance and is blocked by denial. You must be able to accept who you are and what you have been. Look deep inside yourself and find the shadow of Shikaku. Gaara closed and concentrated, trying to reach that level of depth. Visions of what he had seen before guided his way, the colors intermixing with one another. A part of him wanted to stop, but he pressed onwards. When the last vision showed itself to him, he opened his eyes again and saw nothing but darkness. That was all he could see, darkness. It felt like he was standing in a void. Well, look who it is, a voice echoed all around him. The Kazekage himself, I'm honored. Show yourself, Shikaku, Gaara commanded. He knew the voice well enough to know who it was talking. Footsteps were heard coming towards him. Out of the darkness, another Gaara appeared. This was different because of the crazed grin he wore, and that his eyes were not green, but gold. Is that any way to speak to your mother? Shikaku asked him. You are not my mother. He was a fool to even think of such a thing. But then again, he had no actual mother when he grew up, he only had Shikaku. You were the one calling me that. His gaze hardened. That is, until you forsook me. I had to rely on my power, not on yours. He wanted to be a shinobi people could depend on, not a Jinchuriki they would all live in fear of. You abandoned me. Shikaku accused him, his voice screaming into the void. But he wasn't affected by the scream that seemed to echo all around them. I did not abandon you, he replied. The Akatsuki extracted you from me. You're but a shadow of Shikaku. The shadow rushed forward and grabbed Gaara by the throat. You think because you've opened the chakras, you'll be able to banish me? You'll never be rid of me. I will always be there to plague your dreams. I won't fade away. He screamed, lifting the Kazekage into the air. Again, the scream echoed in the void. And again, he wasn't affected by it. I know, because I will not allow you to fade away. His simple reply stunned Shikaku. What are you saying? He asked as his grip on Gaara's throat loosened. The redhead landed on his feet easily enough and faced the shadow. When I first came to this temple, I wanted to get rid of you so I could be free of past memories, he said. But I now realize that if I were to do that, I would be denying a part of myself. I must be able to accept everything about me, which includes my past and you. You may just be a shadow of Shikaku, but you are still Shikaku. You are a part of me. So I accept you. What you are and what you will be. So you'll just accept me? After all I've done to you? Tears began to well up in Shikaku's eyes. Why? Because I can, he answered. Thank you, Shikaku said before he disappeared. What Gaara heard this time was not chimes ringing but a bell tolling. He opened his eyes and looked at himself in the mirror. He couldn't say how, but he looked different somehow. Congratulations, Gaara, Puthik said. You have opened the last chakra and have made peace with yourself. I have nothing left to teach you. He stood up and faced the guru. Thank you, Guru Puthik. He bowed to the man. You're welcome, young Kazekage. He returned the bow. I have to get back to Aang and see what his decision is. Very well, I will go back to my brother and my sister. They walked out of the room and parted ways. As Gaara made his way down to where his siblings were, he looked around. Everything looked a little different, and yet, they were the same as before. Maybe it had to do with what changed within him. He was silent when he finally made it to where Temari and Kankuro sat next to Appa. Got any 3? Kankuro asked his sister, holding cards in his hands. Go fish, Temari told him, also holding cards. Damn it! Now I know you're cheating, he accused her. Ever since they had started playing, most of what he got out of her was go fish, and it had finally gotten to him. No, I'm not, she protested angrily. Is this because Gaara and I walked in on you and Shikamaru? The puppeteer shinobi asked her. Is that why you're always cheating now? Oh, will you just let go already? That was old news and the two of them would still not let it go. Let it go, he repeated. We walked in on our half-naked sister straddling Shikamaru Nara and trying to take his shirt off. Well, you should've. She stopped when they heard footsteps coming towards them. They turned to see Gaara coming up the steps. Temari, Kankuro, he greeted them. Gaara, is everything okay? Kankuro asked. His brother looked different somehow. Everything is fine. I've opened all the chakras and have come to terms with Shikaku's shadow, he told them. I can finally sleep peacefully. That's great, Temari congratulated her brother. Do you feel any different? Like Kankuro, she could see that he looked different. He walked over to Appa and climbed atop the sleeping sky bison. I feel a little tired. I think he never finished the sentence because once his head touched Appa's fur, he was out like a light. Temari and Kankuro continued their game quietly. They weren't going to begrudge their little brother of his first night of peaceful sleep. Location: Ba Sing Se. Katara ran into the throne room, Shia right behind her. They noticed the 3 Kyoshi warriors kneeling in front of the throne. Thank goodness you're here, Suki, Katara said. Wait, princess. That's not. Shia tried to tell her, but Katara continued ignoring her. Something terrible is going on. The Fire Nation has infiltrated the city, the waterbender told who she thought was Suki. Not only have we seen the Fire Nation Paragon, but I just saw Prince Zuko and his uncle. We have to tell the Earth King right away. Suki stood up and walked forward. Oh, don't worry. I'll be sure to let him know, she said, her gold eyes gleaming in the light. That's not Suki, Shia finally said. Momo screeched and flew away. Katara was about to attack when Ty Lee leapt at her and Shia, blocking their chi and knocking them out. They both fell to the floor unconscious, Katara landing in the water from her pouch. Not bad for a circus freak, right? Ty Lee asked the unconscious waterbender. What? Got nothing to say. When she had heard that insult at the back of the drill, she had been enraged. And now, she had delivered payback. That's enough, Ty Lee, Azula told her as she and Mai stood over the 2 unconscious girls. So Zuzu's in the city too? I think it's time for a little family reunion. They didn't notice the flying lemur escaping, nor did they notice the 4 shadows at the throne room door. Location: Eastern Air Temple. Puthik rejoined Aang on the roof, having left Gaara to go back to his family. I've thought about my attachments, Aang told the guru as he sat back down. And? Asked Puthik. I'm sorry, but I can't let go of Katara. He just couldn't. Aang, to master the Avatar state, you must open all the chakras, the old man told him. Surrender yourself. The choice weighed on him. It was either the Avatar state or Katara. And he knew what he had to do. Okay, I'll try. He closed his eyes and once again saw an image of Katara. Now think of your attachments and let them go, Puthik's voice told him. Let the pure cosmic energy flow. The image of Katara disappeared and he found himself standing on bridge of light above the world. Looking at where the bridge went to, he saw a larger image of himself, the eyes and tattoos glowing white while everything else was black. He knew that this was the form of the Avatar state. He walked forward and his own tattoos began to glow. The Avatar state lowered itself to him and placed its hands on either side of him, encasing him in an orb of purple energy. It was going well, until he heard a familiar scream. Turning his head, he saw a vision of Katara in chains, demanding to be let go. He ran out of the orb, dissipating it, and ran onto the bridge, making the Avatar state disappear as well as the glowing of his tattoos. The bridge followed suit, disappearing under his feet and sending him falling to the planet. He snapped his eyes open. Katara's in danger, he said, standing up. I have to go. He leapt off the roof and went down the side. No, Aang, Puthik said, stopping him at the edge. By choosing attachment, you have locked the chakra. If you leave now, you won't be able to go into the Avatar state at all. He hesitated for a second, but continued on, leaving behind a disappointed Puthik. He ran all the back down to where Appa and the three shinobi were. He woke Appa up and flew them away from the Eastern Air Temple. Location: Earth Kingdom. They continued to drive the cart during the night. They stopped when they heard a loud noise coming from the back. Stopping the cart and going to investigate, they discovered the cage holding Toph had a giant hole in it. It's another one of her tricks, Master Yu declared. There's a giant hole in the box, Xian Fu replied. How is that a trick? It's not, Toph declared from behind them. It's the real deal. She then bent the earth to jet out two walls from the ground. She then bent the two walls together, catching Master Yu and Xian Fu together, and then bent the walls into pushing them into the cage. She then leapt at the hole and bent the metal shut, sealing her two captors inside. I am the greatest earthbender in the world, she declared after jumping to the top of the cage. Don't you two dunderheads ever forget it. She leapt off the cage and began to earth surf away, heading back to Ba Sing Se. I'm going to be stuck in here forever with you, aren't I? Xian Fu asked Master Yu. They crammed into the cage and couldn't really move. I have to go to the bathroom, Master Yu finally said. Xian Fu just banged his head on the metal. Location: Chameleon Bay. Sokka was just finished gearing up when Hakoda walked up to him and Akela. Ready to go knock some Fire Nation heads? He asked. You don't know how much this means to me, Dad, Sokka replied, standing up. I'll make you proud and I'll finally prove to you what a great warrior I am. He placed a hand on his son's shoulder. Sokka, you don't have to prove anything to me. I'm already proud of you and I've always known you were a great warrior. Really? Why do you think I trusted you to look after our tribe when I left? He asked his son. I knew you would live to your namesake. Sokka was confused by what his father said. My namesake, what are you talking about? You were named after the first water tribe Paragon. From what your grandfather said around the fire, he was both a great warrior and a great strategist. Hakoda told him. From what Bato has told me, and from what I've heard, you've certainly done well in both. He was silent for a minute as he went through what he had just heard. Well, that's ironic, he finally said. What do you mean? His father asked. He pulled the Paragon medallion out of his shirt to show him. The implication was clear. Hakoda looked at the medallion, looked at his son, looked back at the medallion, and then laughed. That is ironic. Sokka joined in the laughter. Once they were done, they made their way to the ship when Akela turned around and started barking. Sokka turned to see what the problem was, only to see Appa land in front of them. This can't be good news, he said when he saw Aang's concerned look. After learning about Katara's predicament, Sokka and Akela boarded Appa, who then took off. As they flew away, Sokka looked back at the sailing ships. Hakoda looked back at the sky bison and smiled. Location: Ba Sing Se. Two Dai Li agents led Azula towards Longfeng's prison cell. What is this about? She demanded as they entered the cell. Your agents show up in the middle of the night and drag me down here? You will not treat a Kyoshi warrior this way. But you're not a Kyoshi warrior, are you? Long Feng asked, standing up. Isn't that right, Princess Azula of the Fire Nation? She went still for a moment when she heard those words. It was rather foolish of you to come here without your bodyguard. Where is the Fire Nation paragon? I don't need him at my side constantly, she replied angrily. I'm capable of handling myself, despite what he thinks. She made it sound like he was holding her back. Of course you are, he replied with condescending sarcasm. What do you want? I want to make a deal, he told her. It's time I regained control of Ba Sing Se, and you have something I need. Oh? The Earth King's trust. Why should I help you? Because I can get you the avatar, he said, walking closer to her. I'm listening. He smirked. What a foolish girl. He had her right where he wanted her. Zuko and Iroh were closing up shop when a courier entered. A message from the royal palace, he told Iroh, handing him a scroll and leaving. Iroh opened the scroll and read it. I can't believe it, he said in stunned surprise. What is it, uncle? Zuko asked as he walked up to him, wanting to see what the message said. It's great news. We've been invited to serve tea to the Earth King, his uncle told him before running off to the kitchen. Zuko just smiled and continued to sweep the dust away. His smile faltered when he looked out to the city and thought that the blue spirit was watching him from a nearby roof. He blinked and the blue spirit was gone. But he didn't like what the chill creeping up his spine that came afterwards. Azula was let out of Long Feng's cell. The Dai Li agents did not notice the small smirk she had. Exactly right where I want him, she thought to herself. Chapter 18, Gather and Fall. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Earth Kingdom. Appa flew towards Ba Sing Se. Aang and Sokka sat on his head while Akela and the Sand siblings sat on his back. Gaara had woken up a little earlier from a deep, peaceful sleep. So, what kind of trouble is Katara in? Sokka asked Aang. They had been pushing it ever since they had picked up the tribesmen, and they were probably going to reach Ba Sing Se with a new record. I don't know, the air nomad answered. In my vision, I just knew she needed help. It might have been sketchy, but it was all he needed to come back. It would be nice if your avatar powers could be a little more specific from time to time, the tribesman complained slightly. Vague answers will get you into trouble, Gaara agreed. Shinobi tried to avoid situations that came from vague answers. But Aang was barreling straight ahead. Sokka noticed a dust trail moving fast to the outer wall of Ba Sing Se. What is that? He asked, pointing at it. Getting closer, they saw that it was Toph earth surfing. Need a ride? He called out, making her lose concentration and fall off, making the others wince. That's going to hurt, Kankuro stated. Akela nodded in agreement. Location: Ba Sing Se. The Dai Li stood in front of Azula. They stood in a hall with statues looming over them. It would have been intimidating if the statue weren't covered in drapes. The Earth King and the Council of Five do not trust the Dai Li, she told them. They imprisoned your leader, Long Feng. Soon they will turn on you and eliminate you. Seizing power today is a matter of life and death. She walked down the stairs. This coup must be swift and decisive. The Earth King and each of the 5 generals must be taken out simultaneously. Long Feng has placed you in my command while we overthrow the government. Spotting a nervous agent, she walked up to him while still talking to them all. If I sense any disloyalty, any hesitation, any weakness at all, I will snuff it out. That is all. The Dai Li marched away at that silent order. Ty Lee poured a cup of tea. Both she and Mai were still posing as Kyoshi warriors. Nice speech, Azula, she said to the princess as she walked back up to them. It was pretty and poetic, but also scary in a good way. Yeah, Mai agreed. I thought you were going to make that one guy pee his pants. That would have been something to see. There are still a few loose ends. The Avatar, and my brother and uncle, Azula said, holding the cup of tea. But with any luck, those loose ends would be tied up quickly. Iroh and Zuko stepped out of a carriage and started to walk to the palace. There are many times that I imagined myself here, at the threshold of the palace, Iroh said. But I always thought I would be here as a conqueror. Instead, we are the Earth King's personal guests here to serve him tea. Destiny is a funny thing. It sure is, Uncle, Zuko agreed. Location: Earth Kingdom. They came in view of the outer wall. So how did it go with the guru? Toph asked Aang as she held on to Sokka. Did you master the Avatar state? Aang could only remember Puthik's last warning. If you leave now, you won't be able to go into the Avatar state at all. Aang, are you okay? Sokka asked, getting his attention. I'm great. It went great with the guru. I completely mastered the Avatar state, he hurriedly assured them before chuckling nervously. That baka, Gaara muttered to himself, although his brother and sister had heard him. He's lying. Are you sure? Temari asked him quietly. Look at his body language. I've seen our academy students lie better to their teachers. He never mastered the Avatar state. That was the entire point of journeying to the Eastern Air Temple in the first place. Should we tell the others? Kankuro asked his brother. He shook his head. No, we don't need any more problems. We'll keep silent for now. Location: Ba Sing Se. Zuko and Iroh were led to a room. They poured the tea, sat down and waited. What's taking so long? Zuko wondered aloud after a minute of silence. Maybe the Earth King overslept? Iroh suggested. Somehow, I don't think so, he replied, half sarcastic. He then noticed that Dai Li agents were entering the room. Something's not right, he whispered as the agents encircled them. It's tea time, Azula announced as she walked into the room. Azula, her brother said in surprise as he quickly stood up. Have you met the Dai Li? She asked the two of them. They're earthbenders, but they have a killer instinct that is so firebender. I just love it. She had them trapped with nowhere to go, and they knew it. Iroh stood up from where he knelt, seemingly calm and relaxed. Did I ever tell you how I got the name the Dragon of the West? He asked his niece, a cup of tea in hand. I'm not interested in a lengthy anecdote, Uncle, she replied, sounding like she was bored with them already. It's more of a demonstration, really. He began to drink his tea. Zuko had a small smile on his face, realizing what was about to happen. Iroh pulled him behind himself and breathed fire at the Dai Li agents. While they were distracted, Zuko punched a hole in the wall that led into the hallway using fire bending. He ran through the hallway with Iroh behind him. Two agents went through the hole after them, firing off pieces of their rock gloves via earthbending. They smashed into the wall as Zuko and Iroh turned the corner. The wall leading to the outside burst open due to lightning generated by Iroh, who then proceeded to jump out of the hole on the second floor and landed on a bush statue. Come on! He called to Zuko. You'll be fine. Zuko was indeed about to jump when someone pulled him back in. Uncle, run! He shouted out before disappearing from Iroh's view. He tried to break free from his captor's grip. Would you stop moving around so much, please? His captor asked him. He stopped moving, he knew that voice. I guess I should have expected to see you around. Anywhere my sister is, you're there or nearby. Right, Naruto? He turned his head slightly to look at the blonde. I am her bodyguard, Naruto answered. That you are, Azula said as she joined, flanked by Dai Li agents. What's the matter, Zuzu? You're not going to challenge your sister to an Agni Kai? She asked her brother with a mocking tone of voice. Why should I even bother? You'll just refuse. Besides, you have the advantage in numbers. I guess you did learn something at Akawan. She walked away as the Dai Li agents took care of him. Aang had Appaland at the royal palace. They went straight to the Earth King to ask him about Katara. Katara's fine, he reassured them. You have nothing to worry about. But in my vision, I felt so sure she was in trouble, Aang told him. Well, she met with the Council of Generals with Team Asuma and Shiya to plan the invasion, and since then, she and Shiya have been off with your friends, the Kyoshi warriors, while Team Asuma went to go look for the Fire Nation Paragon again, the Earth King said in reply. That's a relief, Sokka said. See, Aang? There was nothing to worry about. Okay, maybe you're right, Aang conceded. Whatever the case might be, he couldn't go back to the Eastern Air Temple again, not with Puthik there. Believe me, if there was any danger at all, Bosco's animal instincts would sense it, the Earth King told them. Bosco just raised his sleepy head, making Akela actually snort in disbelief. The others briefly wondered how he could pull that off. Katara kept walking back and forth in the catacombs. You know, you're going to wear out feet like that, Princess, she had told her from where she sat against a cluster of crystals. How can you be so calm? Katara demanded of her. They were imprisoned and she was acting like it was nothing. What? You think this is the first time I've been in a situation like this? She asked back. You just have to relax and be patient. I mean, it's not like it could get any worse. Just then, the entrance to the catacombs opened up. You've got company, a Daily agent announced as he threw a person down the ramp and closed the entrance. Zuko! Exclaimed Katara with a surprised look as she looked at the person who had joined them. Her surprise soon turned to anger. She had just groaned. I just had to say it. Appa landed in front of the house, allowing his passengers to get off. Toph walked up to the door and opened it. They walked through, only to find their movements frozen. What is the meaning of this, Shikamaru? Gaara called out to the house. They could suddenly move again. Sorry about that, Gaara, Shikamaru said as he and the rest of Team Asuma walked into the room. We had to be sure. Sure about what? Temari asked him. She could see that the Konoha shinobi were tense. Momo! Cried Aang as the lemur ran towards and up him. What happened? Gaara asked the other shinobi in the room. Katara and Shiya have been captured, Asuma stated. Everyone, except for his team, looked at him in surprise and shock. Katara is in trouble. I knew it, Aang declared. He had been right to leave the Eastern Air Temple. Oh no, groaned Sokka. Akela sniffed the air and began to growl at the door, his hackles rising. What's the matter? The tribesman asked the wolf. There's someone at the door, Toph announced. They heard knocking from the other side. Actually, I know who it is. It's an old friend of mine. She opened the door to reveal Iroh standing in their doorway. Glad to see you're okay. I need your help, Iroh replied. His presence surprised both Sokka and Aang. Both Team Asuma and the Sand siblings were on guard. Toph just raised a hand in greeting. You guys know each other? Aang demanded, pointing at them while Momo flew away. He couldn't believe that one of his own friends was on passable terms with Zuko's uncle. Put your finger down, Aang, Asuma told him with a pointed look. It's rude to point. The Avatar stared at him for a moment, but lowered his finger when he couldn't hold the gaze. I met him in the woods once and knocked him down, Toph told them as Iroh scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Then he gave me tea and some very good advice. May I come in? Iroh asked, taking his hand from his head. Toph nodded and he walked into the house. Princess Azula is here in Ba Sing Se, he said without preamble. She must have Katara, Aang said in realization. And Shiya as well, Gaara said. She has captured my nephew as well, Iroh told them. Then we'll work together to fight Azula and Naruto, as well as save Katara, Shiya, and Zuko, the air nomad declared. If he had to ally himself with Ko to save Katara, he would do it in a heartbeat. The Dragon of the West was surprised by what he heard. Naruto is here in the city? He shook his head. I should not be surprised. Wherever Azula was, Naruto was as well. Which begged the question, how long had his niece been in the city? Is this really a good idea? Shikamaru asked them all. It didn't seem like the best of plans to go on. Do you have any other ideas, little boy? Temari asked in return. I know how you must feel about my nephew, Iroh told them. But believe me when I tell you there is good inside him. Yeah, well, let us know when the good is on the outside as well, Sokka said. Akela rolled his eyes at what the tribesman said. Katara and Shiya are in trouble, Aang told his friend. All of Ba Sing Se is in trouble. Working together is our best chance. Sokka stayed silent for a few seconds, and then gave a nod of agreement. I brought someone along who might be able to help us, Iroh told them, walking back to the door. He opened the door and walked back onto the porch with the others behind him. On the porch was a gagged Daily agent, relieved of his rock gloves and shoes. His feet and hands were also tied. Toph quickly held him in place by earthbending 2 columns to jut out of the ground and hold him. Iroh walked up to him and pulled the gag down, as the ungagged Daily agent gasped for his breath. Azula and Long Feng are plotting a coup, he told them in a hurried voice. They're going to overthrow the Earth King. Where are they keeping my sister and Xie? Sokka demanded, pointing his machete at the agent. Akela simply bared his teeth. In the crystal catacombs of Old Ba Sing Se, deep beneath the palace. Everyone turned around and headed to Appa. Gaara stopped, turned back around and knocked the agent unconscious with his sand before catching up. The movements of all the generals and the Earth King have been plotted out step by step, a Daily agent told Long Feng as he stood outside the prison cell. Good, Long Feng replied as he mediated. And the Fire Nation princess is cooperating? Oh yes. More than cooperating, the agent answered. She's really taken charge. She's terrifying and inspirational at the same time. It's hard to explain. He walked off. Long Feng opened his eyes. This might turn out to be a problem, he thought. I'll have to make an example of the princess to reinforce the loyalty of the Daily. It would not do to have the loyalty of his men to be questioned by a foreigner. Why did they throw you in here? Katara demanded of Zuko as she paced back and forth. Zuko said nothing, he just kept his back to her. Oh wait, let me guess. It's a trap. So, when Aang shows up to help us, you can finally have him in your little Fire Nation clutches. Oh, for the sake of the spirit world, give it a rest, Princess Xia told her. It was getting annoying, the way the waterbender was ranting on at the third prisoner. Zuko turned his head to look at her once, and then looked away. You're a terrible person. You know that? Katara asked him, still ranting. Always hunting us. Hunting the Avatar. Trying to capture this side of the world's last hope for peace. But what do you care? You're the Fire Lord's son. Spreading war and violence and hatred is in your blood. You don't know what you're about, Zuko finally replied. I don't? How dare you? You have no idea what this war has put me through, me personally. She turned away and sat down, her hand touching the necklace at her neck. The Fire Nation took my mother away from me. Tears flowed down her face. Yes, everything is all just about you, isn't it, Princess? Xia asked with sarcasm in her voice. And here I thought it was all about the arrowhead. You know, one of these days that mouth of yours will get you into a lot of trouble. Shut up, Xia. Just shut up, the waterbender ordered the girl. I'm sorry, Zuko apologized to Katara, turning to face her. That's something we have in common. She looked at him with surprise, wiping the tears away. Well, what do you know? Toph said as she knelt and placed a hand on the earth. There is an ancient city down there. But it's deep. She bent the earth to open up, creating a tunnel. We should split up, Sokka said. Aang, you go with Iroh and look for Katara, Xia and the angry jerk, no offense, he told Iroh. None taken, he replied. And I'll go with Toph to warn the Earth King of Azula's crew. Momo landed on his shoulder, showing who he wanted to go with. We'll go with Aang and Iroh, Asuma said, gesturing to his team. Then we will go with Sokka and Toph, Gaara replied. They went their separate ways. Aang, Iroh, and Team Asuma went into the tunnel. While Aang extended the tunnel, Iroh used his firebending to light the way. So, Toph thinks you give pretty good advice, and great tea, Aang said to Iroh as they walked down the tunnel. The key to both is proper aging, he replied. What's on your mind? Aang extended the tunnel again. Well, I met with this guru who was supposed to help me master the Avatar state and control this great power. But to do it, I had to let go of someone I love. And I just couldn't. When he didn't hear anything from Team Asuma, he stopped and looked at them. You guys aren't surprised? Gaara already told us, Shikamaru told him. Apparently, you're a bad liar. Perfection and power are overrated, Iroh told them. He knew that all too well from his experience. I think you were very wise to choose happiness and love. Aang extended the tunnel for a third time. What happens if we can't save everyone and beat Azula and Naruto? He asked. Without the Avatar state, what if I'm not powerful enough? He hadn't really thought about it until now. And now, it was all he could think of. I don't know the answer. Sometimes life is like this dark tunnel. You can't always see the light at the end of the tunnel. But if you just keep moving. Aang extended the tunnel again, making the end break away and extinguishing Iroha's fire. You will come to a better place. They found themselves looking at old Ba Sing Se, the cavern illuminated by glowing crystals. They climbed the staircase up to the royal palace. There's General Hao, Sokka announced as they reached the top of the staircase. Realizing that something was wrong, he grabbed Toph and hid behind a nearby column. Momo, Akela, and the Sand siblings followed them. General Hao was indeed walking towards them, but what he didn't realize was that Dai Li agents were on the columns. 2 of them sprang into action by throwing metal cuffs at his hands and forcing him to his knees. "What's going on here?" demanded the general. "You're under house arrest," a 3rd agent told him. "The coup is happening right now," Sokka whispered to the others. "We've got to warn the Earth King." He grabbed Toph by the arm and ran off, the others right behind him. As they made their way to the Earth King, the other generals on the Council of 5 were being captured by the Dai Li. But they were unaware of this as they entered the throne room. "Thank goodness we're in time," Sokka said as he ran up to the throne, seeing that the ruler of Ba Sing Se was still sitting on it. Sitting next to him was Bosco, and standing below the dais were Tai Li and Mai, still dressed as Kyoshi warriors. "In time for what?" asked the Earth King. "Yeah, what are you in time for, cutie?" Tai Li asked as she cartwheeled towards Sokka. He kept a blank face. "The next time you kidnap someone, try to remember who's at the door," he told her. "Huh? Just drop the act already. We know who you are. They told us." He swung a punch at her, making her backflip onto the top of the Badger Mole statue. "What is going on?" the Earth King demanded, looking at everyone in confusion. "They're not the real Kyoshi warriors," Toph told him, making him gasp in surprise. "Sorry to disappoint you," Mai said before throwing a couple of knives at her. She blocked them by bending a rock barrier out of the floor. She then bent it at Mai, who jumped over it but got caught by a stone column that Toph bent out of the floor as well. Tai Li appeared in front of Sokka with a laugh, making him move away. He didn't try to fight her because he knew that if he made one mistake, she would take it. Every time she tried to jab him, he would dodge it. "Oh, it's like we're dancing together," Tai Li told him. "Well, this is the only dance you're getting out of me," he told her. He had been hit by her once. He didn't want it to happen again. "This fight is over," Azula declared. She stood behind the Earth King and was literally holding him at flame point. Sokka looked back at the Sand siblings, only to see that they were being held by Dai Li agents. Knowing that there was nothing they could do, both he and Toph held their hands up in surrender. Tai Li took advantage of that by leaping in between them and knocking them out via chi blocking. Momo tried to fly away, but a Dai Li agent sent him crashing to the ground by encasing him in one of his rock gloves. "Kami, take it. We should have helped them," Kankuro swore as he tried to struggle against the cuffs holding him. "They restrained us the moment the fight started," Temari reminded him. "They didn't even have a chance to open their weapons, much less fight." "Get them all out of my sight," Azula ordered, extinguishing the flame on her 2 fingers, and shoving the Earth King down the steps. Tai Li and Mai dragged Toph's unconscious body while a Dai Li agent dragged Sokka away. The agents also escorted the Earth King and the Sand siblings away as well. Akela and Bosco had no choice but to follow them, Bosco grunting with worry and Akela with a furious look in his eyes. Azula watched them go with a satisfied look, sitting on the Earth King's throne. The look turned into a scowl when she saw Long Feng approaching the throne with several Dai Li agents behind him. "Now comes the part where I double-cross you," he announced. "Dai Li, arrest the Fire Nation princess." The Dai Li did not move an inch, making Long Feng turn around to face them. "I said arrest her." They still did not move. "What is wrong with you?" Azula just sat there, her scowl turning into a smug grin. "Dai Li, restrain Long Feng." Naruto's voice rang out in the room. 2 of the agents immediately cuffed Long Feng with metal restraints. "What is the meaning of this?" he demanded. "You will release me. I am your leader." "No, you're not. You're just a temp," Naruto said, walking out behind a column. "I lead the Dai Li now, as is my right." "What are you talking about?" He smirked before turning around and walking towards the throne. "Tell me, Long Feng, do you know how the Dai Li were created?" Long Feng managed to regain his composure. Of course I do. During the reign of the 46th Earth King, there was a peasant uprising. The Earth King summoned Avatar Kyoshi to quell the uprising. She refused and proposed a compromise instead. The Earth King would listen to the peasants' grievances, and in return, she would protect the king's interests and the cultural heritage. She created an elite group of earthbenders that now known as the Daily. And now, he led the Daily. The blonde listened as he spoke, before finally shaking his head. Points for trying, but you forgot the other half of the story. What do you mean? He had read the history books. He knew what had happened. Naruto's smirk grew wider. See? If you were the actual leader of the Daily, you would know the rest of the story, he told the former advisor of the Earth King. I am the leader of the Daily. Long Feng almost shouted at him. These men have proven themselves to be traitors to the state. The rest of the Daily will free me soon enough. They are loyal to me. Once that happened, it would be time to go through the Daily ranks and see who was loyal to him. Wrong. The truth is that any Daily agent who was loyal to you is now dead. I had them killed, the blonde said to Hai. What? Long Feng's composure slipped as he had a look of shock on his face. That couldn't be true, could it? It is true that Kyoshi created the Daily, but she never told the Paragons at that time what had happened with the Earth King, Naruto began. When they had found out, they were furious. All 4 of the Paragons went to Ba Sing Se and straight to Kyoshi. They told her that she had no right to create a group that had the potential to wield power over the city and the Earth King. She told them that it was none of their business, and that the Avatar answers to no one. They responded by telling her that the Avatar did answer to someone, she answered to them. As punishment, they stripped her of command over the Daily and sent her back to her home island in exile. She had stayed there, in exile, for 40 years. The Paragons took control of the Daily after that. What is your point? He wasn't seeing one himself. That little story the blonde had just spun still didn't explain why the Daily refused to listen to his words. The smirk on the blonde's face had become fox-like. A Daily agent's loyalty to the Paragons first and to the Earth Kingdom second, he explained to the former advisor. I believe you saw a demonstration of that when Sokka showed them his Paragon medallion, correct? How do you know of that? Very few people knew of that incident, and he had tried to keep it that way. I gave him the book that held the laws concerning the Daily. He has as much right to command the Daily as I do, but we do not hold full command. I take it that you've taken the time to read the reports about the war? If so, you'll probably realize who I am. The smirk disappeared from his face, leaving him with a serious expression on his face. Long Feng's eyes went wide as he finally realized who it was standing before him. You're the Paragon of the Fire Nation. Correct, and now I have to take out the trash. Daily, he barked. The agents turned their attention to him. This man is guilty of crimes against Ba Sing Se. His punishment is execution. The former advisor chuckled. You can't just kill me. I run this city, it's under my control. You kill me and everything will collapse. He turned to look at Azula. I will make you another deal. Keep me alive and I will run this city for the Fire Nation in the place of the Earth King. It would keep him in power, and the city would still be his. Azula said nothing in reply. And wrong again, Naruto told him. How am I wrong? He asked, confident and patronizing. He knew that she would take the offer, she would have to. I'll let you in on a little secret. The blonde looked around, like he was making sure they were alone, which they weren't. You haven't been in control of Ba Sing Se since about him last autumn. His face lost the slightly comical expression he had as he spoke and became serious again. The method of execution is stoning. Daily, you will carry out the execution immediately. He Daily took Long Feng away. Long Feng didn't resist, he was just escorted away with a look on his face that he had lost in the very game he thought he was the master of. Both Azula and Naruto watched as he left. And that takes care of it, Naruto said. Indeed, Azula agreed. She looked at her bodyguard. You know, I was quite capable of taking care of him, she told him, slightly annoyed at what had happened. You were going to give him the divine right to rule speech, weren't you? He asked her, giving her a pointed look. Yes, she admitted. She had given that speech to Naruto a year ago. His response was to take her to rural villages in the Fire Nation and had her meet with the village leaders. After having many talks with many different leaders, she realized the right to rule wasn't divine but choice. I just wanted to throw him off, that's all. That's what I'm for, he told her. He then noticed that a daily agent had returned. I take it that my orders were followed? Yes, sir, the agent answered him. We have taken them to a room in the palace. Good, keep a close eye on them. I don't want them to get into trouble. The agent bowed and left. He turned to Azula. And now, I have to go. With that, he disappeared with a poof. I'm sorry I yelled at you before, Katara apologized to Zuko. The two of them were now standing while Shuya was still sitting down. It doesn't matter, he told her. It's just that for so long now, whenever I would imagine the face of the enemy, it was your face. To her, his face was the face of all the Fire Nation. My face? Repeated Zuko as he touched his scar. I see. People always saw the scar first and him second. No, that's not what I meant, she tried to assure him. It's okay. I used to think this scar marked me, he told her. The mark of the banished prince, cursed to chase the Avatar forever. But lately, I've realized I'm free to determine my own destiny, even if I'll never be free of my mark. Maybe you could be free of it, she offered him. What? He turned to look at her. I have healing abilities. It's a scar. It can't be healed. Everyone knew that. She walked forward, taking out the vial that Pakka had given her. This is water from the spirit oasis at the North Pole. It has special properties, so I've been saving it for something important. I don't know if it would work, but she touched Zuko's scar. However, they were interrupted when a side of the catacombs burst open to reveal Aang, Iroh and Team Asuma. Aang! Cried Katara in joy. She ran towards him and gave him a big hug. He hugged back and glared at Zuko. Zuko got a hug from Iroh and glared back. Oh, thank the spirits you guys got here, she had told Team Asuma as she stood up from where she sat. It was getting too melodramatic in here. It was 5 minutes away from being a bad romance story. Well, you're certainly taking this in stride, Asuma noted. As I told Katara, this is not the first time I've been in this kind of situation. I knew you would come, Katara told Aang as she gave him another hug. Uncle, I don't understand, Zuko told Iroh, who broken the hug. What are you doing with the Avatar? Saving you, that's what, Aang retorted. Zuko took a step in his direction but was stopped by Iroh. Zuko, it's time we talked, he stated. He looked over at the others. Go help your other friends. We'll catch up with you. Aang raced back into the tunnel with Team Asuma and Shia behind him. Katara followed, but not before giving Zuko one last look. Why, uncle? Zuko asked. He had tried to capture the Avatar since he had been scarred. And he had been right there, but his uncle let him go. You're not the man you used to be, Zuko, Iroh told him. You are stronger, wiser and freer than you have ever been. And now you have come to the crossroads of your destiny. It's time for you to choose. It's time for you to choose good. Out of nowhere, crystals sprang out of the ground and encased Iroh. I expected this kind of treachery from Uncle, Azula said as she and 2 daily agents appeared. But Zuko, Prince Zuko, you're a lot of things, but you're not a traitor, are you? She asked her brother. Release him immediately, Zuko demanded. It's not too late for you, Zuko, she told him, ignoring his order. You can still redeem yourself. The kind of redemption she offers is not for you, Iroh warned him. Why don't you let him decide, Uncle? Azula asked before turning her attention. I need you, Zuko. I've plotted every move of this day, this glorious day in Fire Nation history, and the only way we win is together. At the end of this day, you will have your honor back. You will have Father's love. You will have everything you want. Zuko, I'm begging you, Iroh said to his nephew. Look into your heart, and see what it is that you truly want. You are free to choose, Azula told her brother. She signaled the Daily to leave. They left via the way they came in while she went into the tunnel that Aang created. Zuko stared at the tunnel in silence, thinking about what she had just said. And she was right, he was free to choose. Aang and his group ran back into the area of Old Ba Sing Se. We've got to find Sokka, Toph, and the others, Katara told them. Talk about stating the obvious, Shia replied with a roll of her eyes. It was at that point a bolt of lightning landed in the middle of the group. It sent Team Asuma flying into one of the buildings carved into the rock. Another bolt of lightning hit the building, causing it to collapse and was blocked off by rubble. A third bolt of lightning flew at them, but this time, Aang was ready. He bent up a wall of rock with earthbending to block it. It did block the bolt but was destroyed in the process. However, it did show them who threw the lightning bolt. It was Azula. Katara ran up to the water and bent a large portion of it out of the river to block another lightning bolt. She then tried to effectively drown Azula by turning the water into a tidal wave. In response, Azula bent a huge flame shield to block the water, causing it to turn into mist. "I got her," Shuya said, charging into the mist. Both Katara and Aang heard flesh hitting flesh, grunting, and finally, someone hitting something hard. "Shuya?" Aang called out. "Are you okay?" They got their answer when Azula appeared out of the mist, jumping off a crystal. While in midair, she shot 2 bursts of blue fire at Aang and Katara. They worked together to bend a water current out of the river to act as a shield. The mist cleared, showing Shuya sitting against the crystal, unconscious. Azula landed on a rock pillar, which Aang took advantage of. He dropped the water and bent the pillar to break apart. Azula realized this and jumped off, landing between Aang and Katara. It was a standoff with nobody willing to make a move. Azula knew that if she made a move on one, the other would attack her. And Aang and Katara knew that if one attacked her, she would attack the other. The standoff was interrupted when a fireball struck the ground in between them. They turned to see Zuko at the tunnel entrance. He had taken the more restrictive parts of his clothing off, allowing greater mobility. He held a fire-bending stance and walked towards the standoff. He eyed his sister and then turned his gaze to Aang, who then realized what that meant. Zuko shot a fireball at Aang, who bent the air around into a shield and jumped away. Azula just smirked and turned her attention back to Katara. In the midst of all this, Shuya was still unconscious. Sokka looked out the cell's barred window. "See any Daily agents nearby?" Toph asked him. "Nope, all clear," he told her. He backed away from the door so that Toph could stand in front of it. Using her new-founded gift of metal bending, she crumpled the door and punched it clear off its hinges. "Let's go," Sokka declared. "I'm not leaving without Bosco," the Earth King told them as he was yanked out of the cell by Sokka. "What about Gaara, Kankuro, and Temari?" Toph asked as they ran. The Suna shinobi had been put somewhere else, and they didn't know where. "We'll have to come back for them later," the tribesman told her. Zuko fired off multiple fireballs at Aang. The air nomad bent the air to form a shield, blocking the fireballs, and bent a human-shaped gust of air at Zuko, sending him crashing to the ground. Aang leapt at him with another gust of air ready. He rolled out of the way and bent another fireball at his feet, making jump high onto a rock pillar. He hopped back onto his feet and shot off multiple fireballs at Aang again, making him leap from pillar to pillar. When he finally stopped on a cluster of crystals, Zuko bent a bigger fireball at him. He tried to earthbend the crystals beneath him to rise into a shield, but the fireball smashed through. Zuko then bent the fire in his hands into whips and swung them at Aang. The Avatar leapt out of the cluster of crystals and hopped around the upper levels, avoiding the fire whips. Meanwhile, Azula charged at Katara. She retaliated by sending a wave of water at her. She dodged, but it was close enough that she could see her face in the water's reflection, and the water cut off some of her hair. Zuko was still trying to hit Aang with his fire whips. Aang kept jumping along the ceiling until he landed on a stalactite. Using earthbending, he broke off the tip and sent it slamming into the ground with him along with it. The impact caused a crater and sent Zuko crashing into a large cluster of crystal. After knocking Azula off her feet, Katara bent the water beneath to form water whips around her hands and arms. Azula sent a burst of blue fire at her, but she swung one of the whips at Azula, blocking the fire and trapping her arm in water. She tried to do the same thing again with her foot, but Katara trapped that in water too. Seeing that his sister was in trouble, Zuko got up, charged at the two girls, and used his foot to bend a thin wave of fire at the water whips, cutting them in half and freeing his sister. Azula looked at her brother and gave a small nod of appreciation before turning to look at the crater that Aang made and of which he just crawled out of. She went at him while Zuko and Katara dueled with their respective whips. "I thought you had changed," the waterbender yelled at him. "Did the conversation they had mean nothing at all? Was it all a lie?" I have changed, he replied calmly. While they dueled, Azula and Aang were staring down the other. Azula bent fire backwards to propel herself at him. His response was to bend nearby crystal to shatter and to reform as armor on him. He then used earthbending to slide forward at Azula. They charged at each other, until Azula stopped and bent the fire she used as propulsion at Aang in full force. He tried to go through it, but it caused the crystal armor to shatter and sent him flying into another of the buildings carved into the rock. Come on, it's easy, Ty Lee told Bosco, who sat nearby. You just walk on your front paws and steady your rear ones like this. She did a handstand and started to walk forward. She was caught off guard when the earth rose and trapped her hands. Surprised, she lost her balance and placed her feet in front of her. The floor also encased them, making her completely stuck. Bosco clapped when he saw this, and Akela just got up from where he sat. That is a nice trick, Toph said. She and Sokka readied themselves for a fight. Just take the animals, Mai said, raising a hand in surrender. She was in no mood for a fight. Bosco! Cried the Earth King, hugging the bear, who grunted in happiness. Akela walked over to Sokka and sat down on his haunches. Where are Gaara and his siblings? Sokka demanded of the last fake Kyoshi warrior. Mai shrugged. Don't know. You could go look for them, but I think you should be more concerned about your friends and old boss Sing Se. He looked at her in surprise when he heard those words. We have to go, he finally said. We have to go help Aang and the others. What about Gaara? Toph asked. Once everyone else is safe, we'll come and find them. Let's move. They ran out of the throne room to look for Appa. Both Zuko and Azula worked in tandem to fight against Katara, who was not faring well. After Zuko's fireball knocked away most of her water, Azula's fireball sent her flying into a cluster of crystal. It knocked her out and shaken her braid loose. The cave began to rumble and Aang leapt out of the building he crashed into, slammed into the ground, and began to earth surf towards them. He reached the river when a Dai Li agent appeared out of nowhere and broke Aang's earth surf, sending him flying. He tried to get up but stopped when he looked up and saw Dai Li agents were both backing up Zuko and Azula and surrounding Katara. Katara herself regained consciousness and saw that she was surrounded. She bent water from the river to surround her and used the octopus form, using the 8 tentacles to ward off the agents. Aang stood up to fight but saw that both he and Katara were outnumbered. There's too many, he muttered to himself. That was when everyone heard a muffled shout of Tsuga, passing Fong, and the collapsed building that Team Asuma was trapped in burst open, sending dust everywhere and obscuring everyone's vision. I hope we aren't late to the party, a familiar voice to Katara and Aang asked. The dust cleared to reveal Kiba sitting on Akamaru. Behind him were Team Kurenai, Team Guy, and Team Asuma. All were ready to fight. Sorry for taking so long, Choji apologized to Aang and Katara. It was kinda hard to track down 8 different chakra signatures over an entire continent, while trapped underground. Also add in the fact that Shikamaru wasn't really helping, Ino added, throwing a glare at her teammate. It was a drag, he replied. Focus, people, barked out Asuma, who held his chakra blades ready. We've got a big fight on our hands. Indeed, Guy shouted as he got into his fighting pose. Let us show them the power of our youth. Not exactly how I would say it, but Guy's right, Kurenai said. Attack the Dai Li. The teams of Konoha shinobi charged directly into the fray. Guy and Lee used the Goken on the Dai Li while Niji and Hinata used their Byakugan and the Juken. Kiba and Akamaru tore through the agents using the Getsuga while Shino helped by using his Kikaichu to distract them. Ino and Kurenai held back, Ino to provide medical support and Kurenai to cast Genjutsu. Tenten protected them from harm by fighting off Dai Li agents. Shikamaru used his cage mane to hold agents still while Asuma used his chakra blades to take them. Occasionally, one of them would get close to Zuko or Azula but would always get stopped by an agent. Katara defended herself by using the octopus form to swat away Dai Li agents. The Dai Li were handling themselves well enough against the shinobi, attacking in coordination with other agents and always making sure that Azula and Zuko were not attacked. Aang just watched as the fight went on. I have to help somehow, he thought. He just couldn't stand there. Looking at Katara, Puthik's words came back to him. The only way is to let her go. Guys, Katara, I'm sorry, he whispered. He turned his back and made a crystal tent with earthbending to protect himself. He sat down and began to meditate again. Once again, he saw himself on a bridge of light over the world, the image of the avatar state hovering above him. It descended and again, he was encased in the orb. His tattoos glowed, and in the real world, they began to glow as well, causing the crystal tent to light up, getting everyone's attention. His eyes opened and they glowed as well. The crystal shattered and, in a beam of light, he rose up into the air. Katara looked at him with hope in her eyes as she watched him gain control of the avatar state. The shinobi watched on with varying degrees of awe or surprise. Shikamaru then noticed that Azula was missing. Looking around quickly and calmly, he found her standing behind Aang, moving her hands around, trying to generate lightning. Reacting quickly, he extended his shadow towards her and caught her just as the lightning was ready. Raising his hand, she was forced to mimic it, sending the lightning up towards the ceiling. "It's too troublesome for you to do that," he said. "Nice going, Shikamaru!" Kiba cheered as the others realized what he had done. Aang had almost complete control of the avatar state when he felt something like a cold hand grabbing hold of him, yanking him out of the orb and away from the avatar state. In the real world, the glow from his tattoos and his eyes disappeared as well as the beam of light. He bent a cushion of air to soften his landing. What happened?" he asked, surprised. "What's going on?" Katara asked aloud. How could he be cut off from the avatar state? Sokka or Naruto weren't there to do such a thing to him. How could that have happened? You should really pay more attention to Sokka's paranoia," Shiye's voice rang out. Everyone looked over at her as she stood up. "It'd probably save you a lot of trouble." "What did you do, Shiye?" Ino asked, stunned to see her moving. "Isn't obvious?" she asked back. "I cut Aang off from the avatar state. I do have that ability." "But you're not a paragon," Katara protested. Not unless she trailed as she realized what that meant. "Not unless you're the paragon of the air nomads," Aang finished. "How could you betray your own kin? Did the Fire Nation pay you that much money to betray us? How much did they pay you to betray me? How much?" he yelled at Shiye, fury lacing his voice. She stopped walking and looked at him, standing by the river. She began to laugh. "Wow, you really are an idiot," she said, still laughing. "Just who are you?" She looked down at the water. The laughter was gone, but she was confident. "I thought it was so obvious," she said. "My name should have at least alerted you, but you even failed to recognize that." "What do you mean, your name?" Asuma asked. She looked up from the water and over to the resident waterbender. "Katara, would you please tell the shinobi what my name means?" "It means tree leaves," Katara answered, confused at where this was going. What did a name have to do with anything? "Correct. Now the shinobi wear a leaf as their insignia. They serve a greater purpose than themselves, like leaves to a tree. To them, that tree would probably be called..." She trailed off, letting them try to figure it out. "Konoha," Shikamaru answered, his eyes widening in both shock and realization. "Shiya does not exist. She's not real. She never was real. How could he be so stupid? It was there, right in front of his face, and he didn't figure it out." Shiya walked across the water, her hands forming a hand seal. Kai release. A huge cloud of smoke appeared, along with the sound of poof. The person who walked out of the smoke and onto the other side of the river was not Shiya. It was Naruto. To say Katara and Aang were shocked would have been an understatement. "You mean?" Katara asked the blonde, speechless. "That I was with you the entire time you've been in Ba Sing Se?" he finished as he stood next to Zuko. "Yes, I was. And now you've lost. The city of Ba Sing Se is now officially under the control of the Fire Nation. It won't be successful if we stop you here," Aang stated, anger flashing in his eyes. He would not let that happen. "And how exactly do you plan to do that?" the blonde asked him, still confident. "You can't go into the Avatar state, remember?" "He still has us," Lee shouted, looking he was a step away from attacking his former teammate. "Your unyouthful actions will end today, Naruto." "Really, are you sure?" "There's no way you can take us all, Naruto," Kiba pitched in. "Not even with your clones and all these guys to help you." "Actually, yes, there is," He clapped his hands into a different hand seal and activated his chakra. All the shinobi fell to the ground, screaming in pain as their bodies stopped obeying their commands. Shikamaru's shadow detached itself from Azula, allowing her to move again. "What did you do?" Asuma demanded, struggling to say something through the pain. But it was all he could do. The pain kept him immobilized. "You all have a paralyzing seal on your bodies. I placed them there when I touched you." Team Asuma realized that, as he touched them many times. Team Kurenai and Team Guy realized that when they fought him, he must have placed the seal on them when he made contact with their skin. They tried to stand up, but their bodies wouldn't listen to them. Eventually, they passed out from the pain. Naruto looked at his former teammates and friends with no emotion on his face. "Take them away," he ordered a group of Daily agents. They quickly took hold of the shinobi and dragged them away. A burst of light appeared from behind him. Turning around quickly, he saw that Aang was trying to take control of the Avatar state again, this time with anger. He floated in the air, his eyes and tattoos glowing once more. But before Naruto could cut him off, a bolt of lightning flew out of nowhere and struck him in the back. In Aang's vision, the orb disappeared, the Avatar state fell and the bridge disappeared, sending falling down to the planet, while also falling down to the ground in real life. Katara watched in shock, tears falling down her face. Reacting quickly, she bent the water around her into a wave and rode it over to where Aang was falling. It caught the Daily agents, Zuko, and Azula off guard as they got swept away. Naruto jumped up onto the ceiling and stayed there. She caught Aang and let the wave crash onto the ground. The water flowed away as she held his body. Looking up, she saw that both Zuko and Azula coming towards her, only to be stopped by a blast of fire. Iroh leapt down from the wall of the cave and landed in front of Katara. "You've got to get out of here," he told Katara. "I'll hold them off as long as I can." He began to fight against the Daily. He used fire and they used earth. Katara walked/carried Aang's unconscious body over to the waterfall. Bending water from said waterfall, she bent it to send both her and Aang up the waterfall and out of old Ba Sing Se, fleeing from the battle. Iroh took a quick look back to see that they had gotten away. That was all Naruto needed to drop down from the ceiling and land behind the Dragon of the West. He drew his Jien and placed it against Iroh's neck. "Don't make me do this, Iroh. Just stand down," he ordered. Iroh complied, allowing 2 Daily agents to encase him in crystal. Naruto removed his Jien from Iroh's throat and sheathed it. Iroh looked over at his nephew, who returned the look. He turned away and closed his eyes. As Sokka, Toph, the Earth King, Momo, Akela and Bosco watched, Katara placed Aang on Appa's head and took out the vial holding the water from the spirit oasis. Bending the water out of the vial, she lifted Aang up so that she could get to his back, which now held an ugly red scar. She bent the water into the scar, which glowed brilliantly for a second and then disappeared. Thinking that she had failed, Katara gave a small cry of grief and hugged Aang's body. However, his tattoo glowed briefly, and he gasped lightly. Katara heard the gasp and looked at his face. His eyes were open. He saw Katara and gave a tired smile. Katara gave him a hug, happy she hadn't lost him. "We've done it, Zuko, Naruto," Azula said as she sat on the throne of the Earth King. Naruto and Zuko stood on opposite sides of her. "It's taken 100 years, but the Fire Nation has conquered Ba Sing Se." "I betrayed Uncle," Zuko confessed sadly. The look that Iroh had given him had said it all. He had made his choice, and this was the consequence of his choice. He knew that, but it still hurt. "No, he betrayed you," she replied before standing up from the throne. "Zuko, when you return home, Father will welcome you as a war hero." She was sure that was what the Fire Lord would do. "But I don't have the Avatar," he protested. "What if Father doesn't restore my honor?" She placed a hand on his shoulder. "He doesn't need to, Zuko. Today, you restored your own honor." "I'd say he restored his honor at Akawan," Naruto said, scowling. It was obvious that he was annoyed about something. "What's the matter, Naruto?" Azula asked, turning to face him. "Who in the name of Kami fired that bolt of lightning?" he demanded. "Both of you were standing in front of the Avatar, and the lightning struck him in the back. So, who threw it?" "I did," a voice came from the doorway, making them all look that way. A woman about 18 years old walked up to the throne with a sway in her hips. She had high cheekbones and long, dark, wavy hair. Her eyes were the kind of gray one would see in a storm. But while she was beautiful, the three people still on the dais knew that she was anything but. "What are you doing here?" Azula asked the woman, her tone both guarded and yet filled with venom. She smirked as she stopped in front of the dais. "Now, is that any way to greet your older sister, little Azula?" she asked back. "You mean half-sister," she snarled. Already, the memories of her childhood were coming back to haunt her. "But I am your sister nonetheless." Azula was about to retort when Zuko spoke. "You never answered her question, Yao Jing. What are you doing here?" he asked his half-sibling. He may have been Ursa's firstborn, but he was not Ozai's. That honor belonged to her, his bastard sister. Yao Jing looked at her half-siblings. "Father sent me to go looking for Azula. He was wondering what was taking her so long," she told them. "You were there for the entire fight, weren't you?" Naruto asked her with a cold tone. "I saw a chance and I took it," she replied with a casual shrug. She turned her gaze back to her half-siblings. "I'll stay here until you leave for the Fire Nation. It's been a while since I spent time with my little brother and sister anyway." She walked out of the throne rooms. With good reason, Azula growled. Neither she nor Zuko have wanted to be near her again, not after what she tormented them with when they were children. Naruto watched as the eldest and illegitimate child of Ozai walked away. This does not bode well, he thought. Though she has never admitted it, Yao Jing was never fond of Zuko and Azula. We're going to have to be careful. One wrong move and they would be dead. "The Earth Kingdom has fallen," the Earth King stated. The others didn't say anything, they didn't have to. What the Earth King said was true. They flew beyond the outer wall, the idea of being betrayed still haunting them. Chapter 19, To Converse and to Rescue. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Ba Sing Se. Iroh sat quietly in his cell, his back to the door. When the door opened, he didn't react. The silence stretched out for a couple of minutes. "You're just going to ignore me, aren't you?" Naruto finally asked him, standing at the door. "What do you want, Naruto?" Iroh asked in return. He kept his focus on the cell. It was comfortable enough, he supposed. "You don't seem to be the type of person to visit someone whom the Fire Nation declared a traitor." "Where did Lu Ten die?" It was a simple question, but when the blonde asked it, the Dragon of the West felt his heart clench. "Why do you want to know that?" he asked, quiet anger filling his voice. "Do you wish to place a statue on his grave that shows the world how the Fire Nation conquered Ba Sing Se? If that was the case, they would never know where he had buried his son." Naruto shook his head at those words. "No, Azula did have a statue made. But it's not to show the defeat of Ba Sing Se, it honors the soldiers that we lost," he explained. "She wants to honor her cousin and the people who served the Fire Nation." Iroh was silent as those words went through his mind. "Very well," he finally said before telling Naruto where Lu Ten was killed. "Thank you, Iroh." He turned around and started to walk out of the cell. "Naruto," Iroh called out before he closed the door. "If my niece chooses to betray her country and earn her father's wrath, would you still protect her?" He had seen the silent questions beginning to show on his niece in the few seconds he had seen her in Ba Sing Se. He wanted to know what her bodyguard would do. He stood at the door, his back to Iroh. "I swore to protect her. No matter what it cost me," he answered, walking out of the cell and closing the door behind him. He walked to another door, his feet echoing amongst the rocks. He opened it and walked into a large room where prison bars blocked off half of it. Daily agents stood against the wall, ready to move at his command. In front of the bars was a chair, which he sat in. "So, how's it going, everyone? The effects wear off already?" he asked the Konoha shinobi behind the bars. "How could you be this unyouthful, Naruto?" demanded Lee, gripping the bars of the cell tightly in his hands. "How can you imprison your own friends?" That's funny. Zuko, Azula, Mai, and Ty Lee aren't in that cell." Yao Jing, on the other hand, he muttered to himself. "What was that?" Shikamaru asked. He was trying to get every piece of information he could. They were in a situation that demanded such a course of action. "It's none of your business. the blonde told the lazy shinobi curtly. Yao Jing was none of their business, and he was keen to keep it like that. Where is the Kazekage, Naruto? Asuma asked him. Ever since they woke up in the cell, they didn't know what had happened to the Suna shinobi. What does it matter to you? He asked back. Are you thinking about leaving Konoha and joining Suna? He sounded like he didn't care. Naruto, if you hurt Temari, I will tear your head off. Shikamaru threatened him, uncharacteristic anger appearing on his face. He looked like he was about to pry the bars apart. Naruto looked at him for a minute, quiet surprise on his face. He had obviously not been expecting that reaction. Well, what do you know? You do care. How were you able to take control of Ba Sing Se so easily? Kurenai asked him. That was the question on their minds. It seemed like he had just walked in and took control of everything. What? Are you asking me if I took control in a day? He laughed like what she said was a joke. I took control from Long Feng last autumn. It was quite easy, all things considering. If you had the city, why didn't you arrest us the moment we came through the inner wall? Choji asked him. He would have had them at that exact moment, and they wouldn't have been able to do anything about it. In case you forgot, I was with you at the time, fat ass, the blonde replied, setting the Akimichi off. Besides, I didn't go through all the trouble of those plans to beat the arrowhead for no reason. Plans? Repeated Shikamaru as his other two teammates calmed down Choji. What plans? Naruto smirked. Didn't you realize it, Shikamaru? You guys have been dancing to my tune ever since Full Moon Bay. If I wanted to, I could have made it so that Ing would have never found Appa. What are you talking about? Hinata asked. Ing had missing posters of Appa sent around the city. Team Asuma had informed the other teams on what had happened in the city when they first woke up. And the person who had information was someone he knew, aka Jet, he finished for her. And you guys already know that he was captured and brainwashed by the Daily. What you don't know is that I was the reason he got caught in the first place. I sent the Daily into the scene Jet was causing with Silco and Iroh. And afterwards, once they had him, I ordered that he be brainwashed. But Jet was brainwashed so he could mislead us, Ino protested. If Naruto had him brainwashed, he could have been ordered to kill them. Instead, he tried to lead them down a false trail. And how did you find out about the brainwashing? Naruto asked her. Do you think it was a coincidence that his two friends came out of that side street just as soon as you passed? All it really took was a crash cart here, a sell on meat and vegetables there, and before you know it, they saw their old friend and telling you all about what happened. Arranging all of that was easy. So was getting Katara to run back to tattle to the Earth King and getting caught by Azula. He saw the looks on their faces. Do you think that it was a coincidence that Iroha's tea shop was in the perfect spot between the Council of Five and the Royal Palace? The guy who made the offer works for me. Works for you? Hinata repeated, like she couldn't believe what she had heard. Yes. Quite a few businesses in the city work for me. It had been something he had done when he first entered Ba Sing Se. He only had a few, but they were in the right places. That was all he needed. Why did Long Feng never realize that he was no longer in control? Shino asked. He got overconfident and careless. Once he began to treat the city as his own toy, his control of the Daily began to slip. When I snuck into the city and met them, it was the state I found them in. Contrary to what you may think of the Daily, most of them felt that it was their duty to protect the city. Not like Long Feng was doing, but protecting it for real. So, when I presented myself to the head Daily agent, he agreed with what I wanted to do, and so did the others. It did not go that easily. You must have had difficulties, Niji protested. There were always difficulties when people did things like that. True, the blonde admitted. There were Daily agents who were actually loyal to Long Feng. We had to be careful. If we killed too many at one time, he would have noticed. You would not believe how much time it takes to make a Daily agent's death look accidental, and I had to plan several of them at the same time. And so, you stayed in Ba Sing Se, Kurenai finished for him. I only stayed until the start of winter. After that, I kept a clone in Ba Sing Se. Every 2 weeks, new information would be given to the clone. He would make another clone and then dispel himself, allowing me to get the new information. So, when you walked back in with us, you knew everything that had happened in your absence, Asuma said. It was the perfect way to manipulate them into falling for his traps. How did you get past us? Choji asked the blonde. There shouldn't have been a way for him to get past them so easily. His control over his chakra grew, remember? Shikamaru told him. But Sokka had a Kella, who's met him before, Kiba pointed out. Even if he used a henge, his scent would still have been the same. That was a lesson every Inuzuka clan member knew by heart. As they spoke, Ino remembered the time they had spent on the Serpent's Pass. Specifically, she remembered that one little talk Katara and Shiya had. Katara walked alongside Shiya. Hey, about last night, she began before smelling something in the air. What is that? Herb ointment, Shiya answered curtly. Helps relieve some of the back pain I get in the morning. The rest disappears after I walk a bit. I see Ino figured it out, Naruto announced for all to hear. Shall I tell them or will you? What's he talking about, Ino? Tenten asked her, curious to know. Shiya always smelled like herb ointment, she told them. It wasn't strong, but it stopped Akela from recognizing him. It was a simple and effective method. It wasn't strong to humans. But to any animal that got close, it was the only thing they could smell, Naruto informed them. And so, you walked in right with us, Asuma said. I'll admit that there had been a few times where the clone and I switched places. For example, when I destroyed the drill or when Sokka attempted to interrogate people for information about Appa. But just to make sure you didn't suspect me, I planted evidence that ensured you thought I was trustworthy. And that came in the form of the Earth King's pet bear. Bosco? Asked Choji, confused by what he said. Shikamaru realized where this was going. Those memories he has of you are false, aren't they? Kurenai figured out what Naruto did just as quickly as Shikamaru did. You used a memory Ishiku, memory implantation? She asked the blonde. Sure did, he answered easily enough. That's an A-rank genjutsu. It was a surprise that he could do a high-ranking jutsu like that, even more so when it was a genjutsu. Kurenai-sensei, didn't you say the memory Ishiku has a big weakness? Hinata asked. She remembered her sensei having that conversation with them after they had been promoted to Chunin. Kurenai nodded in acknowledgement. After a lengthy period, the false memories start to deteriorate. If you try to reinforce the memories, the person will start to lose their sanity. On people, yes, Naruto said, joining the conversation again. But you've never tried it on animals, have you? Besides, you're assuming that I planted the memories back in the autumn. When else could you have done it? Shikamaru asked. How about at a party for said bear, does that work? Flashback. Excuse me, sirs, Naruto told the two men in his disguise as a waiter. But the Earth King wanted the bear near the best food. If you'll excuse me, he held the food under the bear's nose, getting his attention. Slowly, he forced the bear back to the end of the table where his seat was by using the food's delicious smell. Once the bear was seated, the food was placed in front of him. Here you are, sir, he told the bear. The Earth King wants the catering staff to tell you to mind your manners. So please be careful about how you eat. You wouldn't want the Earth King to be mad at you, would you? His hands, obscured from everyone's view, quickly went through the necessary hand seals. Genjutsu, memory Ishiku. He muttered before touching the bear's fur. The bear's eyes widened slightly as the jutsu took hold. Seeing that his mission was done, Naruto walked away. End flashback. So, you gave the bear false memories to ensure your place with the group, Shino said. And you told them that story so that when you actually met the bear, his reactions would be genuine. It was quite a brilliant move. He was willing to admit that. The story was real as well, in case you're wondering, Naruto told them. I did actually spend the winter when I was 5 with a mother bear and her cub. The only difference is that when spring came, a villager killed the mother bear and the cub. When he found me, he decided that it would be a great opportunity to kill the QB brat. He said those last words with a self-mocking tone. Of course, that's when the ANBU arrived. Always showing up when it looked like they were going to fail their job and lose their lives. Don't mock those people, Naruto, Kurenai said to him sternly. They tried to protect you. And what a great job the ANBU did protecting me. Yet they turned a blind eye when those villagers who were calling for my head tried to kill me. How could I appreciate what they have done? He asked, completely sarcastic. There were probably a few who cared, but many of them agreed with what the villagers view me. Nothing but a filthy, subhuman who is unworthy of life. Naruto, you're as human as the rest of us, Neji said. It doesn't matter what they thought of. You don't know what it's like to be branded with a mark that sets you apart. A mark that can never be wiped away, Naruto said, cutting him off. Your words, Neji, not mine. The Hyuga branch member remembered those words. He also remembered when and where he had said them. I will admit I said those words, but I've changed. I don't believe those words anymore. And I'm guessing that after years teasing me, calling me names, and making fun of what I could do as a shinobi, you've all come to care for me? The blonde asked the rest of the Konoha 11. Of course, we have, Naruto, Hinata told him. They all cared for him, and wanted him to come home. He gave a snort of derision at her words. If that was true, then I wouldn't have left, and the village wouldn't have betrayed me. The village would have never betrayed you, Naruto, Lee shouted at him. They would never do something so unyouthful. Then why did the Hokage plan to have me exiled? He asked back. Can you tell me why? Lady Tsunade wasn't going to actually banish you, Naruto, Ino tried to tell him. She was going to have you smuggled out to Lord Jiraiya before the fire daimyo came. I know. That single sentence stopped the Konoha shinobi cold. You knew? Kurenai repeated, stunned to hear such a thing. But how could you even? She trailed off, unsure if she should finish it. Henge and knowledge of the ventilation system in the Hokage building, he answered. I was there, listening when they decided to banish me, and I was there when that plan was suggested. But then you knew that she was trying to protect you, Asuma told him. If she wanted to protect me, she should have refused to banish me, he shouted, anger filling his voice and catching them by surprise. She should have told the councils that I was going to stay in the village, and nothing they could do would change that. But instead, she decides to go along with this idea to have me smuggled out of the village, and only let me back when the village needed me, like I was some kind of weapon. Oh wait, I was. Big deal. Kiba roared, glaring back at Naruto. So, what if your childhood was messed up? We also suffered as well, you know. We wanted to be friends with you when we were younger, but our parents simply told us to stay away from you, and never gave a reason. Neji nodded, but with a frown. Have you become the very person that we once were, before you changed our viewpoint for the better? From what I heard, when Konohamaru told us after you were banished, you had the uncanny ability to inspire people to change for the better. What happened to that old Naruto that we knew? He died. Stabbed in the back, by the village that did not want him. Now I'm here, in another continent, fighting a war. Naruto turned to the Jonin. Did you really think that I would be the same ninja that you all knew if I came back? That life is gone, and it's never coming back. Kiba snorted. We can still try. The room was silent for a couple of minutes. He was angry, they could tell that much just by that little outburst. What are you going to do us? Shikamaru finally asked him once he was sure the blonde had calmed down. Are you going to leave us to rot in this prison? We'll escape eventually. I know you would, which is why I'm going to give you a choice. Do you see the Daily agents against the wall behind me? He gestured to the agents. Of course, we can see them, Tenten answered. They were right there for everyone to see. They had just been standing there, like statues. It was a little creepy, if she had to be honest. Good to know, because this is what is going to happen. I'm going to leave, but the Daily will stay. If you are still here after half an hour, they will leave and collapse the room, effectively burying you alive. That's no choice at all, Choji shouted, bringing his hands to the bars. You're going to kill us. There is a choice, Akimichi, he told him. Shut up and listen. I know that most of you came here via seal, and I know that you can leave the same way. How do you know that? Neji asked. He smirked and pointed at Team Asuma. They told me. Everyone looked at them. The members of Team Asuma were cursing themselves. During the month they had spent in Ba Sing Se, Shia had asked them about where they came. They told a few things but nothing about Konoha. She then asked them how they got here. Ino showed her one of the seals and Shikamaru told her how it worked. So, here's your choice. You can leave here and return to Konoha, which would mean failing the mission and abandoning Sokka and the others, the blonde told them. Or you can try to break out of here and escape. But we all know it will take you more than half an hour to come up with a successful plan to get out of the city. You also have to consider the fact that if you do actually get out of the prison, every daily agent will be on the lookout for you and has orders to kill you if sighted. He looked at all of them. So, what will it be, the mission or your friends? That's an impossible choice, Naruto, and you know it, Shino said. There was quiet anger evident in his voice. And yet, a Konoha shinobi had this problem before. Which is why I'm calling it the Sakumo Hatake dilemma, he told them before getting up from the chair. Enjoy yourselves? He walked away. Is that all you're going to do, Naruto? Neji asked him. Are you just going to keep running away from us? He stopped at the door, his hand reaching for the handle. The words of the man in the swamp came back to him. No matter how hard you run or fight against it, your past will come back to you. The question is, what you will do when it catches up. The past is exactly that, the past. He thought to himself, I left the village and you all behind, he said aloud. If I want to keep running, I will. In case you decide to leave, I'll give you all this last warning, you ever come back here, I will kill you and send your head back to the village. Make no mistake. He opened the door and walked out. He left the door opened as he walked through the corridor. Go ahead, Naruto. You just keep on running. But when you finally stop, we'll be there. We'll always be there to bring you back. Kiba's voice rang out through the open door. He stopped at the staircase. No, you won't, he said to himself, before walking up the stairs. Zuko walked down the street. It was a little subtle, but he could tell the difference in the people. Before, they went along with their lives, like nothing was wrong. But they were all afraid of the daily and the mere mention of the war, afraid that if they spoke out, they would be taken away. Now, the threat of the daily coming into their lives was gone, but they were still afraid. They were afraid of the Fire Nation and its soldiers. The difference was that where they had hidden their fear of the daily, their fear of the Fire Nation was out in the open. They looked at the soldiers, the tundra tanks, the Komodo rhinos with different levels of fear, sadness, anger, and hostility. He couldn't blame them. At least under the reign of Long Fong and the daily, everything was normal, and everyone knew what was supposed to happen. But now, they didn't know what would happen, and that terrified them. As he walked, he saw a familiar sight, Pao's tea shop, the tea shop where he and Iroh first worked at when they came into the city. It was there he met Jean, who asked him out on a date, and had gotten a job there, last he heard. Deciding not to push his luck, he kept on walking. When he reached the end of the street, he heard a woman scream and the sounds of a fight starting. Turning back around, he saw a nearby group of Fire Nation soldiers run into the building. He rushed to the tea shop's door and opened it. What he saw was the tea shop in ruins, a group of city guards standing in front of a group of Earth Kingdom citizens, two of which he recognized as Jean and Pao, and the same group of Fire Nation soldiers trying to restrain one of their own. All heads turned to look at him as he stood in the doorway. What is going on here? He asked as he walked in. Move along, pretty boy, the restrained Fire Nation soldier said, his voice slurring, telling Zuko that he was drunk. This doesn't concern you. It does concern me when Fire Nation soldiers are causing a fight, he replied before turning to one of the city guards. What happened? Why should we tell you? We all know that you're going to let him free, one of the citizens snarled at him, full hatred in his voice. I'm trying to help. He turned to his gaze to Pao. Pao, do you recognize me? Lee, is that you? The tea shop owner asked, his eyes widening in recognition. When Zuko nodded, he looked at the guards. Tell him what happened, he can help us. One of the guards looked at Zuko. The restrained soldier came in here, demanding food and drink, he began. He was drunk, so a waitress asked him to leave. He slapped her and knocked her to the floor. He then thought it would be okay to force himself on the waitress. I and the other guards got him off the waitress. Enraged, he tried to fight us. It was then the other Fire Nation soldiers came in and restrained the drunken soldier. Zuko nodded his thanks to the guard. He turned around and looked at the restrained soldier. He walked over to the side of the shop where the Fire Nation soldiers had restrained the drunken soldier. Is what he said true? He asked. His voice was even and calm, making the other soldiers nervous. So, what if it is? The soldier demanded, trying to break free of the grip of the other soldiers. She's nothing but a filthy Earth Kingdom whore. She should have been honored that I wanted to impregnate her. We are the greatest of the 4 nations. Zuko just looked at him and then turned his attention to other soldiers. Release him, he ordered, placing his hand on his Dao swords. They were hesitant, but they obeyed. The second the drunken soldier was released, his hands blurred. The Dao swords whipped out of their sheath and made a bloody slash on the soldier's cheeks. The soldier stumbled back, allowing Zuko to take the advantage. He held one Dao sword at the soldier's throat and the other at his crotch. I want you to listen and listen well, he told the drunken soldier. The Fire Nation may have conquered Ba Sing Se, but that does not mean we will treat the people of this city like trash. They are under our protection now. Anyone who harms them will answer to the law, same as those who would harm a citizen of the Fire Nation. How dare you! The soldier bellowed, moving to punch Zuko, only to stop when he felt the Dao swords press down. If you want to lose both your life and what makes you a man, keep talking. He turned his attention to the other soldiers. Take this man and place him in jail. I want him to be court-martialed within the week. The other soldiers looked unsure. Who are you, sir? One of them finally dared to ask. Did you ever hear about the siege of Akawan? He asked in return. If they knew, they would know who he was. And they did. The soldiers' eyes, even the drunken one, widened in realization once they had figured it out. Oh, of course, my lord, the soldier said, bowing his head. My apologies, we did not know who you were. It does not matter, he replied, taking his Dao swords away from the drunken soldier and sheathing them. Just make sure the sorry excuse for a soldier is behind bars. Yes, Prince Zuko. The soldiers chained the drunk and led him out of the shop. In the silence that followed, Zuko turned to look at the rest of the people there. The silence stretched out for several minutes before he reached for his belt, took off a bag of money and tossed it at Pao. For the damages, he said quietly, before walking out the door. As he walked back onto the street, he spotted a familiar blonde nearby. Naruto. Nice job in there, Naruto told him, leaning against the tea shop wall. How long were you listening? He asked. He never did like it when people were listening on him. It made him feel uneasy. Since the guard told you what happened. He glanced up at the afternoon sun. Are you going somewhere or are you just wandering around? I just felt like taking a walk. It was the only way he felt like he could think about things. Ironically, he couldn't think at all. The blonde walked up alongside him. Come on, we should head back to the palace. The two of them started to walk away in the direction of the royal palace. It was a long walk, so they filled the air between them with conversation. Do you feel any different? Zuko gave him a look. What kind of question is that? It was certainly a weird one. There was no doubt about that. Humor me. You're not in exile anymore. Do you feel any different? I don't know, he answered with a shrug. It still feels like I'm exiled. Feels like I still don't have my honor back. The blonde snorted in derision at those words. I told you before. You've restored your honor back at Akawan. What makes you say that? You and Iroh walked straight into the colony, knowing that if you were caught, you would be executed. When the attack came, you didn't take the chance to run. You went straight into the fight and fought alongside the soldiers. You took command of the city and held out for 6 days, which is impressive for someone who had never been in command before. You then decided to take the offensive to the enemy and successfully defeated him, ending the threat to the colony. He listed off the reasons with his fingers. I can almost guarantee that once you get back to the Fire Nation, people will ask you why you did all that. It was the right thing to do. I may have been a prince in exile, but I was still a prince. They were my people. It was my duty to protect them. It might not have been his choice in the first place, but he was a prince of the Fire Nation. He did his duty, and his duty then was to the colony of Akawan. They walked on in silence for what felt like the longest time, the buildings around them gradually becoming better maintained. Hey, Naruto, I've got a question for you, he said as they walked through the upper ring. What? How did you deal with Azula? His eyes went flat at those words. You might want to consider rephrasing that question, he told Zuko. The threat that came with those words was silent, but it was clear. What I mean is, how did you change her? The scarred dragon clarified, having heard the threat. She's different from 3 years ago. The silent threat disappeared when Naruto heard those words and was satisfied by them. What makes you say that? The blonde asked him, curious to see what he would say. It's the small things. The way she says certain words, how she acts, her decisions. That stuff. There's a reason for that, he began. Azula has been having the same problems as you, she is conflicted. The only difference is that you had Iroh to help you. She had no one she could trust until I became her bodyguard. It wasn't easy, I'll admit that. It had been a challenge. She is different, but I don't know if it will stay like that. He paused for a second as they stopped to watch a carriage go by. You know, before we left, she would sometimes spend hours looking at the portrait of your family that hung in her room. Zuko was surprised by that little piece of information. Why? He asked as they started walking again. I asked her once. She told me that when she looked at the painting, she wanted to know if her mother hated her. Why would she care? Azula never cared about our mother. She always more interested in trying to be more like their father. Zuko, all children want to know that their parents love them, the blonde told him. You want your father's love. Azula just wants to know if her mother loved her. He stopped walking and watched as a family walked by. You guys are lucky. Zuko looked at the same family, and then looked at Naruto. What makes you say that? He gave a sad smile as the family passed them. You know your parents. The scarred dragon winced when he heard those words. He had forgotten that Naruto was an orphan from birth. Sorry. Don't apologize. It's not your fault. He watched the family disappear around a street corner. Let's just go. They walked on in silence until they reached the royal palace. They stood at the base of the steps so they could look up at the palace in all of its imposing glory. Finally, they climbed up the steps and saw that a daily agent was waiting for them. Sir, the agent greeted Naruto. They disappeared 10 minutes after you left. Did they escape? The blonde asked. No, sir. Good. What about the others? We have kept them in the room and maintain a watch on them. About 2 hours ago, we heard someone inside say finally. Loudly, the agent reported. We are unsure of who said it and what they meant. He smiled briefly when he heard those words. That's okay, I have a feeling I know who is talking. Dismissed, he told the agent, who bowed and walked away. What was that about? Zuko asked as they walked through the large doors. It was a cryptic conversation, one he had no clue what they were talking about. The first part doesn't concern you, not anymore, the blonde replied as they walked through the hallways. The second part was about some people I once knew. He stopped walking when they came into a junction. Yao Jing was waiting for them. Hello, little brother, Naruto, she greeted them with fake politeness. She had a smile on her face that they all knew was faked. Were you talking about something? Yes, we were talking about the number of men you've been screwing since you were 10, Naruto replied with a straight face. Zuko held his tongue, but he could not keep the brief look of shock and surprise off his face when he heard those words. Yao Jing's eyes went flat and her face hard at those words. You think you're so funny, don't you? She made it sound like she wanted to hit him right then and there. Naruto smirked. Oh, I don't think. I know I'm funny. Do you actually need something or are you just off to your next conquest? There will come a day, Naruto, when you aren't protected by your duty to Azula. On that day, I will make you suffer. She snarled. At the very least, try to make an effort, he replied, the smile still on his face. She clenched and unclenched her hands like she wanted to desperately to bend a fireball at him. But instead, she stalked off. What were you thinking? Zuko asked him in a strangled whisper. I don't trust that woman. And neither should you, he replied, the smile disappearing. I know that already. He knew it all too well. If there was one thing that he and Azula shared, it was their hatred and fear of their bastard sister. Zuko, I mean it. Watch your back around her. He looked at Naruto. He'd only heard that tone in his voice once before, when he was and Azula were going to be assassinated and he had saved them. That voice meant he was deadly serious. All right, Naruto, I'll be careful. Thank you, Zuko. And now, if you'll excuse me, I have to go talk to some people. Do me a favor and get Azula. All right, I'll go find her. He went off in one corridor while the blonde went off in another. The walk felt long, mostly because the hallways were almost maze-like in their structure. But he wasn't troubled by it. He walked on until he found the door to the room he was looking for. He turned his attention back to the seemingly empty corridor. Stand down, he said aloud. A watch is no longer necessary. He didn't see any movement, but he knew that the daily agents who were standing watch had left. Turning back to face the door, he took a deep breath and opened the door. Kankuro was at a table, adjusting what looked like a puppet. Temari was polishing her fan nearby and Gaara was sitting against his gourd, meditating. But they stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Naruto as he walked into the room. So, you've finally decided to reveal yourself, Naruto, Gaara said as he stood up. The blonde chuckled. I should have figured I wouldn't get past you, Gaara. When did you figure it out? He asked the Kazekage. When you showed yourself to the Earth King on the outer wall. It had been simple enough to put the pieces together. He just wondered if the others had done so before it was too late, but he had guessed they hadn't. Where are the others, Naruto? Kankuro asked. Where is Team Asuma? Why do you care? He asked back, only to have a kunai at his throat, courtesy of Temari. If you've done anything to them, to Shikamaru, I will tear your head off. She growled at him. He didn't move, but his eyes showed surprise. I'll be damned. You're both in love with each other, he said, wonder in his voice. What did you do? She demanded, ready to press the blade down harder on him. I made them leave and go back to the elemental countries. Shikamaru is safe, Temari, he assured her. He's back at the village. She felt a hand on her shoulder. That's enough, Temari, Kankuro told her, his voice calm and controlled. Lower the kunai. She did as she was told and stepped away from Naruto. Thanks, Kankuro. How's that doll coming? He asked with a smirk on his face. It's a puppet! He half shouted at the blonde, the calm and control in his voice disappearing in a blink of an eye. Kankuro, Gaara said with a warning in his voice. The puppeteer stopped, knowing what kind of warning it was. Sorry, Gaara, he apologized. He turned his attention back to Naruto. I managed to finish it. There are just a few adjustments that need to be done. Well, when you're done, how about you and I spar so you can test it in the field? He grinned. Sounds like a plan. Naruto, Gaara spoke again, getting the blonde's attention. On the outer wall, you hit it well, but you were surprised when you saw me. Why? He was instantly silent, not wanting to answer the question. But the unflinching stare the redhead was giving made him eventually answer. I saw you die, Gaara. What? Both Kankuro and Temari exclaimed, clearly surprised. How? Asked Gaara. We haven't seen each other for 3 years. It was a dream. I watched as the Akatsuki extracted Shikaku from you. I saw them leave your dead body on the ground, like it was nothing but garbage. He was quiet for a few seconds. That was the only time I wanted to go back to the elemental countries. He desperately wanted to go, but the fox reminded him that it would have been too late and pointless. But why would you want to do that if you've stayed here all this time? Temari asked him. Because he is my friend, he answered firmly. If anything, he's my brother too. The Sand siblings were caught off guard by that. Naruto, if you saw what had happened, you know I'm not a Jinchuriki anymore, Gaara told him quietly. Doesn't matter, you are the same as me, he replied. That's what makes us brothers. Gaara remembered what Puthik had said during his time at the Eastern Air Temple. The greatest illusion of this world is the illusion of separation. Things you think are separate and different are actually one and the same. Not just the elemental countries, the redhead thought to himself. But being a Jinchuriki doesn't mean being alone. Naruto is right. We are like brothers. For some reason, he was glad to think such a thing. Thank you, he told the blonde. Not a problem, buddy, he replied before giving the redhead a bear hug, who, after a moment's hesitation, returned it just as fiercely. I hope we're not interrupting anything? Azula asked from the doorway with a small smirk. Zuko, Mai, and Ty Lee stood behind her. What? Guys can't hug each other? Naruto asked back, breaking the hug and looked at the princess. You don't see it every day, Mai said in a bored tone. Deciding to be funny, he turned to look at Kankuro. Kankuro! Hug me, you beautiful bastard! He cried, throwing his arms wide. The puppeteer saw where he was going with this and decided to play along. Come here, you amazing asshole. They pulled each other into a hug and tried to break the other's back. Okay, we get the point already, Temari told the two. Knock it off. No fun, Temari, no fun, Naruto told her as he and Kankuro broke the hug, big grins on their faces. So, what can you do, good looking? Ty Lee asked Gaara as she leapt in front of him with a cheerful smile on her face. Excuse me? He asked in return with a slightly confused look on his face. Sorry, Gaara, Naruto apologized. Ty Lee will flirt with anything that walks on two legs and has a penis. That's not funny, Naruto. She huffed at him as she pouted. I'm not that bad. She did have some standards and he knew that. Of which every male in the Fire Nation who has a girlfriend is thankful for, he replied with a straight face. Gaara has a girlfriend. Kankuro and Temari quickly chimed in. Oh, sorry then, the acrobat apologized to the Kazekage. She made it a rule to never flirt with someone who was with someone. It's no problem, he assured her. Ty Lee, how about you get out of our guest's face? Azula suggested with a small smirk on her face. Ty Lee flipped away and landed next to Azula, still a little embarrassed. Naruto looked at Gaara. You have a girlfriend? Of sorts, he replied, his cheeks slightly blushing. It was something he didn't really talk about and quite frankly, he was still unsure about it all. But the blonde just smiled at his friend. Way to go, Gaara. Naruto, could we get an introduction? Azula asked him pointedly. She didn't know his friends' names and she knew that was incredibly rude. Of course, Princess, he replied, his tone becoming formal. May I introduce Gaara no Sabaku, Godame Kazekage of Sunagakure, his brother, Kankuro, and his sister, Temari. He turned to the Sand siblings. Gaara, this is the Princess Azula of the Fire Nation, her friends, Mai and Ty Lee, and her brother, Prince Zuko, known to the soldiers as the Scarred Dragon. They exchanged pleasantries. So, what can you guys do? Azula asked the Sand siblings. If they were like her guard, they must be able to do some amazing things. Gaara can manipulate sand, Temari can use the wind via her fan, and Kankuro is a puppeteer, Naruto told her, speaking for the shinobi. Ty Lee tried to stifle a giggle but failed when she heard what Kankuro could do. You play with dolls, she said, tears of laughter falling from her eyes. It was just too funny. Kankuro said nothing in return. He just shifted his eyes over to his work table and then to Gaara and Naruto, his eyebrows raised in a question. Gaara nodded once. By all means, Naruto told him. He raised his left hand and flexed his fingers. Ty Lee's mouth clamped shut, not of her own violations due to the muted sounds coming from her mouth, and her arms snapped to her side. When he moved his right hand, the puppet on the work table flew over and landed in front of her. A knife popped out of the right wrist and was pointed at her throat. Had you met any other members of the puppeteer corps, you would be dead from making fun of us, he told her with a smile that screamed danger to her. Would you like to continue laughing now? And no, she squeaked, the chakra string holding her mouth closed disappearing. Good to know. He placed the puppet back on the work table and let Ty Lee be able to move her arms again. That had been fun. You can use the wind? Zuko asked Temari. You're an airbender? No, Zuko, Naruto told him. She uses the wind, not the air. What's the difference? They were one and the same to him. With air, you push your opponent away, Temari explained. Wind, you slice them into pieces. When he heard the way she said it, he was a little unsettled by it. That's a graphic way of saying it. I'm sure the Avatar would have nightmares with what you just said about the differences between using the wind and using the air, he finally said. She shrugged. Tell it like it is. Hey, if he can use sand, doesn't that make him a sandbender? Mai asked, looking at Gaara. I thought benders only existed on this side of the planet. He's not a bender, doom and gloom, Naruto told her. But if we were to use that context, calling him a bender would be a bit insulting. He would not be a sandbender. He would be the sandbender. That doesn't make any sense, Ty Lee finally said. Azula, Mai, and Zuko nodded in agreement. He rolled his eyes and turned to the Kazekage. Gaara, can I borrow a kunai? Gaara handed him one. He took it, and before anyone could stop him, plunged it into Gaara's eye. But the attempt was stopped when sand from Gaara's gourd blocked the kunai. See? The sand protects him if someone tries to harm him, the blonde explained as he pulled the kunai out of the sand. No sandbender I know of can do that. He handed the kunai back to Gaara. Very impressive, Azula commented. Tai Li tried to chi-block the Kazekage, who made no attempt to stop her. His sand, however, blocked her every strike. That's cool! She exclaimed as she looked at him. How that's weird. She frowned as she stared at him. What is weird? He asked, confused by what she was doing. You've got two auras, but one of them is like a shadow of an aura, the acrobat told him. It's like it was there once, but now it's gone and left an imprint. He was about to say something when Naruto spoke up. Tai Li, how can someone have a shadow of an aura? The blonde asked her, making it sound like what she had said was ridiculous. I don't know, she replied, looking at him with the frown. This is the first time I ever seen something like this, okay? You're probably imaging things. Her eyes narrowed. That's funny. You said something similar when we first met you. Anyway, Zuko said, raising his voice to get their attention, what are we going to do with them? They were helping the Avatar and his friends. Father would probably want to see them in chains. Naruto snorted in derision when he heard that. Not even the royal flaming asshole is stupid enough to place a foreign head of state in jail, he said. Besides, he's on vacation. Oh really? Asked Azula, an idea running through her head. She turned to Gaara. Lord Kazekage, how would you like to be able to visit the Fire Nation as a part of your vacation? It would be a privilege to have you and your family as our guests. Gaara realized what she was offering. If they went to the Fire Nation as guests, it would protect them even more from being thrown in jail. It would be our pleasure, Princess Azula, he answered, bowing his head a little. That was very smooth, Azula, Naruto complimented her, wearing a proud smile. Thank you, Naruto, she replied, a small blush on her cheeks. She didn't get compliments like that from him every day. Okay, let's get out of here. It's getting crowded, he said, ushering Zuko, Tai Li, Mai, and Azula out of the room. He gave a small wave of goodbye to the Sand siblings before closing the door to their room. All right, people, go about your business, he told everyone in the corridor. Azula, I have something to check on. He turned away from them and walking away. You and Naruto? Azula called out, blushing harder now. He stopped and looked back at her. What? Would you like to go out tonight and? She struggled to say the words. It shouldn't be this hard to say a few words, Agni, take it. What? Have dinner together? She asked him, the words rushing out of her mouth. To say Naruto was caught off guard would have probably been an understatement. Oh, sure, it would be my pleasure. I'll come by your room in about 4 hours, okay? He offered. Azula just nodded, already embarrassed. He walked away, his face calm. On the inside, however, his brain was almost on shutdown. What just happened? Congratulations, Kit, you just got asked out on a date, the QB told him, before wiping a fake tear away. They grow up so fast. Oh, shut up, furball! He yelled at the fox. 4 hours later, he looked at the mirror, checking his reflection. It's weird, he said mostly to himself. I've killed more men than I would want to count in the 3 years of war I've been in, and I've never flinched. Now a girl that I know has asked me out to dinner, and I'm almost freaking out. What do you mean, almost? The QB asked his Jinchuriki with a raised eyebrow. Not now, QB, the blonde replied. I'm nervous here. I can tell. I've never been asked out before. No, of course, they usually try to rape you. You're not helping. If anything, the fox was making it worse. Relax, you're making it sound more horrifying than it is. I have seen this kind of thing more times than I can count, both receiving and asking. Receiving and asking? His Jinchuriki asked, unsure of what his biju meant. My last host got asked out so many times, it was getting old, the fox began to explain. But the one time she tried to ask someone out herself, she was stammering and stuttering so hard, I was howling with laughter. In the end, she couldn't say it, so the guy asked her out himself. Who was your last host? He had learned that he was not the first host of the Kyuubi back when the fox was training him. He had also learned the Yondaime Hokage, Minato Namikaze, was his father. He had taken it rather well, mainly because he had never known the man and he couldn't blame him for what he did. They had never discussed who the previous hosts were. "Oh, my last host was," the fox mumbled. "I'm going to have to be honest with you, Gaki. You've already met her." "I have? When did I meet her?" He turned away from the mirror and walked to the door. "Do you remember the woman you saw after you got out of the swamp?" "Yeah, that was her?" he asked as he reached out for the handle. "Her name was Kushina Uzumaki, and she was your mother." His hand was gripped on the handle when that bombshell was dropped. "She was what?" "I am not repeating myself." "Are you telling me I drew a sword, the ghost of my mother?" the blonde demanded, because it sure sounded like that. "Yes," the Biju answered with a bored sigh. "Great, that's just great." He opened the door and walked out of the room. "You're taking it well," the Kyuubi said as the blonde walked down the hallway to Azula's room. "I thought you would have been yelling at me for holding that back or for letting you draw your sword." "How am I supposed to feel, Kyuubi?" he asked. "I never met my mother, so I don't know what she was like." "Do you want me to tell you about her?" the fox offered. He shook his head. "No. What's the point, really? Hearing about her from another person doesn't mean I'll be able to meet her." "You said the same thing about your father." "I was right then and I'm right now." The conversation stopped after that. He walked through the palace in silence, until he reached the door to Azula's room. Raising a hand, he knocked on the door. It opened, and he saw Azula. She had let her hair down from her bun and wore it in a high loose ponytail. She wore the dress that Tai Li had bought for back at Kozan. It was a cheongsam, the kind which went all the way down, but had slits in the sides that showed glimpses of her legs, which worked for her. The coloring was of a rose red, but the designs were both gold and creme. The design that was creme was that of a lotus flower blossoming at the bottom of the dress. The other design was a golden phoenix spreading its wings, ready to fly. The phoenix was placed on the upper side of the dress, off to the side, the wings encircling her bust. The two designs were connected by several threads that would gradually change from gold to creme and would also flow around the dress. The two were separated by a belt around her waist that held two sheathed daggers. Naruto just looked at her. Whoa, he thought to himself. It was the only thing he could even think of. "Well?" Azula asked, blushing hard. She had been embarrassed when Tai Li had bought the dress and she was embarrassed now. If her father saw her in this dress, she was sure she would be dead. "Congratulations, Azula," he finally managed to speak. "You have just redefined the phrase lady in the killer dress." She smirked, enjoying the compliment. It helped her feel less embarrassed. "What are the daggers for?" "So, I don't have to firebend while we're out," she answered. There was probably a good chance that someone would try to attack them, and if she used firebending, more people would be alerted. She looked at Naruto. His attire was black. He wore a formal shirt that was fully buttoned up and tucked in, but had the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, leaving his forearms bare, save for a small tattoo on his wrist, a kanji. On his left pants leg was the symbol of the Fire Nation. But the color was not red, it was silver. They looked at each other for a few seconds, creating an almost awkward air between them. "Shall we go?" Naruto finally asked, offering his arm. She nodded, took the offered arm, and the two of them walked away. Down on the opposite end of the corridor, Zuko, Mai, and Tai Li were watching from a corner. "Why are we doing this?" Mai asked. "Oh, come on," Tai Li said back. "You're not interested in how things will go?" "I really don't want to be fried to a crisp." That was what would be awaiting them if Azula found out they were doing this. "What about you, Zuko?" the acrobat asked the Scarred Dragon. "Just leave them alone, Tai Li," he told her. "You wouldn't want anyone watching you on your date, right?" "You guys are no fun," she said with a pout. "Welcome back to the old Badger Mole, Master Naruto," the waiter at the entrance greeted them. "If you follow me, I will take you to your table." He walked away and they followed. "He seems to know you quite well," Azula whispered as they made their way through all the tables and people in the restaurant. She wasn't sure if people could tell who she was just by looking at her, but she also wasn't focusing on it. That's what happens when you come often and tip well, he whispered back. Here you are, sir and madam, the waiter announced as they arrived at the table. May I assume you wish to have the usual order? He asked the blonde. He nodded. And make it 2 orders. He gestured to Azula. Very good, sir, the waiter said before bowing and walking away. They sat down at the table. So, who put you up to it, Mai or Ty Lee? He finally asked her, looking at the dress she was wearing. She scowled at him, but also lightly blushed. Ty Lee, at first, then Mai joined in. When the two decided something for her, she had no say in the matter. He chuckled. They mean well. They wouldn't be your friends anyway else. She didn't say anything, she just looked at him. Azula, what's the matter? Who are you? He was confused by her words. What do you mean? Who are you? She repeated herself. I'm Naruto, your bodyguard. Maybe, but who are you? What is this all about? You know who I am. No, I don't. Those people who were with the Avatar know you better than I do. Why won't you tell me who you are? He looked away. I came here for a new start, to turn over a new leaf. He turned his head back to her. I came to these lands so I could leave my past behind me. But why do you have to hide things from me? Because there are things I don't want you to know. Some things were best left in the dark. Like his past, how many he had lost, and what he did when he lost control. Like the fact you thought you were a demon when you were a child? She asked him, getting his attention right away. How did you? He was shocked that she knew that. He had kept that a secret from her and the others ever since he had come to this side of the planet. Back in the swamp, I saw a vision of you as a child. You were so scared of me. She looked straight into his eyes. What happened to you? It was a long time ago, he said shortly. Please, Naruto. She kept her gaze on him. He was silent for a minute, but he couldn't keep her gaze. There was an incident when I was born, he finally said. As a result, the village lost its leader and many lives. Because I was born on the same day, they took it out on me. You were beaten, weren't you? More times than you could count. I couldn't go to the hospital either, they would just kick me out. He gave a cynical laugh. You learn how to set a broken arm and leg quickly when you go through that. It was then the waiter came back. Your meal, sir, he said before placing 2 dishes in front of them. Naruto nodded his thanks and tipped the waiter with 5 gold pieces. The waiter bowed again and walked away. They were silent for a few seconds. I'm sorry I kept things from you, Azula, he said. But I didn't want you to know about them. You don't trust me? She was a little insulted that after 3 years, he didn't trust her. I want to protect you, he clarified. It's my job after all. Protect me from what? She wanted to know. Do you remember Itachi Uchiha and his partner? She nodded. I was trying to protect you from them. But why were they after you? She didn't know the reason and she wanted to. I can't answer that. But one of the main reasons I came here was to avoid them. He looked down at the dish in front of him. It looked delicious and he was ready to eat. Azula gave her bodyguard a long look. Are you ever going to tell your secrets? His hand was reaching for a pair of chopsticks when she asked the question. Maybe one day, he said quietly. But for now, let's enjoy this food. He picked up the chopsticks and began to eat his meal. Azula followed his example. This is quite good, she said after taking a bite. He smiled. The head cook will be pleased to know the princess of the Fire Nation enjoyed his food. He takes it very personally when someone doesn't like it or doesn't eat it. It's a popular theory that he's actually a metal bender. She scoffed at the notion. There was no such thing as a metal bender. That's nonsense. That's what I thought, until the day I saw a frying pan come flying out of the kitchen and nail someone who had insulted his food right on his head. Did you ever think that maybe the chief has good aim? He just gave her a look. Azula, the time that passed between the head chef in the kitchen hearing the insult and the frying pan hitting the customer was about 5 seconds. Also add in the fact that you would have to make 2 turns to get to the kitchen from the main dining area. The look on her face was one of disbelief. You have got to be kidding, she protested. Trust me, it happened. I was having lunch with the guy who insulted the food. Zuko tried to meditate but couldn't concentrate. He finally gave it up when he heard knocking on the door. What is it? He called out as he stood up. There's someone here to see you, sir, the soldier outside his room said. She says that she knows you. Let her in. The door opened and Jean walked in. Hello, Lee, she said quietly, not making eye contact with him. Jean? What are you doing here? After that one date they had, they didn't really see each other. I came to tell you something. She gave him a look. Are you really Prince Zuko? He sighed. Yeah, I am. I'm sorry for lying. It doesn't matter now. You don't have a lot of time, she said with an urgent voice. What do you mean? Before the incident today, there were a group of people who were talking about taking care of the problem the city has. I didn't think anything of it, but later today, the same group was there at the tea shop. They said that they were ready to kill the royal whore and her guard dog. Azula and Naruto, he said, realizing what was going to happen. The two of them were going to be ambushed. They left without any guards. He started to swear as he reached for the Dao swords hanging off the wall next to the bed. Guards! He called out. Yes, sir! The guards barked out as the two of them came into the room. I want you to escort this woman back to her home. Then I want you to go to the nearest Fire Nation base and rouse as many soldiers as you can. If anyone questions your orders, tell them Prince Zuko ordered it. I want you to take them out into the agrarian zone, he ordered them. Is that understood? Yes, sir. He ran past Jean and the soldiers, going out the door and bolted down the corridor. He first went to the room that Mai and Ty Lee shared and banged on the door. Zuko? Asked Ty Lee as she opened the door. What do you want? Grab Mai and meet me at the front of the royal palace. He told her before running away again, leaving a confused acrobat. He ran down to the Sand siblings' room and banged on their door too. What is the matter with you? Kankuro asked as he opened the door. You couldn't have waited another minute? I was winning here. Listen, the three of you have to come with me right now. No arguments, we have to go now, he said when he saw that Kankuro was about to protest. He ran for the front of the palace where he saw that Mai and Ty Lee were already there. What is going on, Zuko? Mai asked. She had never seen him act like this before, but then again, it had been 3 years. That's something I would like to know too, Temari said as she and her brothers joined them. The three of them had been playing a card game when Zuko banged on their door. Naruto and Azula are going to be ambushed. They're going to be attacked in the agrarian zone, he finally told them. We have to go. They all saw how that was bad. When Zuko went down the steps, they followed. Why were they going to the agrarian zone? Gaara asked as they raced down the stairs. Azula wanted to go see a family member. The two walked in silence in the agrarian zone. After finishing dinner, they took a carriage to the inner wall and then out to the agrarian zone. After coming to the general vicinity they left the carriage and walked. They soon came upon the hill where Lu Ten was buried. They walked up and looked at the single tree at the top. Azula looked at the tree in silence. It's strange, she said. When I first heard that Lu Ten had died, I only cared about if my uncle had continued the siege. But now it seems like I can't walk through Ba Sing Se without seeing something that reminds me of him. It was almost seeing a ghost that faded when her eyes looked at him. I never met him, Naruto told her. What was he like? Much like Uncle, easygoing and cheerful. She smiled sadly. He was carefree, but when he had to, he could show that he was the son of the Dragon of the West. He probably would have made a particularly good Fire Lord. They stood in silence for another minute. Come on, Naruto said. Let's walk for a bit. She nodded. They walked down the hill and through the fields. Away from the city, everything was quiet. To the both of them, it was something of a relief. After a while, they stopped and looked up at the moon. It's full, he commented. I wonder what tipped you off about it, she replied, some of the old sarcasm coming back into her voice. He looked at her and smiled. There it is. I was getting a little concerned about your lack of sarcasm. She tried to scowl at him, but she couldn't hold it and began to laugh. He joined her and they spent a few minutes laughing. Hey Naruto, Azula said after they stopped laughing. Have you ever heard the legend of Moonfire? No, I think I missed that one, he answered. But then again, I'm surprised that the Fire Nation would even have a legend about the moon. It's not really spoken out loud anymore, not since my great-grandfather started this war. I learned about it at the Royal Fire Academy for girls from the older students. What's it about? She took a step closer to him. Legend has it that the moon fire is a gift given to women firebenders by the moon spirit. Moon fire was something that could only be used under the gaze of the moon. It was also not something that was to be used on the battlefield. Then what was it used for? She smirked and took another step towards him with a sway in her hips. It was used to seduce men. When a woman used moon fire, she could make men walking by stop and watch her. And if she used it on the man she loved, he would not be able to take his eyes off her. He smiled at her. Princess Azula, if I didn't know any better, I would say you were trying to use moon fire on me. She smirked and took another step towards him. No. Supposedly, if you wanted to use moon fire, there was a dance you had to do. Besides, I don't think I need moon fire. Do you? His breath hitched. Standing underneath the light of the moon, Azula was gorgeous. Her golden eyes seemed to twinkle in the dark. Her pale skin glowed like alabaster, and her black hair framed her face perfectly. Before he could answer, she took another step forward and kissed him full on the lips. He was caught off guard by it. Azula was not the one to just kiss you without warning, she wasn't the one to kiss you, period. He was reluctant for a few seconds, but then he surrendered and returned the kiss. They stood there, under the moonlight, with their eyes closed, sharing a kiss. Azula was the first to break the kiss. She took a step back and looked at her bodyguard, a faint blush on her cheeks. Naruto just looked at her. No, I don't think you do, he finally said. She smiled at his answer. Get down! He suddenly cried, grabbing her arm and pulling her down to the ground. A large rock sailed harmlessly over their heads. Bringing their heads up, they saw that they were surrounded by a large group of Earth Kingdom citizens and guards. Kill the whore and her dog! One of the citizens screamed out. Naruto's eyes went flat and hard when he heard him. Do you want me to gut that one? He asked his princess. We're being ambushed here, Naruto, she replied, her hands going for the daggers. I know. And when the ambush party tried to attack them, he touched the tattoo on his wrist, muttered a quick kai, and a small cloud of smoke appeared. When the smoke dissipated, his jian was in his hands. He sidestepped a war hammer strike and buried his fist in the wielder's stomach and sliced the man's head off. Azula drew out the daggers, parried a sword strike with one and sliced open the person's stomach, spilling his guts. Standing up, she stabbed another in the chest. Meanwhile, Naruto placed himself in an airbending stance and kept moving around his opponent, getting around to their backs and stabbing them. Azula, he said as he dodged a rock spike. We don't have time to be polite. Scorch the bastards. My hands are kind of full here, she shouted back. Then use your feet. You have two of them. She ducked under a swing of an axe and retaliated by plunging her daggers into her attacker's neck. Thinking that she was open, another charged at her, his sword held high. Azula noticed what was coming, raised her foot and bent a stream of fire from it, roasting the attacker. More of the ambush party joined the fight, which forced Naruto and Azula to move around, that way they wouldn't be blocked in. Naruto moved through the attackers using airbending and waterbending. He dodged, sidestepped, deflected, blocked, and when the attacker was surprised for a moment, that was when he went for the kill. Azula moved through them using flips, cartwheels and high jumps. She learned a few things from Ty Lee. While she did this, she used both her daggers and her fire bending to full use. Her hands danced with the daggers, slicing and stabbing the enemy, while her legs and feet sent streams of fire as well as fireballs out as well, burning her attackers. As the ambush went on, her movements got more and more acrobatic. Whoa, Naruto thought as he watched Azula bend backwards into a handstand in order to stab an opponent in the feet and then do the splits, bending two streams of fire, setting two different attackers ablaze. I didn't know she could do that. When did she get that flexible? Kid, get your mind out of the gutter and back into the fight. The QB chastised him. Then he took a look at her. She does have a nice ass to look at though, I'll admit that. Hey! If I can't ogle her, then you can't either. He shouted at the fox before returning to the fight. Agni, Azula thought as she took a look at Naruto. He looks like he belongs on the battlefield. It's almost intoxicating to watch him. She shook her head hard. Not the time for that, Azula. Pay attention. On the outskirts of the battle, everyone saw a fireball go up. But it wasn't the blue fire Azula wielded, it was an ordinary flame. While everyone's attention was on that, sand burst out of the ground and cleared a lane in the circle surrounding the two. Are we interrupting? Gaara asked as his siblings, Zuko, Mai, and Ty Lee joined them. When did you get a sense of humor? Naruto asked back lightly. Now is not the time, Kankuro told him as he revealed his new puppet, Sasori, Scorpion. Are you two okay? Zuko asked Azula and Naruto. We're fine, Zuzu, Azula told him. You sound aggravated, Mai noted. She was. These rockheads couldn't have waited 5 more minutes before ambushing us. Oh, details later, Ty Lee said. She smelt something juicy to talk and gossip about. Ladies, shouted Temari. Focus, please. She readied her fan. Mai readied her knives and Zuko drew his swords. They turned the tables on the ambush. The Sand siblings worked in tandem. Kankuro used his new puppet to disable, Temari used her fan to send them flying, and Gaara used his sand to crush them. Mai would throw her knives and Zuko would attack when the knives hit. Azula and Ty Lee worked together using their acrobatics to disable, kill, and flambe. Naruto worked alone in the fight, but that was because if he needed help, all he had to do was create a Kage Bunshin. His Tsunken was a great help in taking enemies down. Soon enough, the ambush was over, but not in the ambush's favor. That was boring, Mai stated as she put her knives away. But it's still over, Ty Lee said cheerfully. The attackers lay on the ground all around them, either dead or fully paralyzed. Damn, not enough time to fully test Sasori, Kankuro muttered. There were still some things he wanted to test out. Oh, relax. You still have that spar with Naruto, Temari told him as she folded her fan. Naruto looked at the bodies of either dead or unconscious ambushers. This was too easy. What do you mean? Azula asked him. This ambush, there were only civilians who only had a basic knowledge of weaponry or earthbending and low-ranking guards. Why would they try to ambush us if they knew we could beat them with time? Not unless his eyes went wide. Not unless they were nothing but fodder. This wasn't the ambush. Holes in the ground popped open and out flew more people. However, the difference was that these people were of high ranks in the military and of the nobility, and that they were prepared for this. I will admit, a low-ranking general with an expensive armor said, we weren't expecting the others to show up. But it showed us what they could do. And now we will destroy you. Kill them. They charged, but unlike the last one, which charged like a stampede, this charge was coordinated. Those wielding pole weapons went for Ty Lee, Azula, and the Sand siblings. The ones wielding hammers and axes went for Kankuro, Mai, and Zuko. The ones that wielded swords went for Naruto, Temari, Ty Lee, Azula, and Zuko. And the earthbenders separated them doing what they did best. For Naruto and his group, things got both worse and complicated. They knew how to fight against the ones that came at them, but they were many. They also had to deal with salvos of rocks, earth columns, and stone spikes from the earthbenders, who were controlled and precise. Every time they tried to regroup, the earthbenders would separate by bending rock lines at them, forcing them back. They started to work against those who fought them. Gaara started to use his sand to break the shafts of the pole weapons. While Azula went after them with fireballs and dagger strikes, Ty Lee got in close and blocked their chi, disabling them. Kankuro made sure that both he and Sasori stayed out of reach of the hammer and axe swings while Zuko and Mai got in close and took them out. Zuko also dealt with the swordsmen, as did Temari. He used his Dao swords, and she used her fan. When they were dazed, Naruto moved in and killed them. But despite what they tried to, they were tiring. Kami, take it. Kankuro swore as he ducked under an axe swing. This is going nowhere. We're outnumbered here. Not a problem, Naruto replied. He brought his hands into a hand seal. But before he could do anything, the leader shouted, now! Do it! The earthbenders banded together and, as one, bent a wall of stone up from the earth, separating Azula from the others. It towered over them, too tall for the shinobi, and former shinobi, to climb over quickly. Bind her! a voice on the other side of the wall ordered. They heard fire bending, weapons clashing, and then the sound of something knocking someone out. Zuko, make a hole! Naruto ordered as he tried to fight his way to the wall. Zuko steadied himself and projected an image of himself in his mind. Thankfully, during his time in Ba Sing Se, he hadn't slacked on this kind of training. He was able to split himself into his yin and yang. He then brought them back together, reforming them into himself. Naruto, get down! As Naruto fell to the ground, he took a deep breath and then breathed lightning. It tore through both the attackers and the wall, blasting a good chunk out of it. While the wall was tall, it wasn't really thick. The end result was a hole in the wall that you could easily step through. That was when they saw an unconscious Azula, her hands cuffed together by rocks, by the edge of a cliff that was not there before. The earthbenders had bent a large crack in the earth. It was so deep that you could not see the bottom of it. The Earth Kingdom noble who was holding Azula turned to see Naruto standing at the hole in the wall. He smirked, turned back around and, borrowing strength from the earth, hurled the unconscious princess off the cliff. Azula! Screamed Naruto, getting the attention of the others. He ran towards the edge and threw himself after her. His grip on his jian loosened and the sword was suddenly yanked out of his hand by gravity, falling into the abyss. What an idiot, one of the men said with a snort. He was suddenly killed when sand covered his entire head and crushed it. Gaara, can you reach him? Temari asked as she joined her brother at the edge while the others came through the hole and attacked the ambushes. They're falling too fast. My sand won't reach them, he answered. He and everyone else turned their attention back to the enemy and attacked with fury. Even Ty Lee went for the kill, using her chi blocking abilities to stop the heart. While they tried to rip those who ambushed them to shreds, Naruto was falling down after Azula. He angled his body so he could faster and reached her sooner. I have her! He thought in triumph as he grabbed hold of her and pulled her into a hug-like embrace. Great going, Kit, the Kyuubi said. Now what are you going to do? They were still falling to their deaths. He looked at the cliff walls. Despite gaining better control over his chakra, he knew that he would not be able to land safely on the walls. If he tried to do that, there was an incredibly good chance of losing his grip on Azula. Also, if that didn't happen, the added weight would slow him down when he tried to run up the wall. I only have one option, he said as he bit his thumb. You realize that if you do that, they'll be able to find you, right? The fox asked him. There was a reason his Jinchuriki hadn't used that jutsu in 3 years. We really don't have a choice here. It's either them or splatting. And I don't feel like splatting, do you? He went through the hand seals. It had been more than 3 years since he had used this jutsu, but he could still remember what to do. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique. He cried out, holding his hand out in front of him. Chakra poured out from his hand and created a large cloud of smoke. Readjusting so that his feet were downwards instead of his head, he fell through the smoke and landed on a familiar head. What in the name of the great toad sage is this? Gamabunta, chief of the toads of Mount Myaboku, roared as he held onto the cliff sides. Jiraiya, where are you? Is this your idea of a joke? Long time no see, Chief Toad, Naruto said, holding the unconscious Azula in his arms like a bride. She was still unconscious, but now she was safe in his arms. Gamabunta froze. He hadn't heard that voice in 3 years. Naruto, is that you? Who else would summon you while falling to a death not wanted? The blonde demanded before looking back up. Listen, since you're here, can you help me? I need to stop a fight before my friends get killed. The giant toad was silent for a few seconds. Very well, but you and I are going to have a talk later, he said. What exactly did you have in mind? Naruto smirked. Shock and awe, he answered. The chief of the toads smirked as well. Shifting his weight, he launched himself upwards. The fight was not going well for Zuko and the others. Despite aiming to kill, they were tiring. Sasori had taken a beating and was moving sluggishly, since a pike managed to nick Kankuro's left arm, making it painful to move and leaving only his right arm to operate the puppet. Mai was on her last 2 knives, which she kept in hand. Ty Lee was slowing down. She couldn't keep doing her acrobatic moves. Zuko's Dao swords had been destroyed when a hammer strike knocked them out of his hands and a stone spike shattered them. Temari's fan had some holes in it, so she was forced to fold it up and use it like a club. The only one who didn't look tired was Gaara. He kept using his sand to defend the others. I don't think we're going to last much longer, Kankuro said as he tried to steer Sasori to another attacker. Thanks for stating the obvious, Mai said as she plunged a dagger into her opponent's head. Focus, Mai, Zuko told her as he bent fireball after fireball at the enemy. It was then a large shadow fell over them, blocking out the moon. What is that? Ty Lee screamed, near hysteric. That is a toad, Gaara said as he looked up to see what it was. We'll be fine. How are we fine? That thing is huge. I know that particular toad. Gamabunta landed on the wall, demolishing it. It was big, he is bigger, and squashing those who were still on the other side. The battle completely stopped as they stared at the giant toad. Well, kid, what do you want to do with them? Gamabunta asked the blonde on his head. First things first, Naruto said. He looked at one of the nobles. That one threw Azula off the cliff. Extend him the same courtesy, please. The toad opened his mouth and shot his long tongue at the noble, who tried to run and failed. He caught him and lifted him off of the ground. He struggled to get out of the tongue's grip but couldn't even move. You can't do this to me. Do you not realize who I am? He demanded. Neither Naruto nor Gamabunta said anything. Gamabunta just let go of the noble, letting him fall like a stone and nowhere close to either cliff side. His screams grew more distant the further he fell, until they could no longer hear him. Anyone else want to follow him? Gamabunta demanded, glaring down at the rest of the ambush party. They responded by dropping any weapons they had and bowing to the giant toad. I thought not. Oh look, the cavalry, Naruto said as he looked from atop Gamabunta's head. Reinforcements were indeed coming but they were rather particularly late. He leapt down to the ground and landed in front of Zuko. Zuko, get her back to the royal palace. He told the scarred dragon, giving him Azula. I'll send word to the Daily to have a protection detail waiting for you. He made a clone, which sprinted towards the inner wall. Where are you going? Zuko asked. To have a talk with him, he answered, pointing to the giant toad behind him. He leapt back on top of Gamabunta's head, who then hopped away. The leaps he took were large and within a few seconds he had disappeared. Prince Zuko, sir. The two guards who were at his door greeted him with salutes as they stopped in front of him. You're late, he said. Our apologies, sir, but there were delays when we reached the base, the first guard quickly explained. Zuko nodded, accepting the answer for now. I want these people to be thrown into jail. Their fate will be decided later. He gestured the Earth Kingdom citizens. The soldiers saluted and went to work. Zuko and the others started to walk back to the inner wall, a small detachment of soldiers following them. They had finally stopped near the mountains in the agrarian zone. So, what did you want to talk about? Naruto asked as he stood on the toad's nose, looking him in the eyes. You know damn well what I want to talk about, Gamabunta all but growled. Fine, then I'll get right to the point. I'm not going back. Kid, you're in danger, the toad told him. Konoha is the safest place for you. I've been in danger for the last 3 years and yet I survived, he retorted. Besides, I want nothing to do with Konoha. It was a prison then, and it would still be a prison now. There are people who miss you, Naruto. He barked out a harsh laugh. Now I know you're lying. No one would miss me. If anything, I'd think that they would glad I left. He was sure of it. That's enough, Gamabunta declared. There are people who care for you. Do you know how long Jiraiya searched for you after you escaped? How many times Tsunade sent out teams of shinobi to look for you? How many times the Konoha 11? Shut up, Naruto unexpectedly roared. If Jiraiya cared about me, he would have been there for me when I was little and scared. If Tsunade cared about me, she never would have agreed to that ridiculous plan. If the Konoha 11 actually cared about me, they would have never doubted me and called me a joke. They never cared about me. Yes, they did, Gamabunta roared back. They have always cared about you. Stop lying to me. Just stop it. He knew that they never cared about him, and neither did the Hokage. They just wanted him because Konoha was the only one who didn't have a Jinchuriki. He was sick of it. He just wanted to be left alone. Was that too much to ask for? The two of them were silent for a couple of minutes. You're still in danger here, kid, Gamabunta finally said. Jiraiya got word that the Akatsuki had started hunting you again. Itachi and Kisame found me already, the blonde replied. I gave them a warning not to come after me. It was a bluff, but the toad didn't need to know that little tidbit of information. What? Don't give me that, Gamabunta, he said. I know for a fact that the old hag would send any information she had on to the super pervert, and I also know that he would pass that information on to you. That way, you would be prepared in case I ever summoned you. It's just the way they would operate. Gamabunta said nothing in reply. He just grunted and blew smoke. They stayed like for a few minutes, in the silence of the night. That was a pretty girl you were holding. Is she your girlfriend? He finally asked. She's the princess of the Fire Nation. You know that already, and you also know that I'm her bodyguard. Why was he asking questions he already knew the answer to? Was it just to annoy him? You still didn't answer my question, the toad replied with a smirk. Well, we were on a date tonight, he admitted. That was before we were ambushed. Way to go, kid. How many have you gone on? Only this one, he answered. Usually, any girl I meet tries to jump my bones, screaming that they want my children. You have fangirls? Gamabunta asked in surprise before bellowing out with laughter. Oh, that is rich! Who would have ever thought that the dead last would get fangirls? He knew that if Jiraiya was here, he would be laughing too. You're just proving my point, Naruto said quietly. It was that kind of stuff that showed they didn't really think of him the way they thought they did. The laughter died from the toad boss's lip almost instantly. You're adamant about this, aren't you? I'm not a kid anymore, Gamabunta. I can take care of myself. I have a life here. I have friends here. Hell, I have enemies here. Do you realize how refreshing it is to have enemies that aren't related in any way, shape, or form to the village and are completely your own? Yeah, I can. I'm not going to let the village ruin what I have here. He had earned what he got on this side of the planet, and he wasn't going to let anyone take all that away from him. And yet you're okay with being with the Kazekage and his family, Gamabunta noted. It seemed like a contradiction to him. He's a friend, he retorted. Besides, he's on vacation. How did you find out about the block? That was something that been bugging the clan ever since they discovered they couldn't reverse summon him to empty Mayaboka. How do you think I found out? He looked the toad straight in the eye. Gamabunta, I want your oath that both you and the Toad clan will leave me alone from now on. Kid. I want your oath, Gamabunta, the blonde cut him off. If you don't, and you try to reverse summon me, I will burn your home to the ground and I will kill everyone there. You wouldn't dare. You wouldn't kill Gamakichi or Gamatatsu. Everyone there, he repeated, completely serious. Very well. You have my oath. Thank you. He jumped off the toad's head and onto the ground. You're right, kid, Gamabunta said. You have changed. He disappeared in a huge cloud of smoke. Naruto simply looked at the quickly dissipating smoke and walked away. Well, that was interesting to watch, Kisame remarked as they walked down the street. I don't think I ever seen a date go bad that spectacularly. You're forgetting that one time in IWA, Itachi replied. Oh, for Kami's sake, not this again, he groaned. I've told you before. I had never known that woman. She was drunk and almost incoherent. Besides, she was flirting with you. We ended up in a massive fight with all the men of that town because of that woman. Then we had to run away from the women of the town in our underwear, the Uchiha told his partner. Don't remind me, please. After informing their leader about Naruto, Itachi's and Kisame's orders were to stay back and observe him. They had lost track of him in the Siwang Desert, so they decided to follow the Avatar's group. While they dealt with the drill, the two members snuck into the city. They kept their distance but still kept an eye out on them. They were surprised when they saw the Kazekage was still alive, but was even more surprising was when they watched the fight in the Crystal Catacombs and saw that Shuya was indeed Naruto. You have to admit, the kid has gotten very good, Kisame noted. He had watched the blonde fight and he was a little impressed by what he saw. Indeed, but he is still learning, Itachi said. He never saw that lightning strike, nor did he notice our presence in the catacombs. Report, the voice of Akatsuki's leader rang in their minds. They kept walking, making their way back to the inn they were staying at. When they reached their rooms and sat down on the floor, they started to concentrate, closing their eyes. When they reopened them, the image of the Akatsuki's leader stood before them. Report, he repeated. They quickly told him everything they had seen after tracking the Avatar's group. It was something to see, really, Kisame told him. He's quite the little trickster. The leader said nothing. He just stared at the two. What of the Konoha shinobi? We are uncertain about what happened to them after they were taken away, Itachi said. But we have debated and have concluded that Naruto will have imprisoned them and then manipulate them into leaving. As far as we can tell, he will be heading back to the Fire Nation soon. Are we to follow? No, he answered. If you follow him, eventually he will notice you. You are to return to the elemental countries via seal. So, we're just going to leave the kid here? Kisame asked, confused about the leader's decision. Do not worry, Kisame. Sooner or later, whether of his own violation or not, the Kyuubi will come to us. They couldn't exactly say, but it seemed the ghostly image of the Akatsuki's leader was smirking. When Azula awoke, she lunged forward with fire in her hands. Take it easy, Azula, Zuko told her, standing at the edge of her bed. He had stayed in the room, waiting for her to wake so they could talk. What happened? She asked, dispelling the fire. The last thing I remember was a sense of falling. You were thrown off the edge of the cliff and Naruto saved you, he said, deciding to omit the part of the giant toad. He's standing guard outside, in case you're wondering. Well, that is his job. She looked at her silent brother. What's the matter, little Zuzu? She asked, using the nickname she knew he hated. We need to talk, Azula, he said, completely serious. Somebody set up that ambush. Who do you think arranged it? Oh, I have an idea, she all but snarled. There was only one person who could manipulate people on that kind of scale into trying to kill her. Yao Jing, he said, voicing her thoughts. Yeah, she agreed. How did you figure it out? Those reinforcements I had sent for arrived later than they should have been. The guards told me that they were delayed. The officer said they had to double-check their story. That should never have happened. If any soldier comes in with orders from the royal family, they're to be carried out immediately. The only reason I can think of being stonewalled like that was Yao Jing got to the officers first, which means she didn't come up with this idea on the spot. She's probably been waiting for this chance. The two siblings remembered what she had said in the throne. I saw a chance and took it. Both Zuko and Azula realized that she wasn't exactly talking about the Avatar, and that she was still seeing chances. Azula, Zuko began. We both know that you and I disagree on a lot of things, but one of the things we can agree on is that Yao Jing would be happy to see us dead. So, from now on, when it concerns her, we watch each other's back. He held out his hand. What say you? Azula looked at her brother. Agreed, she said, taking his hand. Location, Konoha. Tsunade sat at her desk, looking out through the window. She was taking a small break from her work and reached for the sake, yet. Lady Tsunade, Shizen said, coming through the door and into the office. The teams from the bending countries are back. She turned back to her desk. Send them in, she ordered. Shizen nodded and walked out the door again. A few seconds later, Guy, Asuma, and Kurenai came in with their teams behind them. They wore an expression of defeat on their faces. Tsunade looked at them in silence. What happened? She finally asked. Asuma stepped forward. The mission failed, Lady Tsunade. The Avatar has been killed and the Earth Kingdom has fallen, he said to her. What of the Kazekage? She asked almost immediately. If the head of Sunagakure was dead on their watch, they were going to be facing huge problems. Guy walked forward. This was found in my headband, he said, putting a piece of paper in front of her. She picked up the piece of paper and read it. To the old hag. Gaara is fine. He will not be a prisoner. In fact, I think it's safe to say that he and his siblings will become guests of the Fire Nation. After all, he's on vacation. Naruto. She read the paper once more before crumpling it up. I want a full report from each and every one of you, she said, dismissing them. They nodded and left, leaving the Hokage alone. Location: Ba Sing Se. Iroh sat in his cell. It had been over a day since Naruto had visited him. He could that it was afternoon due to the amount of light shining from the window. The door opened and two Dai Li agents stepped inside. What is it? Did my niece already call for my death? Iroh asked with a little humor in his voice. The agents said nothing. One of them came forward and placed a bundle of clothing next to him. Put this on. Knock on the door when you are done, he said. The two agents walked out of the cell and closed the door. Iroh took the bundle and opened it, revealing white clothes, mourning clothes. He wasn't quite sure where this was going, but he put on the clothes. When he was done, he knocked on the cell door. Follow us, the agent said, opening the door. They escorted Iroh out of the dungeons and out of the palace. They walked him down the steps and into a carriage. The carriage took him through the city, to the inner wall, and then out to the agrarian zone. When it finally came to a stop, the place outside the window was familiar. The door opened and Iroh stepped out to see Azula, Ty Lee, Mai, Zuko, and Naruto, as well as a small contingent of soldiers standing beneath a familiar hill. The soldiers wore formal armor while the others wore mourning clothes. Naruto wore black instead of white. Welcome, Uncle, Azula greeted him with genuine politeness and kindness in her voice. What is this all about, Azula? He asked her. Take a look. He looked at where she pointed. At the top of the hill, at the base of the tree, was a statue of Lu Ten in a meditative position. His eyes were closed, his hands were cupped, and he had a content smile on his face. They all walked up the hill in silence, their feet walking the steps of a slow, formal march. As they stopped and stood in front of the statue, Zuko spoke. The Fire Nation has done what no one has thought possible. It has conquered Ba Sing Se. But instead of celebrating our victory over the Earth Kingdom, we are here to remember and honor those who've fallen in battle during the siege of Ba Sing Se, especially my cousin, Lu Ten. It is both my sister's and my wish that whenever people will see this statue, they will not remember the victory, but the soldiers we lost to achieve victory. Uncle, Azula said with a surprisingly gentle tone in her voice. Will you ignite the flame? Iroh said nothing. He just walked forward, bending a small orb of fire in his hand. He placed the orb in the statue's cupped hands. It took hold and turned into a small fire, not something that was used for battle, but to provide light and warmth. We remember and thank those who have served the Fire Nation, his niece said for all those on the hill to hear. We remember and thank. The soldiers repeated, bowing their heads to the statue. A sorrowful tune began to play. It was a tune that every soldier knew, and they sung along with it. Leaves from the vine, falling so slow. Like fragile, tiny shells, drifting in the foam. Little soldier boy, come marching home, they sang in a slow voice. Brave soldier boy, comes marching home, Iroh finished, tears falling freely from his eyes. Night had fallen. After the small ceremony, Iroh was brought back to the prison. There had been no fuss or attempts to escape. The Dragon of the West went peacefully. The rest of the day was spent by everyone going about their business, readying things to go home before finally retiring to sleep. Naruto slept lightly in his room. He had chosen the room next to Azula so he knew she would be safe. When he heard the door to his room, he was awake and slowly reaching for the knife he had strapped behind the bed frame. Naruto? Called out Azula. He relaxed, bringing his hand away from the knife. Can't sleep? He asked, raising his head to look at her, seeing her silhouetted against the door. She nodded. He lifted the cover slightly. She walked over and got in, laying her head against his chest. Good night, he said, his arms looping around her and holding her closer. She lay there in content, listening to his heartbeat. While she was frustrated that he kept secrets from her and wouldn't tell her about his past, she was glad that what she felt for the blonde was more than a crush, and now, she knew it for a fact. She loved him. She loved her bodyguard. She loved Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 20. Hiding in Home. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location unknown. Aang opened his eyes with a small groan. He got up from the bed he was on and sat on its edge. The process made him groggy. He shook his head to clear away the grogginess, and placed his hand on his bandaged chest. He also vaguely noticed that his chest wasn't the only thing that was bandaged. What happened? He asked. Noticing something out of the corner of his eye, he saw that the banners in the room were of a deep red color. Turning his gaze back to the bed, he saw the flag of the Fire Nation looming over him. Oh no! Realizing that he had to escape, he grabbed his Gilder staff, opened the door, and made his way into the corridor. It was difficult for him to walk down the corridor. He had to use his gilder staff as a third leg and the wall for support. He came to a corner when he heard someone say, "You hear something?" He looked around the corner and saw two people dressed in Fire Nation armor. Using his gilder, he bent a blast of air at the two of them and started running, or in this case, hobbling. "He's awake!" the soldier cried. They went after him, which only made him increase his hobbling. "Stop! Wait!" the soldier called after him. Aang didn't pay any attention. He tried to climb a staircase out to the deck but tripped on the last step. He fell to the ground. His gilder slid across the deck to where two Fire Nation soldiers were feeding a familiar lemur. "Momo?" he asked, confused. The lemur gave a screech of delight, ran over to him, jumped on his shoulder, and licked his face. "Twinkle Toes!" cried Toph, who had been standing at the rail with Katara. "That's got to be you." "Aang, you're awake!" Katara said as everyone crowded around him. They were either wearing Fire Nation armor or red cloaks that said they were from the Fire Nation. "Are you sure? I feel like I'm dreaming," he replied, rubbing his eyes. Everything he saw just didn't look right to him. Maybe he was still groggy. "You're not dreaming. You're finally awake," she said, giving him a hug, which made Momo fly away. "Aang, good to see you back with them living, buddy," said a familiar voice inside a Fire Nation uniform who gave him a quick hug. Standing next to him was a white wolf. "Sokka? Akela?" asked Aang. As he kept looking at everyone, he began to feel woozy. "Oh, somebody catch him, he's going to," Toph began to say as Katara tried to grab him. She just missed as he fainted and collapsed to the ground. Katara held him as they all looked at him, Appa joining in the looking as well. Location: FNS Burning Sun. Zuko stood on the deck, looking at the moon in its full glory. Mai approached him from behind. "Aren't you cold?" she asked, standing by his side. "I got a lot on my mind," he told her. "It's been so long, over 3 years since I was home. I wonder what's changed. I wonder how I've changed," he said to himself. She yawned. "I just asked if you were cold. I didn't ask for your whole life story." When he looked away, she gave a small laugh, walked up behind him, and turned his head to face her. "Stop worrying." The two of them shared a brief kiss before she walked away, leaving him to look at the moon again and contemplating what has changed. Unbeknownst to him, Naruto sat on top of the tower, watching the moon as well. Hearing someone landing on the tiles next to him, he looked over. "Do you always come up here when you want to be alone?" Gaara asked. "You got something on your mind?" the blonde asked back, looking up at his friend. He sat down beside him. "Why do you hate the Konoha shinobi?" Naruto went silent. That was a question that he didn't even want to talk about, let alone answer. "I don't hate them. I want them to leave me alone. They still care for you, you know that." "Cammy, take it, not you too," he groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. He was already touchy about the subject in question, and Gaara bringing it up was the last thing he wanted. "Why do you insist on pushing them away?" the Kazekage asked. He was intent on finding the actual answer to why the blonde had left their side of the world. He took his fingers away from his nose and looked his friend straight in the eye. "Gaara, look at me. I'm not the same person I was 3 years ago. They just can't seem to grasp that. This is my life now and I want them to leave me alone. They didn't comply, so I made them." Things fell quiet between them as they sat on the roof. "Naruto, you've never asked me about how I was resurrected." "Does it matter?" he asked. "You're alive." "I was rescued by Chio, an elder of my village, and a team from Konoha." His face became neutral. "I see. Are you not going to ask which team was sent?" "Quite frankly, Gaara, I don't care. You're alive and a bunch of shinobi from Konoha helped. That's all there is to it." "It was Team Kakashi," the redhead told him. He groaned, putting his face in his hands. "You just had to say it." "When they saw me dead, Sakura and Sasuke fell to their knees and cried. They were mourning the fact that they had lost another of their friends, like they had lost you." "I told you, I don't want to hear this," he said, voice muffled due to his face being in his hands. "You should be proud of them. They're quite well known in the world of shinobi. They're known as the Konoha no Sakura Ho and Kurijishi no Sharingan. Enough, Gaara, he declared, pulling his head back up. I don't want to hear about them. I'm not interested about what they did, or what they're known as. Change the subject. He sighed. Very well, why were you up here anyway? I had an idea, so I'm mulling it over. What's the idea? I was thinking of writing a book. Something along the lines of what I did in Ba Sing Se. It had been a vague idea in the back of his head just as they left Ba Sing Se. But as he thought it over, he began to like it more and more. Although I would have loved to read a book about deadly court intrigues, if that book existed. You mean like a spy novel? Yeah, but I'm having trouble coming up with a name for the main character. Right now, all I have for a last name is Ryu. I can't think of a first name. Gaara looked up at the moon, noticing how white it looked at that moment. Does Shiro sound good to you? He asked. Naruto thought it over. Yeah, I like it. It works. Thanks, Gaara. He cleared his voice. The name's Ryu. Shiro Ryu, he intoned, looking completely serious, before breaking out into a huge grin. Oh yeah, that works. I also know about how he acts now. I gotta go write this stuff down before I forget. He leapt off the tower, landed on the deck and ran below deck. Gaara just watched him run off. He stayed there for a few minutes before also jumped off the tower, using his sand to cushion his landing. He then quietly walked back down below deck. Location: Team Avatar ship. Why are we on a Fire Nation ship? Aang asked as one of the crew put a robe over his shoulders. Why is everyone dressed this way? And why am I the only one who's completely out of it? You need to take it easy, okay? You got hurt pretty bad, Katara told him. I like your hair, she said, trying to be a little less awkward. I have hair? He asked, freaking out as he felt the top of his head. Sure enough, there was hair growing there. How long was I out? A few weeks. It had been a scary few weeks. Everything okay? Asked Hakoda as he walked over. We're fine, Dad, Katara told him curtly. I'm Hakoda, Katara and Sokka's father, he introduced himself to the Avatar. He knows who you are. I just called you Dad, she snapped at him. I guess you're right. Nice to officially meet you, Chief Hakoda, Aang greeted him, holding out his hand. It never hurt to be friendly. It's an honor to meet you, he replied, clasping his arm. Great, now you guys have finally met. So would you mind giving a little privacy? Katara asked her dad rudely. Of course, he said before walking away. Are you mad at your dad or something? Aang asked her as she scowled at her father's back. What, not at all. Why would you say that? She asked, confused. He shrugged, but the motion made him clutch his side in pain. Maybe we should go upstairs. You need a healing session. She took him back inside, into the bedroom. After having him sit down, she bent water out of 2 nearby jars and placed her hands on his back, over the red scar he now had. Tell me where the pain feels most intense, she told him, her hands covered with glowing water and touching his back. Aang gave a small grunt of pain. A little higher, he told her. As she moved higher, he got a flashback of him rising out of the crystal cocoon in the Avatar state. Wow, you're definitely in the right area there. I can feel a lot of energy twisted up around there. Let me see if I can. She bent the water away from his back, but when she did, he arched his back in pain. He remembered going into the Avatar state a second time, before getting hit in the back by a bolt of lightning. I went down, he said as he came out of the memory. I didn't just get hurt, did I? It was worse than that. I was gone, but you brought me back. I just used the spirit water from the North Pole. I don't know what I did exactly, she told him truthfully, looking down at the floor. That night, she had been half afraid that she had killed him instead of healed him. He turned around to face her. You saved me. You need to rest, she told him, placing a hand on his face. He couldn't help but agree with her. Location: Fire Nation. The old twins, Lee and Lo, stood on a balcony addressing a crowd below while Azula and Zuko waited in the tower behind them. Although both siblings had preferred to keep their return to the Fire Nation a low-key event, The Fire Lord insisted that his people be allowed to see their prince and princess return from a campaign in the Earth Kingdom. Naruto walked behind the royal children, in his formal Fire Nation military uniform, but he kept his Paragon medallion hidden. Your Princess Azula, clever and beautiful, disguised herself as the enemy and entered the Earth Kingdom's capital, Lee said. In Ba Sing Se, she found her brother Zuko, Lo said. And together they faced the Avatar. And the Avatar fell. The twins spoke as one. And the Earth Kingdom fell. Azula's agents quickly overtook the entire city, Lee announced. They went to Ba Sing Se's great walls and brought them down. The twins spoke as one again. In the building behind them, Azula and Zuko shared a small smile. Naruto groaned inwardly when he heard the twins' announcement, referencing the Dai Li's controlled collapse of the outer wall, even though Ba Sing Se had a large and perfectly functional gates. The armies of the Fire Nation surged through the city through the walls and swarmed over Ba Sing Se, securing our victory. Now the heroes have returned home. The twins spoke in unison. Your princess, Azula Lo announced. Azula knew that was her cue and walked onto the balcony. The crowd cheered as they saw the princess of the Fire Nation. They always cheered for her. But now, they put a little more into it. And after 3 long years, your prince has returned, Lee said. It was he who led the dragon's fangs in the siege of Akawan, defending it from the Earth Kingdom. He challenged the Earth Kingdom general to single combat, and won and earned the title of the Scarred Dragon for setting free the dragon that was held captive. Lo cried. Zuko! Shouted the twins. Zuko walked onto the balcony, garbed in formal armor, and with his hair done up into a top knot. The people cheered louder for him than they did for Azula. Some of them began to chant Akawan. Akawan! Akawan! He knew that they were chanting his victory, cheering him for being there at the right time. But somehow, the chanting felt hollow. All he could feel was the faint warmth of the giant fire behind him as well as its shadow covering him. Yet the twins were not done with the royal children, for they decided to continue with their procession, this time targeting the blonde in question. When Kozan faced certain death and our soldiers were outnumbered, the Paragon of the Fire Nation rose to the occasion and planned a surprise for the enemy. Lo continued. Lee added her bit as well. Together with Princess Azula and her allies, Lord Naruto faced the Earth Kingdom's armies, and slayed its general in the field of battle. The Fire Nation's newest hero, Lord Naruto. The twins finished, much to the wild approval of the crowd. Naruto waved at the crowds as they cheered loudly. Yet, he could not help but see the irony of this situation, while at the same time faintly winced, as he spotted the guards struggling frantically to hold off a gaggle of women trying to approach him. I would have loved this kind of adulation, if I was still a naive, 12-year-old boy back in Konoha, Naruto thought. Now I'm being given recognition for the wrong reasons. Location: Team Avatar ship. Everyone had gathered for breakfast. Since everyone was there, Sokka decided to tell Aang what was going on. After what happened in Ba Sing Se, we had to get you to safety, he explained as he sat on a crate. Akela lay next to him on the deck. We flew back to Chameleon Bay, where we found my father and the other Water Tribe men. The Earth King decided he wanted to travel the world in disguise, so he set off alone. Well, not completely alone. Bosco? Asked Aang. Yep. Soon the bay was overrun by Fire Nation ships. Rather than fight them all, we captured a single ship and made it our disguise. Since then, we've been traveling west. He pointed to the map he now held. We crossed through the Serpent's Pass a few days ago. We've seen a few Fire Nation ships, but none have bothered us. But what exactly happened in Ba Sing Se? I thought the Dai Li obeyed you. He still wasn't sure of what exactly happened during the takeover. All he really knew was that Shia wasn't who she said she was, and nobody realized it until she revealed it herself and betrayed them. Sokka's expression fell, changing into a small scowl. I didn't think that Naruto left that book on purpose. I had gotten cocky. I never thought that he could use the law about the Dai Li as well. I should have figured that he would have had control over the Dai Li as well. Everyone was silent for a minute. So, what now? Aang finally asked. We've been working on a modified version of the invasion plan, Hakoda told him. It's Sokka's invasion plan, Katara said pointedly to her father. Yes, Sokka's plan, he agreed. We won't be able to mount a massive invasion without the Earth Kingdom's armies, but the solar eclipse will still leave the Fire Nation vulnerable. So, we're planning a smaller invasion, Sokka continued. It's just a ragtag team of our friends and allies from around the Earth Kingdom. We already ran into Pipsqueak and the Duke. Good to see you again, Aang, Pipsqueak said, while the Duke ate from atop his head. And the best part is, the eclipse isn't even our biggest advantage. We have you, he declared, looking straight at the airbender. Me? Aang asked, confused. Yep, because the whole world thinks you're dead. To say the Avatar was stunned might have been an understatement. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko walked down the corridor, before finally stopping at a door. He reached for the door and opened it, walking into his own room. It had been 3 years since he had been in his own room, and yet it looked like it hadn't changed at all. Everything was exactly the way he left it. I wondered when Father ordered it to be cleaned, Zuko thought to himself with a little cynicism. Then he noticed something on a nearby table. Walking over to it, he noticed it was a sheath for Dao's swords, with said swords lying next to it. He just stared at them. I thought he would have them thrown away. In his exile, he used the standard issue of Dao's swords, and he had also stolen a pair when he and Iroh were on the run. But the ones in front of him, they were his. He had forged them after his training with Piandao. It was funny, looking at them for the first time in 3 years made his left palm twinge. He could still remember when he had begun the process of forging the swords. He had cut his palm on a block of metal, almost covering it in his blood. Despite of that, the block of metal seemed to be the right one for him, and he gave to Piandao. The one thing that had always struck Zuko as odd was that he had smelted the block of metal while it still had his blood on it. He reached for the swords, picking them up and feeling their weight again. As he held them, he felt like he was finding a lost part of himself. He thought he had heard a faint voice say, "Where the hell have you been?" in the back of his head, sounding very annoyed. As he went through a few basic motions to get the feel for them again, he saw the familiar inscription on the 2 blades. Flashback. Sifu, what do these inscriptions mean? Zuko asked as he showed the inscriptions on his swords to Piandao. It is something that my Sifu had taught me. While the language is ancient, he told me what they say. What's that? The inscriptions say this: abandon your fear. Don't give an inch. Advance and never stop. If you retreat, you will age. Be afraid and you'll die. End flashback. Prince Zuko? Said a voice behind him. He swung around and pointed a Dao sword at a middle-aged man in servant's garb. The man gave a cry of surprise and flinched away. Who are you? Zuko demanded, holding the sword point just between the eyes. And my name's Ha, the servant yelped. I was ordered to be your personal servant. He withdrew the sword from Ha's neck. Next time, don't sneak up on me. I might have killed you, he warned him. My apologies, sir, I will remember that, he said, bowing low in apology. Good. Leave me be for now. Ha bowed again. Yes, Prince Zuko. He left the room, leaving Zuko alone in the room. Location: Team Avatar ship. The world thinks I'm dead? Aang asked as he stood at the rail. How is that good news? That's terrible. The natural balance would be disturbed if people thought he was dead. He had to make it right. It means the Fire Nation won't be hunting us anymore. And even better, they won't be expecting you on the day of Black Sun, Sokka tried to explain. No. You have no idea. This is so messed up. They heard the horn of another ship. Turning their gaze to the sound, they saw that it was another Fire Nation ship. I'll handle this, Aang declared, grabbing his glider staff. The Avatar is back. He opened the gilder, but it hurt him. He tried to ready himself for takeoff when he felt something holding the gilder down. Looking down, he saw that Akela held the staff in his teeth. Aang, wait, Katara said. Remember, they don't know we're not Fire Nation. Despite wanting to show that he wasn't dead, he could see her logic. Sweating, he gently tugged the gilder away from Akela and folded it. Everyone, just stay calm, Hakoda told them all. Bato and I will take care of this. The 2 Water Tribe men finished their disguise by putting on their helmets. Meanwhile, Pipsqueak and the Duke used a large bundle of cloth to hide Appa, Momo, and Akela. I hate not being able to do anything, Aang whispered as he and the others hid in the staircase. Hopefully, you won't need to, Toph replied. The two ships got closer to each other. As they sat side by side, a ramp was lowered so the Fire Nation captain could walk across. Commander, why are you off course? He asked as Hakoda saluted. All Western Fleet ships are supposed to be moving towards Ba Sing Se to support the occupation. Actually, we're from the Eastern Fleet, Hakoda lied as he and Bato shared a look with each other. We have orders to deliver some cargo. It was a simple lie, one they just had to stick to. If they did that, getting out of this should be easy. Ah, Eastern Fleet, the captain mused to himself. Well, nice of Admiral Chan to let us know he was sending one of his ships our way. I'm sure Admiral Chan meant no disrespect, sir, Bato tried to assure him. I mean, how hard is it to write a quick note and send a hawk our way? He asked, ignoring what the fake Fire Nation officer had just said. Next time, we'll send 2 hawks to make sure you get the message, Hakoda told him. They saluted and the disguised Fire Nation soldiers turned around and walked away. Sir Admiral Chan has been on leave for 2 months at Ember Island, one of the soldiers that accompanied the captain whispered to him. What? Why doesn't anyone tell me anything? Something's not right, they should have known that. I think this is a captured ship. They started to walk back across the ramp. Just stay quiet until we're safely across the ramp. Then we'll sink this ship, the captain whispered to the soldiers. Unfortunately for him, Toph heard the entire thing. They know! She yelled out for everyone to hear. Slamming her hand onto the deck, she bent the metal ramp to fall into the water, taking the captain and the 2 soldiers with it. Katara then bent the ocean to rise and push the other ship away from them. They took that advantage and started to sail away. Meanwhile, a ladder was thrown down for the men in the water, so they could get back on board their own ship. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko sat in the garden, throwing bread pieces at the turtle ducks. Hearing movement to his side, he looked and saw Azula sitting down next to him. A brief look behind him confirmed that Naruto was up in the tree. Funny, last time I checked, the turtle ducks were afraid of you, he commented as he kept throwing pieces into the pond. Naruto covered me in breadcrumbs and then threw me into the water when he saw how I treated them, she replied, a small smile on her face. The little ones are quite the nibblers. She placed a hand in the pond. The baby turtle ducks came and started rubbing their heads against it. By the way, congratulations, she said as she felt her hand being rubbed. For what? He asked, confused. For earning the title of dragon, she explained. I realized that I had never actually congratulated you. I never expected you to congratulate me. I kinda expected you to insult me about it, he told her with complete honesty. He had fully expected her to be completely jealous and make fun of what he did. I can't be proud of my older brother? She asked, sounding a little offended. Before he could answer, they heard a sword hitting the ground. Turning around, they saw Naruto's jian sticking out of the ground. Sorry, just making sure gravity was still working, he told them as he jumped down from the tree and pulled the jian out from the ground. Was that really necessary? Azula asked him, pulling her hand from the water. If the sound the baby turtle ducks were making was anything to go by, they were disappointed in the loss. I had to check. I didn't have a coin handy. What exactly are the 3 of you doing? Yao Jing asked as she approached them. Her voice made the turtle ducks swim away. And why do you look so down, little brother? She asked Zuko. I haven't seen Dad yet. I haven't seen him in 3 years since I was banished, he told her. So? She asked, making it sound like it wasn't a big thing. So, I didn't capture the Avatar, he reminded her. That had been her fault. If she hadn't interfered in old Ba Sing Se, the Avatar would have been in chains by now. Who cares? The Avatar is dead. She caught the look he had on his face as he looked away. Unless you think he somehow miraculously survived. Katara's words went through his head again. This is water from the spirit oasis at the North Pole. It has special properties, so I've been saving it for something important. He turned his attention back to his half-sister. No, there's no way he could have survived. They glared at each other, almost daring the other to make a move. Well, then I'm sure the 2 of you have nothing to worry about, she said before walking away. She's done something, Naruto said after she had left the garden. The two of you keep your guard up. Both Azula and Zuko nodded in agreement. They had caught what Yao Jing had said. If they weren't careful, it would not be good for them. Location: Team Avatar ship. The enemy ship was chasing them and firing flaming rocks at them. Load the Toph. Toph commanded as she took an earthbending stance. Pipsqueak placed a large slab of rock in front of her. Using her earthbending, she lifted the rock and threw at the enemy ship, crushing one of their catapults. She fired off another one to intercept another incoming missile. Sokka, Akela, and Aang stayed inside. When Aang tried to go out and help, Sokka stopped him. Aang just banged his head on his Gilder staff. I am completely useless, he mentally yelled at himself. The enemy ship aimed a harpoon down into the water and fired. It flew into the water and breached the hull, letting water to flow in. After being pulled out, it left a bigger hole and more water flowed in. Katara, however, was already on top of it. She quickly froze the water around the hole, sealing it off. I'm gonna give us some cover, she told the others. She bent the ocean to turn into vapor, giving them a fog screen. But it didn't really work, as the next missile destroyed the supply of rock slabs they had. I can't just stand by and do nothing, Aang declared. He tried to run and join the fight, but Akela had grabbed the hem of his robe and held him in place. You're still hurt, Aang, Sokka told him as he brought him back inside. And you have to stay secret. Just let us handle this. Fine, he said curtly. Akela, make sure he stays inside, Sokka ordered the wolf before running out onto the deck as another missile almost slammed into the deck. The two ships sailed out of the fog, giving the enemy clear vision again. They fired another missile, which slammed into the deck and caused a fire. Katara quickly doused the fire with water from the ocean. How are we doing? Toph asked Sokka. Things couldn't get much worse, Sokka told her. It was at that point the serpent from the Serpent's Pass burst out of the water with a roar. The universe just loves proving me wrong, doesn't it? He asked to no one in particular. You make it too easy. The serpent was about to attack them when it was hit by a missile. Turning its attention to the other ship, it dove into the water and wrapped itself around it, letting them get away. Thank you, the universe! Sokka cheered as he watched on. You're very welcome, Sifu's voice whispered in his ear, momentarily surprising him. Be glad I know how to nudge these creatures in the right direction. You sent him after that ship? He asked underneath his breath, so no one would hear him. Nope, the ship did that by itself. I just had the serpent come here. Hours later, they docked the ship at a town. Aang was in his room again, trying to rest. The door opened, letting Sokka, Toph, Katara, and Akela walk in. Hey Aang, said Toph. We're going into town to find some dinner. They were hoping to make it like it was before, just them and no one else. Well, I am pretty hungry, Aang said, his stomach agreeing with the statement. Maybe dinner's a good idea. Sokka took out a headband from a pouch on his belt. Here, tie this around your head. It'll cover your arrow, he told the air nomad, offering the headband to him. He looked insulted at the mere prospect of wearing the thing. I'm not going out if I can't wear my arrow proudly, he snapped before turning away from them. Aang, come on. Be practical, the tribesman told him. He turned his head to glare at him. Oh yeah, sure, be practical. Like how you were practical about the daily. I guess you're not as smart as you think you are. Everyone was silent for what seemed to be a long time. They had never known Aang to insult someone, and yet, he just did. If you're going to act like this every time you're beaten, I can see why the Paragons keep watch over the Avatar, Sokka told him in a controlled voice before turning around and walking out the door, Akela behind him. Katara motioned Toph to follow him, leaving her and Aang alone in the room. I think I understand why being a secret bothers you so much, she said, placing a hand on his shoulder, trying to comfort him. You don't want people to think you failed. You're right, I don't, he replied. But the problem is, I did fail. And he failed in a spectacular way. He had lured the Fire Nation right into Ba Sing Se and let them take it over. Aang, that's not true, she protested. He sat up, it is true, he told her as he got up from the bed. I was in Ba Sing Se. I was there. But I lost. And now the Earth Kingdom has fallen for good. The Fire Nation had all but won because of his actions. It's not for good. She stood up as well. Remember, there's still a plan, the invasion. And I hate the invasion plan too, he half shouted at her. He grabbed hold of the flag that stood above the bed, tore it off and threw it to the ground. I don't want you or anyone else risking your lives to fix my mistakes. I've always known that I would have to face the Fire Lord. But now I know I need to do it alone. Aang. She walked around the bed, her arms already out for a hug. She desperately wanted to hold him and make it all okay, like nothing was wrong. Katara, please, he said, making her stop. Just go, please. She turned around and walked back to the door. Is there anything you need? She asked, stopping at the door. I need to redeem myself. I need my honor back, he declared. She stayed at the door for a second. You know, if Asuma and the others were still here, one of them would have probably whacked over the head for what you've said, she said before finally leaving. Sokka have also whacked you in the head for the same reason. You're starting to sound like Zuko. Well, they aren't here, are they? He muttered to himself, looking down at his staff. He also felt offended by her comparison of his outburst to Zuko. It's just more people who would have risked their lives for me. It's better that they're gone. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko walked through the palace, coming to a stop at a curtained entrance. The last time he stood before this entrance, it was before that fateful meeting. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, he pushed past the curtain and walked into the throne room. He saw his father, sitting on the throne, his face obscured by the shadow cast by the fire. He walked forward, and when he was close enough, he got to his knees and bowed low. You have been away for a long time, Ozai said, looking down at his son. I see the weight of your travels has changed you. You have redeemed yourself, my son. He stood up and walked down the steps. Zuko raised his head and saw the face of his father, a face he hadn't seen for 3 years. Welcome home. Location: Team Avatar ship. Katara walked back to Aang's room, carrying a tray of food. I brought you some food, she said as she came through the door. But the room was empty. Oh no, she whispered, dropping the tray and running down the hallway. Sure enough, Aang was flying over the ocean, intent on waging a one-man war against the Fire Nation. However, he was still injured. As he held his side in pain, he fell towards the water. He managed to recover before hitting the water itself and flew on. He was determined to do this. Katara ran out onto the command tower deck, where Hakoda and Bato were. I'll leave you two alone, Bato said after he noticed the tears in her eyes. He could already tell that this needed to be a private conversation. What's wrong, Katara? Hakoda asked his daughter. He left, she told him. What? He was a little confused. Who had left? Aang. He just took his gilder and disappeared. He has this ridiculous notion that he has to save the world alone. That it's all his responsibility. Maybe that's his way of being brave. It's not brave, it's selfish and stupid. She all but shouted at him. We could be helping him, and I know the world needs him, but doesn't he know how much we need him too? How could he just leave us behind? She demanded. You're talking about me too, aren't you? He asked quietly in return. How could you leave us, Dad? Tears fell from her eyes, but she tried to wipe them away. I mean, I know we had Gran and she loved us, but we were so lost without you. He had been a constant fact in their lives until the day he left. After that day, they just didn't know what to do. When she looked away and cried into her hands, he placed a comforting hand on her shoulder. I'm so sorry, Katara, he told her. She gave him a hard hug. I understand why you left. I really do, and I know you had to go, so why do I still feel this way? I am so sad and angry and hurt. I love you more than anything, he assured her. You and your brother are my entire world. I thought about you every day I was gone, and every night when I went to sleep, I would lie awake missing you so much it would ache. But they were also what kept him going and kept him fighting the Fire Nation. Location: Fire Nation. I will admit that I was outraged when I first learned that you decided to walk right into Akawan. But that rage has now turned into pride, Ozai said as he walked around Zuko. I am proud of you, Prince Zuko. I am proud because you and your sisters conquered Ba Sing Se. I am proud because when your loyalty was tested by your treacherous uncle, you did the right thing and captured the traitor. And I am proudest of all of your most legendary accomplishment. You and Azula slayed the Avatar. What did you hear? Zuko asked. He was shocked at what he heard. The last time he had checked, the Avatar had been sprinted away from them. He wasn't dead. Yao Jing told me everything, his father said to him. She said she was amazed and impressed at the power and ferocity the two of you possessed at the moment of truth. While he knew that was not the case, he decided to go with it for the moment. My older sister flatters us. We did what we had to do, no more, no less. Ozai walked back to the throne. You may leave. There will be a party later to celebrate you and your sister return. Zuko stood up, bowed to his father once more and turned around to leave the throne room. Location Aang. He kept on flying, but as he did, he kept getting closer and closer to the water's surface. When he looked ahead, he saw something he had forgotten about. The blockade, he said to himself. But he wasn't going to stop by that. Using airbending to help him, he took a deep breath and closed the gilder. He dived into the sea and used waterbending to push himself past the ships. Once he was a safe enough distance, he broke the water's surface. Using his gilder to hold himself, he gasped for breath. He saw a log drifting by and swam towards it. After resting on it, he had an idea. Using his gilder as a sail, he used the log as a surfboard. But his good luck ended as a storm came through and the waves got choppier. He eventually slammed into a wave and lost hold on his gilder. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko left the throne room, his mind racing a mile a minute as he walked through the halls. As he turned at a corner in the corridor, he ran into Azula and Naruto. Good, I was looking for you too, he said to the two of them. What's the matter, Zuko? Naruto asked. After coming out of the meeting he had waited 3 years for, the blonde would have expected him to be a little more happier. Then again, that might be a little difficult with the royal flaming asshole. Yes, what is the matter, little brother? Yao Jing asked from behind them. When they all turned to look at her, she was standing confidently in the middle of the hallway, a smug smirk on her face. Zuko looked her straight in the eye. Why did you tell father that Azula and I killed the Avatar? He asked her. Beside him, Azula's eyes widened slightly at the news, while Naruto's just went flat. You seemed so worried about how father would treat you because you hadn't captured the Avatar, she told him easily enough. I figured if I gave you and Azula the credit, you would have nothing to worry about and father would see that the two of you were working together. But why? Asked Azula. Yao Jing never did something like that out of the simple goodness of her heart. She didn't have a heart to begin with. I thought it would be a good idea to make it look like you two were working well together in father's eyes, she answered with a careless shrug of her shoulders. Nothing that simple, Zuko said, not with you. You've got another motive. She always did, ever since they had been children. She chuckled darkly. Really, Zuko, what other motive could I have? What could I possibly gain by letting you two get all the glory for defeating the Avatar? She asked. Unless, somehow, the Avatar was actually alive. She smirked at them. All that glory would suddenly turn to shame and foolishness. But you said it yourself, that was impossible. You illegitimate bitch, Naruto said, realizing what she had done. She had trapped Azula and Zuko by telling a simple lie to Ozai. Now, Naruto, that's not nice, she replied, waving her finger at him, like he was a child who had misbehaved. Let me guess, if the two of us were shamed, you would finally have you always wanted? Zuko asked her. It's a possibility, she admitted with the smirk still on her face. Azula barked a curt laugh at those words. It'll only happen if the two of us are dead in the eyes of father. You're a mistake, Yao Jing. You always have been. Even father thinks so. The smirk she wore died away when she heard those words. She started to walk forward until she was almost face to face with her half-siblings. If father thought I was a mistake, then I would be dead. Apparently, I'm good for something. She turned around and walked away. She stopped and looked back at the two of them. Make no mistake, Zuko, Azula. I will get what I want. Her gaze turned to the third person. And when that day comes, I will enjoy breaking you, Naruto. He scoffed at those words. Lady, people have been trying to break me since I was born. I haven't broken yet. And you don't scare me. She said nothing. She just continued to walk away. Location Aang. He held on to the log for dear life as the storm howled around him. He saw his gilder floating in the water, but he knew that if he tried to get it, the ocean would swallow him whole. He let out a scream as a tidal wave sent him under, but he was able to recover and swim back up to the surface with the log. "I'm not going to make it," he whispered to himself as he once again held onto the log. "I failed." As if to answer, lightning roared and flashed briefly in the sky. When it was the spirit of a man long dead floated above the water. "Roku? You haven't failed, Aang," the spirit of the previous avatar said to him. "But everyone thinks I'm dead again," he protested softly. "They think I've abandoned them, and I'm losing this war. I'm letting this side of the world down." "If anyone is to blame for this, it is me," Roku replied. "I should have seen this war coming and prevented it. You inherited my problems and my mistakes. But I believe you are destined to redeem and save this side of the planet." "I don't know." He had been trying to do that ever since he woke up to see Katara's face above him. And yet, at that moment, it felt like an impossible task. A pool of light shined down on him. "You already saved the world," the voice of Princess Yu told him. He looked up and saw the moon breaking the clouds apart. The storm died down as the vision of you, garbed in white, descended towards him. "And you'll save the world again, but you can't give up." Aang looked up at her. She was a reminder of what he could have done better. But she was also a reminder of all the people he had tried to save and did. "You're right. I won't give up," he declared with conviction. He bent the sea to push him forward on a tidal wave while he used the log as a surfboard. You raised her hands and made the wave bigger, pushing him farther, before ascending back up to the moon. When the wave had finally died, Aang had washed up on Crescent Island, which was still erupting due to his actions. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko tried to keep his breath calm as he stood outside the door that would lead into the ballroom. "Nervous, sir?" asked a nearby soldier. "Somewhat," he admitted. "The people I've usually talked to for 3 years were soldiers. If I snap to attention and say, 'Sir, we know I belong in the military.'" "With all due respect, sir, I think you're already in the military." The joke made the soldiers and him chuckle, loosening the tension a little bit. "Are you ready, sir?" the soldier asked the prince once the laughter stopped. He stopped laughing and took a deep breath. "Might as well." They opened the door and marched into the ballroom, where the party was in full swing. "Ladies and gentlemen, the Scarred Dragon, Prince Zuko," the lead soldier announced. The nobles there politely clapped for as he descended the staircase. He looked around the huge, grand ballroom that was draped in colors of red. "Hey Zuko, how have you been?" Another teenager came up to him and asked. Before he was exiled, Zuko thought of him as a close friend. Now, he was just another face in the crowd. "I've been well," he replied curtly, before walking on. "Come on, man, don't be a stranger," the guy replied, trying to catch up. Zuko stopped and glared at him. "You are a stranger. Don't bother me," he told him before walking away again, leaving a stunned teenager behind. "He seems to be doing well," Naruto noted. He and Azula, as well as Ty Lee, Mai, and the Sand siblings, watched Zuko's progress as he made the obligatory walk through all the nobles there and talked to them. "This is his first time back in court in over 3 years, Azula replied. "It would be impressive if he didn't make a fool of himself." "He just blew off a potential bootlicker in the first 2 minutes, Kankuro said. "I think he'll do okay." "But that's just bootlickers," Tamari countered. "He still has to deal with the actual nobles and military leaders that are here tonight. And those were on a whole different level than bootlickers." "You're forgetting one thing, Tamari," Naruto said to her, his voice completely serious. "What?" "Fangirls," Gaara answered for his friend. Both Kankuro and Tamari were surprised by that. "You have got to be kidding," Tamari declared. "No, trust me. Zuko has fangirls," Naruto assured them. "It's true. We saw them in Kozan," Azula supported. It had been a little disturbing to see at the time, but they had been there. Luckily, Governor Shun has managed to keep them at a tight leash. Guys?" Ty Lee said. "Could we stop talking about Zuko's fangirls? Mai's aura is getting darker." They looked at Mai. While they couldn't see her aura, they could the growing expression of murder on her face and the small twitching of her hands, like they were demanding to throw something. "Azula!" cried a familiar voice. They turned to see who spoke. They got their answer when the speaker came up to them and gave Azula a hug, who returned it. Kori? Asked Naruto. But as he asked, in his head he was thinking, thank you, Kami. By having my distracted, she wasn't thinking about murdering people. Oh, hey Naruto, she greeted the blonde, breaking the hug with Azula. You say hi to her first, then me? I'm hurt, he said with a hurt expression that everyone knew was a fake. Oh, don't worry, she told him with a smile on her face. You're still my big brother. Well, that's a relief, he said as the hurt expression evaporated from his face. Kori, what are you doing here? Azula asked her. She was surprised by her appearance, but she still welcomed it. You don't remember your last letter? Almost instantly, she remembered it. Oh, my apologies, I had completely forgotten about that. Hold on a minute, Naruto interrupted the two of them. What do you mean, letter? He asked, looking back and forth between the two girls. While you were off conning the Avatar, I was trading letters with Kori, Azula told him. My last letter offered her the chance to stay with us for a part of the summer. And I took her up on that offer, Kori finished. Naruto kept looking back and forth between the two of them before finally slumping his shoulders. Well, there's nothing I can do about it now, he conceded. But Kori, I want you to do two things while you're here. What? She asked him. 1. Don't earthbend. 2. Never be alone with her. He pointed to Yao Jing, who stood by Ozai in a servant uniform. While she looked smug to be near the Fire Lord, she also looked annoyed by what she was forced to wear. Why should I stay away from her? Kori asked. She had thought that person had been a servant. She's dangerous and she doesn't like me, Azula, or Zuko. She will try to use you against us. You're not kidding, are you? He had sounded completely serious the entire time he had spoken, but she wanted to be sure. He gave a grim smile. Welcome to politics. He heard a small noise, like someone clearing their throat, beside him. Oops, sorry, he apologized to the Sand siblings. He turned back to Kori. Kori, this is Gaara no Sabaku and his brother and sister, Kankuro and Temari. Guys, this is Kori Morishita, daughter of Udao's mayor, he introduced them to each other. Hello, she greeted them with a bow, which they returned. So, you any good with a weapon? Asked Temari. The kunoichi could see that the girl had trained with something but wasn't sure what it was. I've trained with a meteor hammer. I should know, Naruto commented. You've tried to put me on the receiving end of the thing many a time. And every time, she had failed. I will beat you one day, Naruto. Make no mistake, she promised him with convictions and determination in her voice. And I will always look forward to that day, he replied, silently approving of the fire he could see in her eyes. He looked over at Zuko, who was now talking to a group of nobles. Now would probably be a good time to lend some support for your brother, Azula. Show the nobility that you are actually brother and sister, not two people engaged in a power struggle over the throne, he told her quietly. She nodded in agreement, and the two of them walked over to where Zuko stood. Naruto hung back a little so that Azula could look like she didn't have a babysitter. The thing that astounds me is that even though you could have been killed once it was all over, you still led the defense. Why would you do that? One of the nobles, a middle-aged man with a gut, asked Zuko. It was my duty as a prince of the Fire Nation, Zuko answered evenly. He had been careful with group he talked to and this one was no different. But you were banished, the noble's wife pointed out. Even if he was a banished prince, he was still a prince, Azula said, stepping into the group and into the conversation. My brother did the right thing when he led the defense at Akawan. Oh, Princess Azula, the nobleman greeted her with a bow. So you approve of your brother's actions? Of course I do, she answered. I would have done the same thing. Although, I don't think I would have been able to fight on the front lines and come up with those spontaneous decisions. She admitted with a little laugh. I think that Zuko has a knack for this kind of thing. Zuko shrugged his shoulder with nonchalance. I spent 3 years on a ship surrounded by military personnel. You tend to pick up a few things. Will you be taking an active part in this war? A third noble asked him. I hadn't thought about it, he admitted. I mean, I have no official ranking. The soldiers I led just called me commander. Ah, yes, the famous dragon's fangs. From what I've heard, The Earth Kingdom armies are afraid to go anywhere near Akawan because of them. He slapped Zuko on the back. You've done a fine job with them, lad. I just did what I had to do. It had been his duty, and he did it with all he could. Prince Zuko? Said a small voice. He looked around but didn't see anyone talking to him. Yes? He asked, not sure where the voice was coming from. Forgive me, Prince Zuko. My daughter is terrible shy, the first nobleman apologized. He moved to the left a little, revealing his daughter, a little girl with short, black hair. Now come on, dear, ask Prince Zuko your question, he told her. The daughter, who looked to be about 10 years old, looked at Zuko, and buried her face in her father's side. I am sorry, she squeaked. Zuko knelt so that he was at eye level with the girl. Is it my scar? He asked her gently. She nodded once. Very well, now try looking. She did and saw that he covered his left eye and ear with his hand, masking the scar. What is your question? I was just wondering how you were able to breathe lightning, she said to him. He smiled. When I was exiled, my uncle decided to try and teach me how to generate lightning. I couldn't do it, so he decided to teach me how to redirect it instead. Once I had gotten the movements down, I wanted to try it with actual lightning, but he refused. So, I went to look for my own. I ended on a mountaintop in the middle of a storm. It was in that storm I met someone I never would have expected to meet. Who did you meet? She asked, curiosity coloring her voice. I met the king of the dragons, Bahamut, he answered with a semi-grand voice. Really? Asked the girl, looking at him with wonder in her eyes. You met the Dragon King? What did you do? I insulted him straight to his face. In return, he threw lightning at me, which I redirected back at him, he said with a straight face. What did he do? She asked, almost afraid to find out. That did not sound like something one should do. Laughed it off and told me it had been a long time since anyone had done that to him. He came to visit me in my sleep when I was at Akawan and show me the path to breathing lightning, he finished. Can I learn how to do it? Are you a firebender? She nodded enthusiastically. Then you'll have to discover the secret for yourself. If I told you how to do it, it would only make it harder for you. Okay. I'll be sure to discover the secret, she declared with determination. Zuko smiled at her before standing back up and saying one last thing to each of the people there. Once he did, he walked away, taking his hand off of his face in the process. The kids got spunk, Naruto commented as both Zuko and Azula walked near him, allowing him to fall behind his princess. She'll make a good firebender. Yes, she will, Azula agreed. The three of them didn't go to any more groups. Instead, they went back to their own. How are you doing, Zuko? Ty Lee asked as he finally joined them. I'm not having the impact that's expected, he answered with a frown on his face. Whoever he spoke to had the same look on their faces. It was a look that told him that they didn't think he would be good enough. You seem to be doing fine to me, Corey said. He hadn't started a brawl with any of them, so that was a good thing. Zuko, this is Corey Morishita, from Udao, Naruto quickly introduced her to the scarred dragon. Hello, Corey, he greeted. But despite my words and what I'm trying to say, they don't believe in me, he told them all. Well, what do you have to do to get them over to your side? Temari asked him. I don't know. I've been away for 3 years and Uncle didn't teach me court politics. He had been more inclined to learn firebending techniques and how to survive than how to speak the right words to the right people. Then you must win them over another way, Gaara told him. Got any ideas? He couldn't think of any. One, Naruto said. It has its downsides and if it works, odds are we'll be hiding for the rest of the night. The others looked at him once he had said that. It was a weird thing to say. What exactly are you planning, Naruto? Mai asked him suspiciously. Luckily, Mai didn't have to receive an answer. She tapped Azula on the shoulder and pointed at the 2 men approaching her from the side. All of them formally bowed to the newcomers, except for the Sand siblings, who didn't recognize them. Naruto slightly winced inwardly when he realized that Governor Shun had arrived at the party, accompanied by Vatcher, who was surprisingly armed with just a pair of daggers. It's been a while, Lord Naruto. I heard of your role in helping the princess with the conquest of Ba Sing Se, and I would like to congratulate you both for accomplishing what even the infamous traitor General Iroh had failed to do. Both Naruto and Azula tried their best to not show any emotion, and even Mai had to prevent Zuko from reacting. It did work a bit, but Governor Shun turned to the prince in question. My prince. Lord Shun. It's been ages since we last talked, and I believe it was before I set off to lay siege at the North Pole, Zuko spoke gently. His face turned a bit dark. I thought you'd be in Kozan, managing the colony. Governor Shun nodded in agreement. I do, but there is something that needed to be done. Your father, the Fire Lord himself, has personally ordered me to come to the capital, to give a briefing on the Battle of Kozan. Why would my father be interested in a battle like that? Azula asked curiously. She started to notice Mai and Ty Lee taking several cups of watermelon juice and gave them to the rest of the group. I mean, he is always busy administering the Fire Nation. Well, a group of officers who are Lord Naruto's allies were clamoring for his promotion to lieutenant, but you'll see the surprise. Governor Shun beckoned for Naruto to walk towards the throne, where the Fire Lord himself sat. Now is the time, Lord Naruto. Naruto knew exactly what Governor Shun wanted him to do. Although he did make that kind of promise back when they started to leave Kozan, it was not something that the stern-looking man would forget. Moreover, as he continued to walk closer towards the throne, Ozai's smirk continued to grow until he stopped and bent his knee. Governor Shun made a silent gesture for the bell ringer to ring the bell, as to force everyone in the party to become silent. Fire Lord Ozai, Naruto began, I apologize for the lack of respect that I have shown towards you and the throne in which I am sworn to obey. Furthermore, as Paragon of the Fire Nation, I have seen the errors of my ways, and have come to learn that even the Paragon must remain loyal to the nation that they serve. Ozai's smirk vanished suddenly. What brought you to apologize to me, after so long? I would prefer to execute you for your blatant disrespect. Naruto continued on. If that is what my lord and liege wants, I would accept any punishment. Ozai beckoned for him to stand up. I will assume that this is more than just an attempt to make me change my mind about your promotion, correct? Ozai asked suspiciously. Not at all, my lord. As Governor Shun pointed out to me, the title of Paragon of the Fire Nation is almost like a noble title, only it has special responsibilities. He has also admonished me for my ill behavior and habits of making too many enemies within the Fire Nation. Ozai paused for a minute as he slowly digested what Naruto had said. While it is true that past paragons of the Fire Nation have stepped up under their authority in case the Fire Lord could not legally exercise their authority, he had not forgotten their main responsibility, which is to prevent the Avatar from going insane. Finally, he gave a small nod and sat down on his throne once again, but Naruto raised his hand. My lord, if I may make one more request on my part? Naruto asked again. This time, everyone stopped to hear what he will say next. What would that be, Paragon Naruto? I would humbly request to have a sparring match with His Highness, Prince Zuko. Only the people who were nearest to the throne could see the small smirk Ozai wore. Interesting, he finally said. He stood up from the throne. The fight shall be held in the Agni Kai chamber, he announced to all in the ballroom. We will allow Lord Naruto and Prince Zuko a half-hour to prepare. He walked down the steps, Yao Jing behind him, and out a door. The rest of the noblemen and servants followed his idea. Zuko stood on one side of the chamber while Naruto stood on the other. They had changed from the heavy, formal robes they wore for the party to simple training shirts and pants. Now they were just waiting for the fight to start. My prince! Yelled out Naruto. You're giving me an advantage with your top knot. He understood what Naruto meant. He reached up and undid the hairpiece, letting his hair fall down. Judging by the whispers the teenage daughters were whispering, they approved of his decision. How do you want to do this? He asked his opponent. The blonde shrugged his shoulders. Just show them what you got. Paragon Naruto, are you ready? Ozai called out from where he sat. It was a throne that was in the exact center spot in the benches, giving him a good view of each side. As he spoke, the servants holding their swords walked towards them. My prince and I are ready, Fire Lord, Naruto answered back formally. Let's get this started, he answered, drawing his jian from its sheath. The servant walked away with the sheath. Prince Zuko, are you ready? The Fire Lord asked his son. He nodded once, drawing his Dao swords. Hao walked away with the Dao sword sheath as well. Then begin. At those words, the gong rang, signaling the combatants to start their fight. They charged each other, swinging their swords with the intent to kill. The Dao swords and the Jian clanged together as they made contact. They held them there, trying to force the other one back with strength. The hold was broken when Naruto tried to sweep Zuko's legs from underneath him, forcing him to backflip away. They stared the opponent down, slowly circling each other. They exchanged a few strikes, testing the other's reaction time and speed. Is this a dance or a fight? Naruto asked, swinging his Jian at Zuko's shoulder. It is a dance, Naruto, just with swords. He parried the Jian with one blade and tried to swipe at Naruto's midsection with the other. However, the Jian swatted the blade away and struck his shoulder, cutting through the shirt. I guess so. The room was silent as the sleeve fell off his arm and fell to the floor. Are we done warming up? The blonde asked the prince. He looked at his bare arm, then at his opponent. Yeah, we're done. He spun into a roundhouse kick and bent a fireball at Naruto, making him duck. He pressed his advantage, swinging rapidly. His advantage didn't last long, as Naruto quickly recovered. The sword strike swung so fast, it almost looked like there was more one of them, 2 in case of the Dao swords. The spectators lost count of how many times one of the swords was inches away from drawing blood. Zuko had been right, it was a dance. And everyone in the stands could see it. They swung at each other at the same time, which sent both the Jian and the Dao swords flying into opposite sides of the arena walls. They only shared one look with each other before running to different sides of the arena floor and leaping into the crowds for their swords, making the people scatter when they landed. They grabbed their blades, turned back around and leapt back into the arena floor, allowing the people to sit back in their seats. Using the edge of his sword, Zuko bent a thin slice of fire at Naruto, who dispersed it with a swing of his Jian. They faced each, panting lightly. Then they looked at themselves. Zuko's shirt was shredded because of the cuts the Jian made. Naruto's shirt was shredded as well but had also caught on fire, not a big one, mind you, just a slow burning on the edges. Noticing that their shirts were barely more than scraps, they tore off the remnants. Oh, sweet Agni, Cory muttered as she looked at the two of them. A blush grew on her cheeks. Enjoying the view? Ty Lee asked with a grin on her face. Oh yes. Naruto is something to look at, I'll admit to that. She was having a hard time looking away herself. I wasn't just looking at Naruto. Azula had a look of slight disgust when she heard those words. Cory, that's my brother! She almost shouted at her. She may not get along with him well, but it was still disturbing. I can't help it. He's right there, she protested, gesturing at him. How am I supposed to ignore something like that? I don't know. Count the cracks in the wall, or something. The two fighters shared a smile of acknowledgement with each other before charging again. This time, Zuko brought in firebending. Since his hands were occupied, he used his feet. Every time he did a kick, fire was used as well. Sometimes it would hit Naruto, singeing his skin, but it would heal in a matter of seconds. The rest of time, he dodged the fire. Well, Naruto has certainly improved from 3 years ago, Temari commented as she watched the two continue. It was completely different from how he fought 3 years ago. Is our big sister interested in him? Kankuro asked her with a slight teasing tone in his voice. That's not even funny, Kankuro, she told him with a scowl on her face. If she had her fan on her, she'd brain him. Enough, Gaara said to the two of them. They stopped once they heard that order. The fight raged on, the fighters getting fiercer and fiercer. Naruto also began to bring in punches and kicks, although Zuko did an impressive job blocking them. Sometimes, one would flip over the other, trying to strike the head. But the other would block and spin in the direction they landed. He deserves his reputation as a master of Dao swords, Naruto thought as they once again circled each other, trying to see a weakness in the other. Yes, he does, Kit, the QB agreed as he watched the fight from inside his cage. Be careful, one misstep, one mistake and it'll be over for you. He may not be a master of the Jian, but his ability to improvise makes up for that, Zuko noted. There were more than a few close calls when he kept changing his sword hand. He looked at himself and at Naruto. Both were now panting, slowing tiring. The pants they wore had seen some damage. They had gone long-sleeved pants to ragged shorts, which also displayed their legs to the single female members of the audience. "Shall we wrap this up, Prince Zuko?" Naruto asked. Zuko's response was to bend whips of fire off the edges of his Dao swords and swing them at the blonde. He danced around, over, and through the whips. Zuko then bent the whips to form into a circle of flame, trapping him. He leapt easily out of the fire, but that was what Zuko wanted. As Naruto was airborne, he was breaking himself into his yin and his yang energies, and then bringing them back into one. As his opponent landed, he breathed lightning. It flew towards Naruto, but as it turns out, he was ready. He took the stance that Zuko knew was the one for redirecting lightning. It struck his sword arm and traveled down into his stomach. He brought back up into his other arm and threw the lightning back at Zuko. He was surprised, but he was able to recover. He took the same stance, let the lightning hit one arm and let it travel down into his stomach before bringing into his other arm and throwing it at Naruto again. He caught it again and tried to throw it back, but his aim was poor this time. The lightning fell to the arena floor and hit it hard. The ground shook, causing cracks to appear in the arena floor and shooting up dust. It caused a smoke screen so no one could see what was going on inside. When the dust finally cleared, Naruto was kneeling on the floor with Zuko standing over him, the Dao swords resting their points on his neck and heart. However, Naruto's Jien was also resting its point on Zuko's stomach. The gong ranged again and Ozai stood up his throne. "This fight is a draw. Both combatants have proved themselves capable in the art of fighting. I applaud Prince Zuko for his use of fire bending and am also pleased to have seen the breath of lightning myself," he praised his son. The crowd erupted into applause. Naruto and Zuko withdrew their swords from one another and stepped away from each other. "Good fight, Zuko," Naruto said as Ha and the other servant approached them with the sheaths. He handed his Jien off to the servant, who took it without any hesitation and sheathed it. He bowed and walked away. "Yes, it was," Zuko replied as he handed his Dao swords to Ha, who sheathed them, bowed and walked away. "When did you learn how to redirect lightning?" He had never shown how to do it to anyone else. "I saw you practice the movements back in Ba Sing Se," the blonde answered. "Didn't realize what it was for until you breathed lightning at the ambush. I figured it out afterwards. But I guess I still need to figure it out." He looked around the chamber, and his face sprouted a look of panic. Zuko, we should probably leave now." "Why?" the scarred dragon asked, confused by what he said. "We're hot, we're sweating, we're not wearing shirts, our pants are now ragged shorts, we've just finished a spectacular fight, and every woman in the audience who is single are looking at us like we're the last two men on this planet, and they want to pollinate like nobody's business." Naruto quickly rattled off the points. Zuko looked at the crowd and understood immediately. Naruto's definition pretty much hit the nail on the head. All the single girls, teenagers and young women alike, were crowding the front of the stands, pure lust shining in their eyes. He turned back to Naruto. "Shall we run for our lives?" he asked in a calm, pleasant voice. "Oh yes, let's," Naruto answered in the same voice. The two of them ran out of the Agni Kai chamber with both frantic speed and energy. The ladies who were single chased after them. Eventually, they barricaded themselves inside Azula's private bathing room and didn't come out for the rest of the night. Location: Crescent Island. Aang woke up and saw that it was morning. He also saw that Momo was licking his face. Sitting up, he saw Appa standing in the water and that Katara, Sokka, Toph and Akela were running towards him. "You're okay," Katara cried as she hugged him. The others soon joined, making it a group hug. Even Appa and Akela joined in, kneeling in the waves. "I have so much to do," Aang said as they broke the hug. "I know, but you'll have our help," she reassured him. He would always have their help. "You didn't think you couldn't get out of training just by coming to the Fire Nation, did you?" Toph asked the air nomad jokingly. "What about the invasion?" Aang asked. "We'll join up with my dad and the invasion force on the day of the eclipse," Sokka told him. His face had a neutral expression on it. "And we also have to do something else." "What's that?" "Stand up, Aang." He did so and Sokka did as well. Then, to the surprise of everyone, except Akela, he rammed his fist into Aang's stomach, making him to collapse to the ground with a pained gasp. "Why did you do that?" the Avatar asked the Water Paragon, trying to get his breath back. "Because that was probably one of the most boneheaded things you have ever done," And because Kiba and the others weren't here to do it, he answered. Don't give me that look, Katara. You know as well as I do that they deserved it, he said after seeing the glare on Katara's face. She would have said something in Aang's defense, but he stopped her. He's right, Katara. I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, he apologized to Sokka, who accepted with a silent nod. Hey, what's? Toph began to say as she picked something out of the water. Oh, it's your gilder. It was indeed Aang's gilder, ruined beyond repair. Aang stood up again and took the gilder from her. That's okay, he said as the others stood up as well. If someone saw it, it would give away my identity. It's better for now that no one knows I'm alive. He flew up to a small ledge that stood over the flow of lava. He raised the staff, gave a last couple of spins before stabbing it into a small trail of lava. He flew away to rejoin the others. Had he stayed a few seconds longer, he would have seen the staff catch fire and begin to burn. It was a small monument, one that said to the world that the Avatar was dead. Location: Fire Nation. By the time Naruto finished bathing himself after his intense spar with Zuko, the prince entered his room with a frown. Azula soon followed. Naruto noticed that Mai, Ty Lee and Corey weren't there. Mai's decision to host Corey proved to be a wise decision, as Yao Jing's presence would have made it even more dangerous for the visitor from Yu Dao. Since Naruto's public display of humility in front of the nobles, and the Fire Lord, some of the officers who initially disliked the Fire Nation Paragon, now started to tolerate him a bit more. However, the officers and nobles who were loyal to Yao Jing remained hostile to Naruto. Since when did you start addressing our father in such a formal tone? Zuko asked curiously. It's not like you've had a change of heart. Naruto nodded grimly. Both Azula and Governor Shun told me that if I was going to be promoted to an officer's rank, I needed to start showing the Fire Lord some respect. I didn't even have a choice in the matter, as Governor Shun also told me that the title of Paragon is almost like an officer's rank, only it's not. Azula placed her hand on her brother's shoulder. I was there when Governor Shun chewed him out. As much as we don't like to admit it, having Naruto promoted to at least the rank of lieutenant would dampen the resentment that the senior officers have towards him. Zuko closed his eyes and sighed in resignation. After hearing Azula's story about their time in Kozan and Yu Dao, including the incident with the cocky lieutenant who bravely challenged Naruto to a fight, he started to understand a bit more behind the charade, but Naruto was not comfortable with his role. Well, in that case, I will make a formal request to my father to put you under my command. I know your main role is to protect my sister, but it will take time for you to get used to your new position. Azula opened her mouth in shock, but Zuko held up his hand. Azula, you know as well as I do that the nobles will expect us to take a more active role in the war. I do. Besides, by keeping Naruto as our common ally, we could use him in any power struggle against Yao Jing. She may not look competent in my eyes, but she's a dangerous schemer. She turned to Naruto with a determined look. Naruto, promise me one thing only. Naruto looked back at her. What is that? Promise us that if you are forced with a command to become Yao Jing's bodyguard, you will refuse. Not just out of loyalty to us, the true-born children of our father, but out of the ancient laws of succession, as set by Fire Lord Zoryu. Naruto nodded. He knew what she meant. During the reign of Fire Lord Zoryu, he was engaged in a vicious power struggle against his illegitimate brother, Prince Chai-Jin. The struggle was caused by the numerous extramarital affairs that his father and predecessor had engaged in, which resulted in Chai-Jin's birth. Personally, he could not help but compare Ozai's role in the birth of Yao Jing to former Fire Lord Cheryu's dalliances. Don't worry about it. I won't bow down to a vicious little schemer like Yao Jing. It's what she would have wanted, he told Azula. I'd prefer death to servitude under her. Chapter 21, Culture Clash and Visits. Talking. Thinking. Biju/spirit talking. Biju/spirit thinking. Location: Fire Nation. Zuko tossed and turned, trying to sleep. Realizing he couldn't sleep because of one single thing, he got out of the bed and grabbed a heavy cloak. He walked out of his room and down the hall, making sure that no one saw him. He left both the palace and the city, climbing over the rim. Once he was over, he walked the path to the royal prison, reaching it while it was still dark. He stopped and looked up at the prison itself. A guard walking on the balcony saw him. Who's there? He called, only seeing a cloaked and hooded person who walked away. Taking a last glance at the person, he resumed his watch. A cloud flew over a couple of islands. I think I see a cave below. Aang's voice came from within the cloud as it descended to the largest island. SSSH. Keep quiet, Sokka's voice ordered. The cloud floated down next to the cave and then dispersed, revealing Appa and his passengers. Sokka leapt down from the saddle, Akela alongside him. The wolf raised his head and sniffed the air. He did that for a few seconds before shaking his head at Sokka. He looked at the others. Great job with the cloud disguise, but next time, let's disguise as the kind of cloud that knows how to keep its mouth shut, he told them all. Yeah, we wouldn't want a bird to hear us chattering there and turn us in, Toph remarked with the barest amount of sarcasm voice as the rest of the team got off Appa. We're in enemy territory, Toph. If we're not careful, someone will take notice of us, he pointed out to her. Sokka, would you stop being paranoid? Katara asked her brother with slight exasperation. He looked her straight in the eye. The last time you told me to stop being paranoid, we let the Fire Nation walk into Ba Sing Se and take it right under our noses. Both Katara and Aang flinched as if his words had smacked them in the face. Maybe we should get into the cave, Toph suggested, hoping to move past the suddenly awkward feeling. They all nodded in agreement and walked into the cave, seeing that it was big enough and roomy enough to bring in Appa. Well, this is it, Sokka announced. We're going to be living like this for a while, just going from one cave to the next. We don't need to become cave people, Katara pointed out. What we need is some new clothes. Yeah, blending in is better than hiding out, Aang agreed with the resident waterbender. If we get Fire Nation disguises, we'll be just as safe as we would be hiding in a cave. No one would look for them if they looked like they came from the Fire Nation. Plus, they have real food out there, Toph pointed out from where she sat. Does anyone want to sit in the dirt and eat cave hoppers? She slammed her hand against the wall, making cave hoppers jump out of the wall. Momo snatched one and ate it before looking at the others. Akela looked at the lemur with slight disgust. Alright, let's get some new clothes, Sokka declared. They eventually found clothes that were hanging out to dry outside a house that was right by a waterfall. I don't know about this, Aang said as they crouched behind a rock wall near the house. These clothes belong to somebody. It felt wrong to do this. I call the silk robe, Katara shouted before jumping over the wall and running towards the clothes. Both Sokka and Akela groaned at the same time. By the spirits, my sister is an idiot sometimes, the tribesmen swore. But if it's essential to our survival, then I call the suit, Aang finally said, keeping his voice down after Akela threw him a look and slightly bared his teeth. They all hopped over the wall and ran between the hanging clothes, grabbing different articles of clothing. They all hid behind a different rock wall and started to redress themselves. Tada! Declared Aang after he tied a headband around his head, finishing his disguise. I'm a normal kid. He certainly looked the part, especially since the headband covered his tattoo. Toph was already dressed in her disguise but was looking down at her feet, which were covered by shoes. I should probably wear shoes. But then I won't be able to see as well. She sat down and began to pull on the shoe. She forced her foot through the sole, sending flying. It would have hit Sokka, had he not ducked. Sorry, shoes, she said. Finally, a stylish shoe for the blind earthbender. How do I look? Katara asked them, coming back from changing in her disguise. She had let her hair out of her braid and dressed in a red dress. Aang scratched the back of his head, blushing. He thought she looked quite beautiful. He then noticed something. Your mom's necklace. He pointed at her neck. Oh yeah? She saw what he was talking about and took it off. I guess it's pretty obviously water tribe, isn't it? Its blueness would stand out against all the red she was now wearing. Hey, Katara, Sokka said with an annoyed look. What part of we're in enemy territory did you decide to ignore? You could have woken the person sleeping by the door with your shouting. And don't even think about telling me to stop being paranoid, he told her as she was about to open her mouth. Hey guys, let's calm down, Aang said, playing peacemaker. Let's just go into town and get our supplies. Alright. He looked at Akela. You're going to have to stay with Appa while we're in town. Akela gave him a look that said, You cannot be serious. I am perfectly serious. You're a white wolf. I think it's going to be pretty obvious where you're from if you come with us. Akela looked at him again, and then looked back at the house. Before anyone could stop him, he trotted back over to the house. He stopped at a big pile of soot and jumped into it. After rolling over in the soot for a couple of minutes, he got out and trotted back to them. His pure white fur had turned into sooty black. Sokka just looked at the wolf. "I am buying you the biggest, juiciest bone I can find in town," he declared. Judging by the wolfish grin Akela had on his face, and the speed his tail was wagging at, he approved. Azula and Kori faced each other in the training yard. "That was a good workout, Kori," Azula complimented as she sheathed her daggers. The two of them had gone out to the yard to spar incredibly early in the morning, having just finished said spar. "Thanks, Azula. I wasn't sure if I would be able to hold my own against you," Kori replied, lowering her meteor star. It had turned out to be an even match. The princess of the Fire Nation shrugged her shoulders. "I'm not a master with daggers, so you had an advantage." She was more inclined to use her bending than her daggers. It wasn't much of an advantage. She looked around the training yard, seeing how it empty was. "Funny, I thought that half-sister of yours would have been here before us." "What? You mean Yao Jing?" Her voice filled with distaste as she said her sister's name. "You did say she was a firebender. Don't all firebenders practice their bending as the sun rises?" She hadn't seen the bastard daughter of the Fire Lord since the morning before. "Most of us do. While Yao Jing is a competent firebender, she would rather fuss with her hair than practice." It was one of the many things she disliked about her elder sister. She valued how she looked over how she fought. "Hey, Azula!" called out Ty Lee as she and Mai walked out of the building adjoining the training yard. "Where Naruto and those sand people go?" the acrobat asked. Naruto had to visit one of the military bases on the outer islands, so he decided to take the sand siblings with him, Azula answered with a shrug of her shoulders. Her bodyguard did stuff like this all the time. "And you're not irritated that he's gone?" she asked with an innocent-looking smile on her face. "He doesn't have to be at my side all the time, Ty Lee," she snapped. As a matter of fact, she was irritated, but she had a guest in her house, and it would not do to be a bad-tempered host. "Oh, come on, Azula. We know you like him." The acrobat placed a lot of emphasis on that word, smiling. She blushed at the implication of the word. Feeling a hand on her shoulder, she turned around and Kori standing behind her. "I approve," the daughter of Yudao's mayor declared. "Huh?" Azula asked, completely confused by what she said. What did she mean by that? "You have my approval to date Naruto." Clearly, the princess of the Fire Nation had not been expecting that for an answer. "Who said anything about dating?" she half shouted as her blush got redder. "Wait a minute, why do I need your approval to date him in the first place? He is my big brother. I have to keep an eye out for him." "He was never actually adopted by your parents," Mai pointed out. "And I don't need your approval since he's my bodyguard," Azula told her. "And you've already slept with him," Ty Lee announced, adding fuel to the fire. "You what?" shouted Kori, looking at the princess with shock on her face. "Not like that." Azula tried to defend herself. "She's literally slept with him, that's it," Mai said in a deadpan voice. "We know this because every time we find them, it's hard to wake her up. She'll usually tighten her grip and burrow her head into his chest." The princess of the Fire Nation decided it was time to give her two friends a beating. "Okay, that's it. Come here, you two." She lunged for Mai and Ty Lee. "Where do you think you're going?" Kori demanded, leaping after her. "Free for all," cheered Ty Lee. Mai just readied a knife. They had gone into town and bought a few necessary accessories. Katara got a new necklace, Toph got a new headpiece, and Sokka had gotten a top-knot piece. Aang hid Momo inside his shirt. "I used to visit my friend Kyuzan here 100 years ago," he told the rest of the group as they stood behind a wall, away from the street. "So, everyone can follow my lead and stay cool. Or, as they say in the Fire Nation, stay flamin'." He started to walk out onto the street. "I've got a better idea," Sokka said, grabbing Aang by his arm and pulling him back. "How about we act like normal citizens and not sound like we're from 100 years ago?" Seconded, Toph agreed. "It would probably be better," Katara said, outvoting Aang. Fine, let's go, he grumbled. They walked out onto the street and acted normal. It worked as people didn't pay a second look at any of them, not even the wolf. Eventually, they stopped in front of a restaurant. Oh, we're going to a meat place? The disguised air nomad asked as they looked at the place. Everyone here eats meat, Aang. Even the meat, Sokka pointed to a hippo cow eating meat. He was a little disgusted by that. You guys go ahead. I'll just get some lettuce out of the garbage, he told them. They walked into the restaurant, leaving him alone in the street. He would have greeted everyone who passed by as Hot Man, except he could have sworn Akela was somehow watching his every move. After a few minutes, he saw a couple of guards coming his way. It's over, the lead guard said to him. We caught you. Who, me? He asked, confused, and worried about what was going on. It couldn't be more obvious that you don't belong here. The next time you play hooky, you might want to take off your school uniform. He looked down at his clothes before giving a nervous chuckle. The guard grabbed hold of him and took him away. They led him to a school and then shoved him into a classroom. As he regained his balance, he saw that every kid in the class was looking at him. They were surprised to see him, if the looks on their faces were anything to go by. Oh, is this a new mind ready for molding? The teacher asked from where she stood at the front of the classroom. Aang wasn't sure if this would go, but he decided to go with it for now. That's right. Let the molding begin, he answered, knocking his head to emphasize his point. Wait a minute. The guards who were leaving had stopped when they heard the teacher's voice. You're not from the Fire Nation. She walked around him, taking a closer look. Clearly you're from the colonies. Yeah, the colonies, of course, the Fire Nation colonies in the Earth Kingdom, he quickly agreed. If it helped him not being found out, he would go with it. Your etiquette is terrible, she chastised him as the guards left. In the homeland, we bow to our elders. She walked back to her desk and turned to face him. Like so. She showed how to salute. Sorry, ma'am, he apologized before attempting a salute. He did it wrong and the teacher caught him on it. He glanced at one of the students, who quickly showed him how to do it correctly. He then saluted the teacher correctly. And we don't wear head coverings indoors. She pointed her stick at his headband. I have a scar. It's really embarrassing. Very well, she said, willing to let it go. What is your name? Or should we just call you mannerless colony slob? He chuckled. Just slob is fine. When he saw that she wasn't laughing with him, he tried a different tactic. Or, Kyuzan, he said the last part like he was introducing himself to the class. Thank you for taking the time to visit our base, Lord Naruto, the commander of the base said, saluting the blonde as he and his companions were leaving. Also, congratulations on your new promotion to lieutenant. Not a problem, and thank you for the compliment. I had to give a seminar and I got the excuse to show my friends around, Naruto replied. I trust you'll be able to handle the troops now? The soldiers here had been a bit rowdy and full of themselves before he had arrived. Yes, sir, the commander promised with a nod of his head. Then we'll be off. He and the Sand siblings walked out of the base and onto the road that led away from it. Nice seminar there, Naruto, Kankuro told him with slight praise in his voice. I wasn't exactly expecting those practical demonstrations though. But it had been quite amusing to watch. The blonde shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. If you want to convince a rookie soldier that he is not invincible, you have to deflate his ego and his pride. And so you decided, in the middle of the seminar, to have 18 of the rookie soldiers try to attack you at the same time, Temari said. She would have thought that had been a bit too much, until she saw him manhandle them all. It looked like you took a page out of every Jonin's book on how to deflate one's ego. It knocked them off their high horses, which was the point of the entire thing. And if they were off the horse, they were more likely to live through the war rather than die in it. I will, however, thank you for not comparing my methods to that of Kakashi's. What do you plan to do now? Gaara asked. Again, he shrugged his shoulders. Well, we have a couple of days left before we have to go back to the capital. Why don't we just hang around the island? You mean like a vacation from a vacation? Temari asked. That sounds about right. Kankuro shrugged. We don't have anything else to do. The bell rang, signaling the end of the day. Kids walked out of their classes and into the courtyard. Aang walked through the courtyard. We made it through the day, Momo, he told the lemur hiding in his shirt. And it was pretty fun. Don't let the headmaster catch you with that monkey, the girl who helped him back in the class said as she stood behind him. He quickly hid Momo and turned around. What monkey? Don't worry, I'm not a tattletale, she assured him. My name's Anji. I like your headband, by the way. Before he could reply, an older student shoved past him. Anji, you don't have to babysit the new kid, he told her, placing an arm over her shoulder. Wow, you must be one of those popular kids I've been hearing about, Aang said, after giving a quick salute. That's right. Now listen, friend. I know you're from the colonies, so I'll say this slowly. Anji is my girlfriend. Don't forget it. He poked Aang on the chest to emphasize his point. The shirt moved, but Aang pushed the moving object down before giving an apologetic smile. Both Anji and her supposed boyfriend walked away, but not before the boyfriend made an I'm watching you gesture at him. It was nice meeting you, Aang said, raising his hand in farewell. Another boy ran up to him. I don't believe it, he didn't beat you up. Not even a little, he said in wonder. The disguised avatar brushed it off like it was nothing. I guess I'm just lucky. We were on our way to play hide and explode. You want to come? The boy offered. I'd love to, he answered. He followed the group and spent the afternoon playing hide and explode, which is probably not good for one's health in the long term. Once night had fallen, he made his way back to the cave. Where have you been? Katara demanded as he walked into the cave, covered in dust and soot, with Momo on his shoulder. We've been worried sick. When they had come out of the restaurant and didn't see him, they knew something had happened. But they also knew that they couldn't do anything right off the bat without causing alarm, so they waited. I got invited to play with some kids after school, he told her as he undid the headband. Momo leapt off his shoulder and landed next to Akela, who was chewing on a bone. Sokka sprang up. After what? He demanded. I enrolled in a Fire Nation school, and I'm going back tomorrow, the air nomad explained. Enrolled in what? The tribesman repeated before sitting down again. He's an idiot. I swear he's an idiot, he muttered to himself. Akela heard him and nodded in agreement. The guard stood outside a cell door, facing one end of the hallway. Hearing footsteps behind him, he turned around and leveled his spear. You again? He said as the same cloaked person he saw the previous night walked towards him. Stop where you are, he ordered. The cloaked person raised his head, allowing the guard to see his face. Prince Zuko? Zuko grabbed the guard by the shirt and slammed him into the wall, making him drop his spear. I'm going in for a visit. You're going to stand guard here, and no one is going to know about this. He released his grip on the guard and then walked into the cell. Uncle, it's me, he announced, lowering the hood. Iroh said nothing. He just turned his back to look away. Aang, I'm trying to be mature and not immediately shoot down your idea, but it sounds really terrible, Sokka stated bluntly. Yeah, we got our outfits. Why do you need to go to school for? Asked Toph, a slight disgust emphasized on the word school. Every minute I'm in that classroom, I'm learning new things about the Fire Nation, Aang told them. I already have a picture of Fire Lord Ozai. He held up a painting of the Fire Lord for them to see. And here's one I made out of noodles. He held up a second picture. While that is impressive, it's still too dangerous for you to go there, Sokka told him. It was too risky to even try again. I guess we'll never find out about the secret river then. It goes right to the Fire Lord's palace. We were supposed to learn about it in class tomorrow, he said, trying to be sly. Sokka just looked at Akela. Could you bite him, please? The wolf stood and lunged for Aang's arm, which he pulled out of the way with a yelp. Don't try and fool me, Aang. If there was a secret river, why would they tell kids its location? The tribesman told him. Come on, Sokka, just a few more days, please? He pleaded. He really wanted to do this. It was fun. He gave a small groan, knowing that the air nomad would not let it go. Fine, but if we get noticed, we're leaving. Flameo, hot man! Cheered Aang before he ran out of the cave. Flameo? Repeated Sokka as he looked at Katara. She just shrugged. Zuko stared at his uncle's back. You brought this on yourself, you know, he said. We could have returned together. You could have been a hero. Iroh said nothing. He just shifted his weight and stared at the wall. You have no right to judge me, uncle. I did what I had to do in Ba Sing Se, and you're a fool for not joining me. Iroh still just sat there. You're not going to say anything? When he didn't get a reply, Zuko destroyed a stool with a fire-enhanced punch in anger. You're a crazy old man. You're crazy. And if you weren't in jail, you'd be sleeping in a gutter. He stormed out of the cell, slamming the door behind him. The teacher walked into the classroom and the students stood up. One student stood up slower than the rest. Good morning, class, the teacher said as she sat down in front of her desk. Recite the Fire Nation Oath. The students turned to the back of the room where a painting of Ozai hung on the wall. They bowed their heads and saluted. My life I give to my country. With my hands I fight for Fire Lord Ozai and our forefathers before him. With my mind I seek ways to better my country, and with my feet may our march of civilization continue. They all recited. Aang tried to follow the oath but failed due to the fact he didn't know it. His attempt made the other students giggle and caught the attention of the teacher. Since it's obviously hilarious to mock our national oath, we'll begin with a pop quiz on our great march of civilization, she announced as the students sat back down. The students groaned but grabbed their paper and pens. Question 1. What year did Fire Lord Sozin battle the Air Nation armies? Seeing Aang's raised hand, she looked at him. Kyuzan? Is that a trick question? He asked, standing. The other students looked at him. The air nomads didn't have a formal military. Sozin defeated them by ambush. His statement made the students look at him like he had grown a second head. Well, I don't know how you could possibly know more than our national history book. Not unless you were there 100 years ago, she said with barbed sarcasm. Realizing that he was treading on thin ice, he sat back down. I'll just write down my best guess, he replied, quickly writing down his answers. The class continued, and once they were down, they went to the music hall. He was given the Tsunji horn. When the music started, he took a deep breath and began to play very loudly and badly, all the while doing a tap dance with his feet. The other people playing stopped and watched him. Kyuzan? Asked the music teacher. He stopped playing and saw that everyone was looking at him. I know. I'm a terrible Tsunji horn player. It was a little embarrassing to admit, but he was. No, child, the teacher said. That hullabaloo going on with your feet, is that a nervous disorder? He looked at his feet and then back at the teacher. I was just dancing. You do dances here in the homeland, right? He asked the students. Not really, no, one of the students told him. Dancing is not conducive to a proper learning environment, the music teacher told him, walking away from his podium. Young people must have rigid discipline and order. But what about expressing yourself? He asked back. Surely, they had to have had that. I know sometimes we're so ruled by our love for our nation that we can't control our own bodies, the teacher said as he walked back to the podium. If you must, you may march in place quietly next time the urge hits you. He waved his conducting stick and the others started playing again. Aang played a few notes, while quietly marching before stopping completely, feeling somewhat dejected. After the music class, they were let outside for break. As he walked outside, Aang could hear the other kids whispering about what he did. He stopped walking before he crashed into Anji. Hi, Kyuzan, she greeted him. I really like that crazy dance you were doing. Thanks, Anji. I could show it to you again if you like, he offered. A burst fire hit the books he was carrying in his arms, reducing them to ashes and surprising him. What did you say, colony trash? Hyde demanded from where he stood in a fire-bending stance. He walked up to Aang. You're going to show her something? Just some dance movements, the disguised air nomad told him, seeing nothing wrong with what he said. Nobody shows my Anji anything, especially movements. He tried to attack Aang, but he kept missing because the disguised avatar kept dodging. The result almost looked like a dance, keyword, almost. Hyde tried to hit Aang with a haymaker, only to have his fist encased in sand, stopping the punch. That is enough. Everyone turned to look at who had spoken. Aang was shocked and surprised. It was Gaara, who he hadn't seen since Ba Sing Se. Who are you? Hyde demanded, glaring at the foreigner. You're another one from the colonies, aren't you? Protecting your fellow trash, I see. Maybe I should teach you how to respect your betters. It would not be wise of you to attack me, Gaara told him. I don't want to hear it, trash. He charged, swinging wildly. His efforts to hit Gaara were futile, as his opponent would lean to the side to avoid the punch, tilt his head, or use his sand to block the punches. Eventually, the redhead had enough and used his sand to push Hyde away, knocking him to the ground. That was when the headmaster decided to make his appearance. What is going on here? He demanded as he helped Hyde stand up. The new kid attacked Hyde and then that stranger joined in. One of Hyde's flunkies cried, pointing at Aang and then at Gaara. The headmaster looked at Aang. Picking fights on your second day? He asked rhetorically. We need to have a conference to discuss your punishment. Bring your parents to my office after school. Parents? Repeated Aang. But. Don't be late. He turned his attention to Gaara. And you? You are going to be in a lot of trouble for attacking my star pupil. He threatened. That's funny, Naruto's voice rang out as he joined them, Kankuro and Temari right behind him. From what I saw, your star pupil attacked a foreign head of state and a close friend of mine, he told the headmaster. While Aang was having a panic attack from seeing the blonde, Hyde sneered at him. Who in Agni's name are you? He demanded in an arrogant voice. Naruto didn't even spare him a glance. He just looked straight at the headmaster. And here I thought your school taught children how to respect their betters, he remarked with a slight frown. The headmaster bowed in apology. I'm sorry, my lord, he said. He had no idea the man before him would be here. Otherwise, he would have welcomed him. You don't have to bow to him, sir, Hyde said aloud, still sneering at the blonde. He's a piece of trash. Quiet, Hyde. The headmaster barked at him. You will be respectful. This is Lord Naruto, paragon of the Fire Nation and bodyguard to Princess Azula. Hyde's sneer was replaced with a mixture of horror and shock. The rest of the students stared at the paragon with awe and wonder in their eyes. And this is Gaara no Sabaku, the Godame of Sunagakure, and his brother and sister, Kankuro and Temari, Naruto introduced the Sand siblings. Once he did, he looked at Hyde, examining him very carefully. If he is going to be a part of the future of the Fire Nation, then the Fire Nation is doomed, he finally declared. What? Yelled Hyde, the look he wore turned from horror and shock to outrage. Kid, I can tell what your entire military career is going to be like just from your actions. Oh yeah, what's it going to be like? The outrage vanished, replaced by a cocky arrogance. He was sure to be a top-ranking general, perhaps even on the Fire Lord's Council. Dead. Within a week. Killed by your own soldiers, the blonde answered with a deadpan voice. You will keep quiet, Hyde, the headmaster ordered as the student was about to open his mouth. They did not need to suffer any more embarrassment. So, what actually happened here? Naruto asked aloud, looking at all the students there. Kyuzan here offered to show me some dancing moves, Anji said, pointing at Aang. Hyde overheard us and tried to attack him. Did Kyuzan fight back? She shook her head. No, my lord, he just avoided the punches. And your name is? Anji, my lord, she introduced herself, bowing to him. Okay, number 1, don't call me lord. It makes me sound like I have a stick up my ass. Giggling and shirt around the courtyard when he said that. Number 2, is all that happened? She shook her head again. No, sir. When she looked uncertainly at Gaara. Just call him Gaara, kid, Naruto told her. If you're feeling formal, call him the Kazekage. Oh, okay. When the Kazekage stopped Hyde from attacking Kyuzan, he tried to attack him. Yeah, we saw that part. He turned his attention to Aang. When were you planning to show Anji these dances moves? He asked. What? The disguised avatar squeaked out, feeling nervous. He wasn't sure if the Fire Paragon knew who he was or not, and quite frankly, he was hoping for not. You heard me. When were you going to show her the dancing moves? After school, I swear. All right then. He turned to face the headmaster. I assume that your star pupil will be properly punished? The headmaster had a look of defeat as he bowed. Yes, sir. He didn't want to do it, but the paragon would now be expecting it. So, he had to do it. Why am I being punished? Demanded Hyde. He was the one who was going to teach her dancing movements. He was going to do it after school, Naruto told him. If Kyuzan was going to teach her the dance moves outside of school, then there is nothing the school can do. He looked around the courtyard as the headmaster and the star pupil left. Now that's done, and since I'm here, I've got a question for you all here. What's that, sir? Anji asked. He gave a goofy grin that made him look younger. Anybody up for a game of tag? Orange is such an awful color, Mai stated as she and Zuko watched the sun setting. They were having a little picnic on a cliff facing the sea and the setting sun. He couldn't help but snicker at those words. You're so beautiful when you hate the world, he told her. I don't hate you, she replied. I don't hate you too. They kissed but were interrupted when Azula cleared her throat. They looked to see her standing just off of the sheet they were sitting on. Zuko, could I have a word with you? She asked her brother. Can't you see we're busy? He asked back, annoyed that she would show up now of all times. Please, she said, surprising him. Mai stood up, realizing that Azula wasn't going to go away. I'll leave you two alone, she told Zuko before walking away. Azula waited until her friend was out of earshot before speaking. So, you've been visiting Uncle in the prison tower. He stood up. Who told you? He demanded. He had tried to keep those visits a secret. You did, just now, she answered with a small smirk. He sighed in defeat and sat back down. Okay, you caught me. You need to be more careful, she warned him, the smirk disappearing from her face. She was now serious. If people find out you've been to see Uncle, they'll think you're plotting with him. And then Yao Jing will whip those people into a frenzy which she'll use to get me killed, he finished for her, seeing where she was going with that thought. She nodded in agreement. Exactly, and it will take her one more step closer to the throne. Okay, that's it. We're leaving, Sokka declared after Aang told him what happened at the school. The fact that Naruto showed was enough to make the tribesmen want to keep moving. I'm not ready to leave yet, Aang protested. I'm having fun for once, just being a normal kid. You don't know what it's like, Sokka. You get to be normal all the time. Ha ha, Toph laughed. Sokka ignored her. Instead, he focused on the problem they were having. Listen guys, those kids at school are the future of the Fire Nation, the Air Nomad explained to the rest of the team. If we want to change this place for the better, we need to show them a little taste of freedom. What could you possibly do for them? Sokka asked. I'm gonna throw them a secret dance party. He did a little tap dance to emphasize his point. The others just stared at him like they couldn't believe what he had just said. Finally, Sokka walked up to him and smacked him across the back of the head. Ow! What was that for? He demanded, clutching his head. I was making sure your brain was actually working, the tribesman told him. For the love of the spirits, you were almost caught today, Aang. If Naruto had recognized you, we would have had the entire Fire Nation army coming after us. And if that happened, there goes the invasion plan. But he didn't come after me, the Avatar protested. And it's not like he'll be there if we hold the party. Besides, we know that Gaara, Kankuro and Temari are alive. But now they're with him now, Toph pointed out. It had been a little surprising to learn that the Sand siblings were with the Fire Nation now. Asuma and the others told us that Gaara considers Naruto to be one of his closest friends, Katara reminded the blind earthbender. And besides, Naruto seemed a little different, Aang said. He remembered the game of tag they played. Naruto didn't look like the person who had been after them. He looked like someone who was having fun. What do you mean? I think there are things about the Fire Nation he doesn't like. He looked a little disgusted when he looked at Hyde and the headmaster. And the way he talked about the Fire Lord, it sounded like he didn't hold him in high esteem. Maybe we can. He trailed off into silence. Maybe we can what? Sokka asked him. Maybe we can convince him to join us. I'm sorry. I think I just heard something stupid, the tribesman said. Could you repeat yourself? You heard me, Sokka, Aang told him. If we can convince Naruto to join us, Gaara, Kankuro and Temari would join us as well. Aang, have the past couple of months taught you nothing about Naruto? The blonde was more likely to attack them than talk to them. We can still try. Hey, back on the subject of the secret dance party, Toph said. Are we still doing it? Yes, we are, the air nomad declared. The rest of the day was spent passing the information out to the students and getting ready for it. By the time night had fallen, they had lit the cave up with a lot of candles while Toph bent the earth up into a stage for the musicians to play on. It seems so silly to have a dance party, Sokka said, placing down candles. Don't think of it as a dance party, Aang told him as he put on his headband, but as a cultural event celebrating the art of fancy footwork. He did a little dance to emphasize his point. Toph felt vibrations coming from her feet, telling her that people were getting closer. They're coming, she announced for everyone in the cave to hear. Everybody stopped bending. Aang walked over to Appa. Sorry, buddy. You should probably wait out back. The sky bison grumbled as it walked out the back door. I know. You've got fancier feet than anybody, and 6 of them. The air nomad called after him as he left. Sokka looked at Akela. You're going too. We're not risking someone petting you and finding the soot, he told the wolf. Akela padded after Appa. Soon enough, both animals had disappeared. Aang noticed that the students had arrived, so he put on a smile. The student musicians took their places on the stage and started a tune. Ladies and gentlemen, the Flamey OS. He announced in a loud voice to all the students there. This is ought to get everyone dancing, he said to himself, before turning around. Not one of the students was even moving. Now what do we do? One of them asked. This is when you start dancing, Aang told him, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. I don't think my parents want me dancing in a cave, a somewhat chubby boy said. Yeah, what if someone finds out? Asked another student before running back into the crowd. Oh boy, Aang muttered, rubbing the back of his head. This was going to be a lot harder than he thought. Listen guys, dancing isn't something you think about, he explained to them. It's a form of self-expression that no one can ever take away from you. Maybe it was different in the colonies, Kyuzan, but we don't do that here, the first student told him. Sure you do, you have for generations. It just so happens that I know several classic Fire Nation dances. 100 years ago, this was known as the Phoenix Flight. He got down low and started doing the movement, earning the kids' attention. And this is the Camelephant Strut. He went off into a different dance, which got a couple of girls to giggle. The boys were awed by his moves. Who knew Twinkle Toes could dance? Toph asked Katara as they sat at a table, watching him move. Katara just smiled at his actions. Zuko knelt in front of Iroha's cell, a basket of food in front of him. I brought you some Komodo chicken, he said as he pushed the basket into the cell. I know you don't care for it, but I figure it beats prison food. There was silence for a few minutes. I admit it, I have everything I always wanted, but it's not at all how I thought it would be. The truth is, I need your advice. He gripped the bars. I think the Avatar is still alive. I know he's out there. I'm losing my mind. Please, Uncle, I'm so confused. I need your help. Iroh remained silent. Forget it, I'll solve this myself. Waste away in here for all I care. He walked away from the cell. He opened the door and glanced back before leaving. Iroh still said nothing. The only thing he did was shed a single tear. Aang did a front flip through the air and landed on his feet, getting applause from the audience. He grabbed on Ji and pulled her out onto the dance floor. And this is how they do it in the ballrooms of Ba Sing Se. He started another dance, which Ji soon joined in. They looked pretty good together, Sokka commented as he watched the two of them dance together. If that's what you like, Katara muttered, looking away. However, she snuck a glance at them, feeling a little jealous. More kids started to join the two of them on the dance floor. Yeah, that's it. That's the sound of happy feet, Aang said. Even more kids joined in. Alright, go with that. Everybody freestyle. And freestyle they did. Soon, some of the shyer kids joined in the dancing. Katara just sat at one of the tables. Aang appeared in front of her and held out his hand, surprising her. I don't know, Aang, she said, looking away nervously. These shoes aren't really right for dancing, and I am not sure I know how to. Take my hand, he told her. Okay. She took his hand and he pulled her onto the dance floor. He whispered something in her ear, and she nodded in agreement. They bowed to each other, crossed arms and began to circle one another. Aang, everyone's watching, she told as the others had stopped dancing and were watching them. It was a little embarrassing. Don't worry about them. It's just you and me right now. His reply made her blush. They began to dance. While it was a dance, it also looked like a fight between benders. There were quite a few spins, kicks, flips, and twists in the dance. The audience watched in stunned amazement as they danced. When they stopped, they clapped and cheered. Outside of the cave, the headmaster of the school arrived with guards. He heard the noise coming from inside the cave. It is a dancing party, he said. You did the right thing by telling me, Hyde. Any time, headmaster, sir, Hyde replied with a salute. In the cave, the dancing was going strong. This is incredible, the chubby student said as he danced. It's like my inhibitions just disappear. Then he and the rest of the students saw the headmaster and the guards. Okay, they're back again. The music stopped. He's the one we want. The boy with the headband, shouted the headmaster as he pointed at Aang. The guards charged forward, intent on grabbing him. Oh! Yelped Aang before he ran into the crowd. The music started up again, faster. The guards plunged into the crowd of students. One of them reached for what he thought was Aang. Gotcha, he said, grabbing the student's arm. Looking for me? The student asked, turning around. He had taken the school belt and wore it as a headband to fool him. The guard got confused and looked back at the headmaster. That's not the one, the headmaster told him. He's here somewhere. Don't let him leave the cave. The guards kept trying to find him, but they kept grabbing students who put on the headbands. Even the headmaster tried to find him. In the end, both he and the guards were surrounded by the students, all wearing headbands. In the back, Team Avatar was leaving. Aang was the last to leave. Seeing a student wink at him, he returned it with a salute. He escaped through the back entrance, and closed it with earth-bending, missing the student's stunned expression. The headmaster and the guards had been trapped in the middle. Stop that! He ordered one of the guards as he started dancing to the music. Stop that! He ordered another guard as she tapped her foot to the beat. Oh, relax. Even guards need to enjoy themselves, Naruto's voice said. The music died as everyone stared at who was standing at the cave entrance. But more importantly, what are you doing here? The Paragon asked the headmaster. Hyde informed me that there was a dancing party that students at the school were attending, he promptly answered. As you know, Lord Naruto, something like this is illegal. You've never really read the rules about the education system, have you? The blonde asked him, making the Sand siblings smirk in unison. Excuse me? A dancing party is illegal. That is true. The faces of the students fell when they heard those words. But only on school grounds. And as far as I can tell, this is not school grounds. So, you're out of line? The headmaster tried to come up with a reply but could only splutter. Just leave and take your snitch with you. He pointed to Hyde. The headmaster scowled at him and marched out of the cave, the disappointed guards who started to enjoy the music and Hyde following him. Turning his gaze back onto the students, he saw that they were all looking at him. What? Are you going to tell us to go home now? A student asked him. Are you kidding? I just pulled your rear ends out of the fire. You kids go play and dance your hearts out. That's an order, he told them all. Yes, sir, the students replied, giving him a salute with mock formality. Naruto and the Sand siblings just stayed in the back and played crowd control for the rest of the party. It was a good way to spend the night, watching kids have fun. Appa flew out of the back of the cave and into the night. We're safe, Katara announced, looking away from the edge. Hold on, Sokka said as he looked over the edge. What? Aang asked him. I just saw Naruto and the Sand siblings go into the cave. We might want to go a little faster, the tribesman announced. Appa had seemed to have heard him because he picked up the pace. Way to go, Dancy Pants, Toph congratulated Aang. I think you really did help those kids, you taught them to be free. I don't know. It was just a dance party, that's all. Well, that was some dance party, Aang, Katara told him, kissing him on the cheek and making him blush. But when he saw one of them not looking happy, the blush faded. Hey, Sokka, what's the matter? He asked as he saw the tribesman still looking over the side of the saddle. We got lucky back there, Sokka stated. Don't worry, Sokka. Naruto should be able to see what we're trying to do if we talk to him, the air nomad assured him. He was sure of it. Don't get your hopes up. Otherwise, you might be getting a big disappointment, he replied as they flew through the night. Zuko walked down the street in the harbor. Night had fallen and the darkness cast shadows everywhere, making it look like the place you wouldn't go visit after dark. Not without a purpose. He arrived at the spot, lowered the hood of his heavy robe and waited. Soon, he heard a heavy foot and the clank of metal. Turning around, he saw the man he was looking for. You sure you weren't followed? He asked the man, who stayed silent. I've heard about you. They say you're good at what you do and even better at keeping secrets. The Avatar is alive. I want you to find him and end him. The assassin didn't say anything, he didn't have to. His metal leg, metal arm, and his tattoo of a red eye said enough. Thanks for watching, Shinobi Squad. If you enjoyed this what if, hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss the next twist. Drop your theories in the comments, I'm always reading. Want more Naruto heat? Check out the other videos on the channel. Stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember even shadow clones need love. Peace out, Shinobi.